Cultivation, I am the world's heavenly Dao. Chapter 1. This is a world with only stones, no sea, no forest, only endless emptiness, and occasional strong winds. Ding dong, activate the heavenly Dao system. Ron was awakened from his deep sleep by the voice from his mind. What the hell? Ron just woke up and found that he couldn't open his eyes. It felt dark and he couldn't move. Just that sentence just now caused thunder in the small world. Ron only remembered that he went to sleep after drinking last night, but he didn't expect to wake up like this. A huge amount of information poured into Ron's mind, and he felt that his worldview was impacted. Ron became the heavenly Dao consciousness of a small world due to unknown reasons. He could not wake up originally, but was awakened by the heavenly Dao system. If there was no such system, Ron would slowly disappear with the world in his sleep. These small worlds are formed naturally in the universe, and small worlds are born and die every moment. However, Ron soon accepted the current situation. System. The heavenly Dao system serves you. What functions do you have? Provide the host with a basic data panel and an intelligent assistant. The rest of the functions will be released after the world is upgraded. Let me take a look at the panel. The panel is expanding. The panel materialized from Ron's mind. It should be described like this. Ron doesn't know if he has a mind now. World, nameless small world LV1, world level is decreasing. Heavenly Dao, Ron, disappearing. World area, 3,458 square kilometers. World specialty, none. World description, a small garbage world full of stones, no living creatures, containing a small amount of metal, suitable for being used as a garbage dump for a large world, and the area eroded by the void is constantly decreasing. World power, 3.71 ounces, 3 decimal places omitted. What a simple world panel. What about the smart assistant? I'm here. What are you for? Help the host to develop the world, analyze and count the data, and save the host a lot of time. What will happen to me if the world disappears? The host will disappear. Can I become a human again and return to Earth? For a while, Ron was still a little uncomfortable with coming to this place. Yes, but the current host level is not enough, and there is no way to get back. Please raise the host's level. How long will it take for this world to disappear? According to Earth years, there are still 10 billion years, and according to Heavenly Dao years, it is 10 years. Then how can I improve the level of the world? Expand the world area, improve the energy level, develop intelligent creatures, enrich the world species, increase the upper limit of biological energy, and encroach on other worlds. Warm reminder, please find a way to reduce the current loss of world materials and strengthen the world barrier. So, is the loss of materials related to the world barrier? Ron checked the whole picture of the world through the smart assistant in his mind. An irregular continent was wrapped in a thin white transparent barrier, and the edge of the continent was constantly drifting towards the barrier. Can the power of the world be used to strengthen the barrier? Yes, but because the rules of the small world are incomplete and the internal circulation cannot be achieved, the power of the world cannot be regenerated at present. How are these world powers generated? When the small world was first formed, the barrier was relatively intact and the matter did not leak out. For a period of time, some creatures were generated and formed a local cycle, so some world power was accumulated. Later, the barrier was damaged by the cosmic tide and all the creatures became extinct. Ron understood a little bit, so the integrity of the world barrier is an important factor in the generation of creatures, so the barrier must be strengthened. How much world power is needed to strengthen the world barrier? Currently, 3 ounces can be consumed to complete the repair of the world barrier and stop the speed of material loss. Strengthening the barrier requires the world to upgrade and consume 300 ounces of world power. Then repair the world barrier first. It takes 10,000 Earth years to consume world power to repair the barrier. 10,000 years? Repair completed. 10,000 years so fast? But Ron couldn't express any emotions now. Ron began to think that the emergence of life must have water, so this world needs water. Can water be produced by consuming world power? World power can be converted into any substance. This is the law of the universe, but this is a huge waste of resources. First, 0.2 ounces of world power water. Executing. Then half of the world was covered with water, forming 5 continents and a bunch of small islands. Can world power create life? Yes, but it can only create life that has been produced in this world, or construct genetic codes to create life. Insufficient world power does not allow the construction of genetic codes. Check the life that has been born in the world. Open the mainstream species for you. Water-eating algae, producers that decompose water molecules to produce gas to obtain energy, once occupied half of the total amount of organisms in this world. Shrimp worms, a single-cell organism that eats water-eating algae, once occupied 1/5 of the total amount of organisms in the world. Needle-mouth fish, a simple omnivorous fish that eats algae and shrimps. It once accounted for 1/10 of the world's total biological population. Sea moss, an algae-like plant that grows on the seashore. It decomposes seawater and rocks to obtain energy. It once accounted for 1/5 of the world's total biological population. Ron used 0.5 ounces of world power to generate these creatures in proportion, and then placed them on the small world. Putting successfully, the world power is insufficient, and it is about to enter a deep sleep. Forced sleep to reduce the consumption of world power. Whoa! Ron felt that he had fallen into darkness again before he finished cursing, and slowly lost his perception. However, Ron's small world was slowly changing. The rocks were slowly decomposed and weathered by plants, and the rocky continents were gradually turning green. The creatures in the ocean were constantly evolving, some disappeared and some were growing in number. The diversity of organisms was constantly enriching. The world power on Ron's world panel was slowly growing. Time passed quickly, especially when sleeping. The gases produced by organisms seemed to strengthen the world barrier. People at that time all said that time has changed, and it is true. The activities of organisms are changing the topography of the small world. Some high-lying areas have formed snow-covered landforms, and the plants on the mainland have also differentiated into cold-resistant plants. But it is only relative to other plants. The temperature of the whole world is below zero, and the temperature of the ocean is a little higher. The algae in the ocean are constantly generating energy, but there is no sun in this world. A long time has passed, and Ron woke up. Chapter 2. System, what's the situation in the world now? A relatively stable large cycle has been formed in the world, and the world barrier continues to strengthen under the feedback of the large cycle, and the loss of materials has completely stopped. How long has it been? A year of heaven has passed, and the world has accumulated an ounce of world power, so the host is awakened from sleep. How is the development of organisms? Currently, the number of organisms in the small world has reached saturation, with more than 3 million species, among which water-eating algae are the largest. Gas has been produced in the world, and animals that use gas to maintain the operation of the body have been born. Have intelligent species been born? No, but there is a race that has the potential to become an intelligent race, the water monkey race, which can initially use tools for hunting, but due to the bad weather in the small world, the number of water monkeys cannot grow all day. Ron discovered the problem. It seems that there is no sun in the small world, so there is no heat. All heat is generated by the organisms themselves. In other words, in the long evolution, the organisms in the small world have adapted to the environment. System, can you create a sun? 1 ounce of world power can create a sun, but the energy can only last for 1,000,000 years. After 1,000,000 years, the sun will become a dead star hanging above the world. Create a sun, the sun is in the center of the world, and the world will enter darkness for 24 hours after the sun shines on the world for 24 hours. The creation is successful, the world power is insufficient, and it is forced to fall asleep. Dong! Ron fell asleep again. However, a sun of the same proportion as the world appeared in the small world, hanging in the sky in the center of the world, and sending huge heat into the world. The snow on the continent in the center of the world began to melt, the plants began to wither, and the rocks at the highest point of the continent also began to melt and turned into magma flowing downwards. Organisms are constantly dying, the world has changed, and the temperature is constantly rising, causing these organisms that originally had the attribute points of cold resistance to begin to die on a large scale. The bodies of dead organisms floated on the sea. In addition to the plants on the central continent, the plants on other continents also began to die. In just 24 hours, half of the organisms had died, but after 24 hours, the world entered darkness again, which gave the organisms in the small world a chance to breathe. But the night only exists for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the day continues to come, the earth is illuminated again, and organisms continue to die, but the change in the environment has brought a large number of mutations. Organisms are adapting to the environment, and those who have not adapted to the environment will die and be buried in the old era. Time passes quickly, and decades may pass in the blink of an eye, just like humans on Earth. Decades are their entire lives, but for some advanced organisms, it may just be a nap. Ron was awakened again. Only 500,000 years had passed this time, and the small world had accumulated an ounce of world power again, so Ron was awakened. System, explain it. After the host created the sun, a mass extinction of matter occurred, which fed back to the world, so the accumulation of world power was fast, and intelligent species were born, and the world ecology was further strengthened. Ron became interested when he heard that intelligent species were born. Ron looked through the system records and found that intelligent species were born 30,000 years ago, and at this time it entered a Neolithic age similar to that on Earth. Intelligent species evolved from water monkeys. Water monkeys were divided into two major branches, one migrating to land and the other migrating to the sea. The first on land was born with wisdom, and lived in caves in large numbers. They created language, so they called themselves cave people. 10,000 years after the birth of cave people, water monkeys near the sea also developed wisdom. They lived in the seaweeds on the seabed. They called themselves long people, and their name came from the long water grass. The birth of intelligent species marks the formal formation of a world, no longer a small world that disappears at any time, unless it collides head-on with the cosmic tide. The world panel at this time is like this. World, nameless small world LV3, world level is being upgraded. Heavenly Deo, Ron. World area, 3,460 square kilometers, slowly expanding. World specialties, none. World description, a small world with a microstar, which has initially formed a world internal circulation, has intelligent creatures, and is a new world protected by the laws of the universe. The world of life can absorb a small amount of cosmic energy. World power, 1.01 ounces, 3 decimal places omitted. Absorb a small amount of cosmic energy. System, what does this mean? The world barrier has been upgraded, and it can absorb the energy dissipated by the universe, and then expand the world, expanding the world in proportion. Ron began to observe the creatures produced in the world. There are 5 continents. There are also cave people on the central continent, and the cave people here hide during the day and come out at night, because it is too hot here, and the cave people here are relatively tall, with an average of 1.4 meters, and they have less hair. The central continent is the largest. The animal species and resources on the central continent are the most abundant, because it faces the sun directly, and the energy obtained is more, and the production of creatures is more. The farthest from the sun is the northern continent, which is covered with snow. Only the southern end has cave people living, and the cave people here have very luxuriant hair. The temperature of the southern continent is just right, and the hair of the cave people here is between the cave people of the central continent and the northern continent. As for the western continent and the eastern continent, the temperature of these two continents is only slightly higher than that of the northern continent. They like to be active during the day, but there are the most cavemen here. The cavemen of each continent have begun to differentiate, and perhaps in tens of thousands of years, different races will be formed. In Ron's vision, time passed very quickly. Ron was not paying attention, and hundreds of years had passed. The largest creature in this world is the unicorn snake in the deep sea, which is hundreds of meters long and 10 meters thick. It is a viviparous creature. There are only a dozen of them in the whole world. They give birth every 10 years and have a lifespan of 1,000 years. The lifespan of cavemen is too short compared to that of unicorn snakes. Cavemen can only live for more than 30 years. They pass on knowledge from generation to generation through language. How to say it, it is equivalent to Ron blinking an eye, and a generation of cavemen died. Intelligent creatures develop very quickly. Soon, because the caves could not accommodate the new population, the tribes were born. Some cavemen tried to go out of the caves. The tribes first appeared in the southern continent. A caveman named Shi invented a residence that was conducive to the construction of stones. Ron felt that time seemed to have slowed down a bit. System, I feel like the world time has slowed down, right? When the world is upgraded, the flow rate will slow down. The fast flow rate of the world is because the world rules are incomplete. As the world is upgraded, the rules are gradually improved, and the world time will converge with the universe. In short, the world is currently in the novice stage, and the fast flow rate is beneficial to the laws of the world. After Ron understood, he continued to observe. Chapter 3. The Stone Tribe of the Southern Continent created the first tribe in the world. With houses built with stone, the number of attacks by wild beasts on the stone tribe decreased, so the population of the stone tribe slowly increased. After a lightning strike, a caveman in the northern continent discovered fire. Meat roasted with fire was more delicious, and the fire could bring him warmth like the god above his head. Yes, the caveman already had the concept of God. They named the sun above their heads Kalidoya, which means the god who brings light. The man who discovered the fire named himself Yang and believed that the fire was a divine object given by the god. Relying on fire, Yang of the northern continent established the Yang tribe, using fire to drive away the cold, drive away wild beasts, and make food. Soon the Yang tribe unified all areas where cave people in the northern continent were active, but they still lived in caves. Only a few places built buildings, but those buildings were altars for storing fire, and there were special people responsible for putting in fuel to keep the flames. This place was called a fire pond. A warrior named Yi appeared in the central continent. He was tall, 2 heads taller than ordinary cave people, and he was heat-resistant and strong, able to fight wild beasts under the scorching sun. Yi invented the bow and arrow, and led the tribe to expand outward, and made the captured people from other tribes work for his tribe. Yi established a tribe called Tian, and they also worshipped the sun as the god of heaven. The Tian tribe believed that the reason why the gods sent down the light that could kill people was because their sacrifices were not enough. They believed that the sun was the god of criminal law. Most people in the Tian tribe lived in caves, and the people they captured lived in houses built with wood and leaves outside the cave. A caveman named Feng appeared on the eastern continent. He discovered some herbs that could heal people who were injured or punished by the gods. He recorded 73 kinds of plants and cured many people, so he became the witch of his tribe. He spread these methods in the eastern continent and was respected by other tribes. His disciples became witches of various tribes. He was eventually called the Great Witch, a person more worthy of respect than a witch. The most prominent caveman on the western continent was a caveman named Yu. He invented nets and created forks specifically for fishing. He was good at fighting people in the water. His tribe lived on giant trees by the sea, and his tribe was called the Sea Tribe. Unlike the cavemen on other continents, the cavemen of the Sea Tribe sacrificed a unicorn snake, which became their guardian beast, so the Sea Tribe became the strongest tribe on the western continent. Time passed quickly, and the tribes on various continents slowly developed. Most of the cavemen in the eastern continent, the southern continent, and the western continent moved to live outside the caves, while the cavemen in the central continent and the northern continent still lived in the caves, and they continued to expand the caves. The Sea Tribe of the western continent went to other continents to exchange materials because they had unicorn snakes. As a result, herbs, flames, and bows and arrows began to circulate among the 5 continents. The people of the Sea Tribe were called messengers of the sea snake god. They were responsible for bringing them the artifacts of development under the orders of God. Herbs, flames, and bows and arrows are called the 3 major artifacts of the cave people. The Sea Tribe obtained a lot of resources through trading. With the resources they obtained, they quickly expanded their tribe and soon unified the western continent. They learned the system of the central continent. The herbs of the eastern continent, the bows and arrows of the central continent, and the fire of the northern continent became the currency in the trading market. 100 years later, Shi, Yang, and Yu died. Feng developed a medicine to extend their lifespan and recorded the functions of herbs through wood chips. This special symbol engraved on the wood chips was the first generation of characters of the cave people, but it was only spread among the witch class. Yi's strong body allowed him to live for 100 years. The rest of the tribes in the central continent became vassals of the heavenly tribe and had to pay tribute every year, otherwise they would become slaves of the heavenly tribe. The population of cavemen in the 5 continents reached more than 500,000. The Sky Tribe built a city, which was the first city in the tribal era. A tribe called Wolf rose in the southern continent. They rode giant wolves to fight. The Stone Tribe and this tribe formed a confrontation in the southern continent. The Wolf Tribe lived a nomadic life, while the Stone Tribe settled down to plant, gather, and hunt. They each won over small tribes and established tribal alliances. The Stone Tribe established the Giant Stone Tribe Alliance, and the Wolf Tribe established the 100 Beasts Alliance. The southern continent with a suitable climate is the tribe with the most cavemen, with half of them. The number of cavemen in the world has increased significantly, and the biggest war is slowly unfolding. Ron looked at this war in the tribal era and couldn't help but sigh. Did such a war break out in the ancient times of the earth? In war, people can always burst out huge potential, and war will quickly upgrade technology. The spears of the Stone State Alliance improved the bow and arrow, making the bow and arrow have a longer range and stronger lethality, but this improved bow and arrow was put into use in the hands of the Beast Alliance. So the Stone State Alliance built a huge wall to protect the place where they lived to prevent the enemy from looting and attacking. This method effectively reduced the number of attacks by the Beast Alliance. However, the Beast Alliance soon developed a siege hammer. After they broke through the city gate, the Stone State Alliance became a lamb to be slaughtered. The Stone State lit up the smelting technology, produced bronze armor and bronze knives, and built defensive walls in its own area to repel the attack of the Beast Alliance. The Sea Tribe provided a large amount of resources to the two alliances. This move not only made them profit a lot in the war, but also made them richer. In order to improve its comprehensive strength, the Sea Tribe also imitated the Central Continent and the Southern Continent and introduced advanced city-building technology. They worked together to build a large-scale city, the City of the Sea God. The city wall is 20 meters high and stands in the east of the world like an indestructible fortress. Its architectural style is also very distinctive. It is based on giant trees and cleverly combines natural and humanistic elements, showing the awe of the Sea Tribe for nature. In addition, the Sea Tribe also cut down giant trees and built sturdy and durable wooden boats. These wooden boats have become their pride and an important tool for them to trade with all parts of the world. With these wooden boats, the Sea Tribe began to carry out large-scale transactions around the world, and their wealth and influence are increasing day by day. 30 years later, the Sea Tribe wanted to occupy the Central Continent. Because of the war in the Southern Continent, the two major alliances here were very powerful militarily, and the Sea Tribe could not match them. Relying on the unicorn snake, the Sea Tribe attacked the Central Continent. The unicorn snake was killed by Yi and the Sea Tribe was defeated. Yi was called the God Killer. His power seemed to exceed the limits of the world. He became the living person of the Tian tribe, known as the God of Battle and Strength, and named Shen Yi. In order to show his power, Yi used the power of all the cavemen in the Central Continent to build a magnificent palace of the God of War, for which half of the cavemen in the Central Continent lost. Ron soon discovered Yi, an alien. A person who could kill the most powerful race in the world did not look like a normal person. So he searched through the data panel and found that the caveman was the son of the world. He was born when the world encountered difficulties. He could not intervene at present. He had a weak grasp of the rules of the world. The son of the world was a special product and represented the hope of the world's upgrade. Ron was very interested in him, so Ron turned his attention to Yi. Chapter 4. The boy was born in a cave in the south of the Central Continent. When he was born, the sun lost its color and his mother died when he was born. He was as big as a calf when he was born and could stand in an hour. The priests in the tribe named him Yi and believed that he was a messenger sent by the gods. Under the training of the priests, Yi could run at the age of 1, learned all the knowledge of the priests at the age of 3, and was as tall and strong as ordinary cavemen at the age of 7, and could fight wolves under the scorching sun. When he was 10 years old, Yi found that some sharp wooden sticks could be shot out by tying animal rubber bands with some wooden sticks, so he developed and produced them, and after dozens of times, he made a bow and arrow that could shoot wild beasts. At the age of 12, Yi was 1.8 meters tall and could tear tigers and leopards apart alive. He was the first warrior in the tribe. Yi became curious about the outside world, so Yi set out with a bow and arrow and a stone spear. Yi walked to the end of the south and found the sea. He walked into the sea and was almost drowned. He learned to swim, and he soon could fight giant aquatic creatures in the water. After living by the sea for a while, Yi summed up a set of skills for fighting in the water and learned to hunt in the water. Yi grew taller again, 1.9 meters tall and 200 kilograms in weight. Yi set out to the north and returned to the tribe on the way to tell him the knowledge he had gained during this period. On the way to the north, Yi met a wandering caveman who asked to become Yi's vassal. Yi named him Bei. Bei tamed several wolves and he could command the wolves to fight. Yi fought wild beasts on the way and exercised his fighting skills. He eliminated the man-eating giant tiger hovering in the north of the tribe. The giant tiger was 3 meters tall and made a lot of noise when it came and went. Yi broke the tiger's fangs and made a helmet with the tiger's hard skull, and the tiger's thigh bone became his weapon. On the way to the north, Yi met a powerful tribe. Some of them built some buildings outside the cave. They set up a place to exchange things, and their warriors were much stronger than the warriors of Yi's tribe. This tribe called itself the Tiger Tribe. Their totems are the sun and the man-eating tiger. They offer sacrifices to the tiger every year. After the Tiger Tribe learned that Yi had killed the tiger, they worshipped Yi as the new god, so Yi stayed in the tiger tribe for a long time. After staying for about a year, Yi learned all the knowledge of the tiger tribe's sacrifices, and Yi learned the skills of tattooing himself with the blood of wild beasts and some special plants, which seemed to enhance his combat effectiveness. Yi tattooed the image of the giant tiger he had killed on himself, and Yi bid farewell to the tiger tribe and continued on his way. In the middle of the central continent, Yi met a tribe living near the lava mountain. They called themselves the Rock Tribe, and Yi found that they were very short-lived. They liked to throw food on the lava and eat it after a while. Yi thought it was a kind of sacrifice. The Rock Tribe was very powerful. They had hard weapons and could easily cut Yi's stone spear. Yi killed dozens of Rock Tribe warriors with his bare hands and escaped. The Rock Tribe began to hunt Yi. During the hunt, Yi became stronger and stronger. He killed hundreds of Rock Tribe warriors with Bei, and the Rock Tribe declined. Yi continued to walk. Yi arrived in the north. The temperature here was lower than that in the south, but the cold was nothing to Yi. Here Yi found cave people with thick hair. Yi asked Bei to write down what he encountered. Yi finally walked to the east. The people here liked to fish, and they had crystals that could make people stronger. After eating the crystals, they would have strength. Yi found that he would become weak if he drank animal blood or found some stones mentioned by the sacrifice every once in a while. Yi exchanged for some of these crystals, and here Yi built a giant bow, which could shoot down a giant bird flying in the sky with one arrow, and could shoot through a tree embraced by 3 people. The most powerful tribe in the east was called the Crystal Tribe, and they were convinced by Yi because of his powerful military force. Yi stayed here for a year and learned how to make crystals. These crystals were called Yan, which were invented by Yan, the leader of the Crystal Tribe, so the crystal had the same name as him. When Yi returned to the tribe, Yan gave up his position as the leader of the tribe and followed Yi back to the tribe. Without the man-eating tiger, the tiger tribe expanded southward, conquered Yi's tribe, and killed Yi's master. Yi took back the tribal cave, beheaded the tiger tribe's priest, and expelled the tiger tribe's leader from the tribe. Yi became the leader of the tiger tribe and a part-time priest. Yi believed that his tribe was the strongest, as powerful as the god above his head, so he changed the name of the tribe to Tian tribe. When Yi was 20 years old, he became the leader of the strongest tribe in the south. With the knowledge he learned from other tribes, Yi developed the Tian tribe very powerful and continued to conquer small tribes. Yi rewarded the people of those small tribes to the warriors who fought in the war, and believed that such people were just like those tamed animals, just personal property. Private ownership began to appear in the Tian tribe, and the Tian tribe formed a warrior class. The cave became the place where the warriors lived, and ordinary tribesmen could only live in the shelters built randomly outside the cave. Yi built a huge altar to worship the gods of heaven. If there were people in the tribe who violated the rules set by Yi, Yi would tie them to the altar and burn them to death in the scorching sun. Under Yi's development, private ownership and the prototype of laws appeared in the Tian tribe. The warrior class separated from production and became a special conqueror. When Yi was 23 years old, he destroyed the Yan tribe and obtained the method of making metal weapons from the Yan tribe. Yi used these methods in the lives of tribal members. When Yi was 25 years old, he found some strange buildings on the opposite side of the South Sea. After studying them, Yi built these buildings for the members of the tribe to live in. This building reduced the number of tribe members who died from wild beast attacks at night. When Yi was 30 years old, he conquered all the tribes on the central continent and asked them to worship the heavenly tribe. If they did not worship, all of them would become the property of the warrior class. Yi was so powerful that the cave people gave him a unique word that only Yi could use, so Yi was called King Yi, which means that Yi was the most powerful and unique warrior. Yi felt that his body had reached its peak, so Yi often went to find the beasts that attacked the tribe to fight, and observed the breathing and attacking skills of the beasts when they attacked. Yi kept fighting in the central continent. When Yi was 40 years old, he fought 11 man-eating beasts. These beasts had lived for a long time in the continent. No one could defeat them before Yi, and they became totems of some tribes. Yi tattooed these 11 beasts on his body to represent the beasts he killed, in order to show his bravery. Later, people used these beasts that were killed as the birth signs of their children. They are the giant tiger that eats people, the 2-meter-long man-eating rat that steals children, the big black bull that attacks the tribe, the giant rabbit that destroys the cave, the giant crocodile in the river, the giant snake that devours the warriors, the king of the wolf horse herd, the leader of the gluttonous sheep herd, the blood ape in the deep mountains, the blue eagle that catches people in the sky, the volcano wolf king that protects the rock tribe, and the giant wild boar in the eastern sea. Later, the warriors of the Tian tribe would tattoo the beasts they killed on their bodies, thus giving rise to the blood-marked warriors. Chapter 5. The old man was born in a strange way, but he was still alive. Ron looked through Yi's growth log and found that Yi was like the protagonist in a novel on Earth. He was born with a strange vision, had no parents, and killed all gods and Buddhas on his way to growth. Continue to check. When Yi was 50 years old, the Sea tribe of the western continent contacted the people of the Sky tribe. The people of the Sea tribe wanted to plunder the Sky tribe, but Yi killed their messengers and moved the tribe away from the sea. Yi even tried to attack the unicorn snake, but found that he seemed to be unable to beat it. When Yi was 55 years old, the people of the Sea tribe came again. This time, the people of the Sea tribe did not do anything else. They exchanged a large number of bows and arrows and salt with flames and herbs. So the flame became the sacred object of the Tian tribe. The people of the Hai tribe taught the people of the Tian tribe how to use the flame. The Tian tribe used the flame to drive away the beasts at night and used the flame to make food. The arrival of herbs enriched Yi's knowledge of sacrifice. Yi also systematically summarized his knowledge of herbs and asked Bei to record the knowledge he summarized. The Tian tribe also began to collect and make herbs in large quantities. There were constant tribal rebellions in the central continent. The number of people in the Tian tribe was not enough to suppress so many tribes, so the Tian tribe merged with the Salt tribe in the east. When Yi was 60 years old, he felt that he seemed to be different from others. His grandson was almost dead, and he himself had no signs of aging. People of the same generation as Yi in the Tian tribe had all died. Although Yi did not feel that there was anything wrong with his body, Yi began to fear death. Yi began to study the gods of heaven, and his great-grandson Mao inherited the position of the leader of the Tian tribe. Yi ordered his tribe to build a royal palace, which was built entirely of metal. Yi lived in the royal palace with Bei and Yan to study the gods of heaven. Yan was about to meet the gods of heaven. This palace is not big, only 1 hectare, but in an era of low productivity, it is a miracle. In this temple, Yi sat on a high throne, with Yan and Bei sitting on his left and right. At this time, Yi was listening to the people in the tribe who were responsible for offering sacrifices to the heavens and observing nature. At this time, Yi was already 65 years old. Respected and supremely honorable King Yi, I have observed that the light cast by the god of punishment, who emits light from the gods of heaven, contains great energy. If we can use it, we can obtain divine power. The person reporting below is an old man with wrinkles on his face and white hair. In fact, he is only 40 years old, and the 65-year-old Yi has just grown some white hair. Of course I know what you said, but have you found a way to use the divine power? Do you want me to tie you to the altar? Yi looked at the dozen or so sacrificial officials below. We also obtained a potion made by the distant great Wu Feng, which can prolong people's lifespan. We spent 200 bows to get a bottle. Another middle-aged priest walked up to the throne in small steps and handed a bottle of potion to Yi. Yi pulled out the cork in the bottle mouth, and then a strong smell overflowed. Yi quickly stuffed it back. Are you sure this thing can prolong life? Yi asked. The middle-aged priest shuddered and answered carefully, it has been tried on living things and is not poisonous. I want you to have all the possibilities to confirm its efficacy, otherwise I will use you to sacrifice to the gods. Yi's voice echoed in the palace, and more than a dozen priests trembled. Back off! After the voice fell, the priests trembled and slowly left the gate, leaving water stains in their original positions. The wolf next to the throne was already very old, with cunning eyes in the turbidity, like a wolf. Yan was even worse, exuding a dead aura, with dull eyes, staring into the distance motionlessly, with no flesh left on his body, like a skeleton covered in animal skin. Yan, how do you feel today? Yi was concerned about his old subordinates beside him. Yan was the only strong man who could withstand a few moves from Yi before, and now he was about to follow his ancestors. The cave people also have the custom of burial, and they call the place where their ancestors are buried a burial cave. When we obtain the power of the gods, we can restore our strength many years ago. We can't stay in that dark cave. I want to bathe in the light of the gods forever. Yi's eyes became fanatical. Sitting on the throne, Yi was still taller than Bei and Yan. He was naked and wearing a tiger bone helmet. Yi was still so majestic, and the tattoos of the beasts on his body seemed to come alive. Ordinary people would feel that the beast came back to life. Come, let's study these stones. The people in the tribe found some strange stones. These stones could not be destroyed by any weapons, so the people of the Tian tribe thought they were divine objects. After all, even King Yi could not destroy them. When Yi was 70 years old, Yan died and was buried in the burial cave of the Tian tribe. Yi was more eager for the power of immortality. Yi began to pray to the gods, hunted beasts on a large scale, and even secretly performed human sacrifices in an attempt to make the gods look at him. The gods still did not look at Yi, and Yi began to get angry. However, the medicine of the witch did have the effect of prolonging life, but it was not complete. After the sacrifice of the Tian tribe studied it, they developed another medicine. After taking it, it can enhance physical fitness and greatly increase strength. When Yi was 80 years old, Bei was seriously ill and was preserved by the sacrifice in a special way and buried in the cave. At this point, Yi lost his two major subordinates, known as the legendary figures Wolf Uncle and Yan Uncle. Yi began to question the gods and had the idea of killing them to seize their power. The Tian tribe began to study weapons to kill the gods. They developed some strange weapons on a large scale, and the Tian tribe became mysterious. They developed blood-marked warriors. Warriors who drank the potion were soaked in the blood of wild beasts and medicinal materials, and then painted the portraits of wild beasts on their bodies with pigments made from special medicinal materials. Finally, they practiced the fighting skills of these wild beasts, and they could have some of the power and charm of these wild beasts. The mortality rate was 80%. The Tian tribe developed giant crossbows and catapults, and various weapons emerged in an endless stream. However, Yi's policy was extremely consuming for the Tian tribe, and the other tribes in the central continent had ideas. When Yi was 100 years old, a newly emerging Sha tribe in the east resisted the collection of the Tian tribe and killed the messenger sent to collect the offerings. The Tian tribe sent out the blood-marked warriors in the tribe and massacred the Sha tribe. Yi's disrespect for the gods had reached its peak. He destroyed all the statues of the gods in the tribe. From then on, the Tian tribe only worshipped their ancestors and did not respect the gods. Yi has since cultivated himself and become a warrior of the 12 beast patterns, comparing himself to a god. Ron was extremely surprised that such a small world could produce such a powerful human being. This world only had some elemental energy from the beginning of the world, almost nothing. However, in this age period known as the Dharma Ending Age on Earth, Yi actually created an energy system. The world level was only LV7 at this time, but Yi's energy level was close to LV30. What happened next surprised Ron even more. Chapter 6. The unicorn snake is the largest creature in this world and the most sensitive to energy. Therefore, they also absorb the remaining energy, but their species is very ordinary, or their gene series is very ordinary, so this energy is used to strengthen the body. In short, it is because of the indigestion of energy that the body is so huge. But in this world, the unicorn snake is the most powerful creature, and it has broken through the world limit like Yi, and is at the same level as Yi. The guardian beast of the sea tribe is the most powerful among the unicorn snakes, but Yi killed it. Ron checked the picture of Yi killing the unicorn snake. The warriors of the sea tribe drove the ship and invaded the central continent under the support of the unicorn snake, attacking from the west, and flattened all the tribes west of the central continent. By the time the Sky tribe reacted, only the southern area under the Sky tribe's rule had not been occupied by the Sea tribe. The Sea tribe had prepared intelligence in the process of doing business, and they left the most difficult Sky tribe to the end. In the palace, Yi listened to his great-grandson's intelligence. Yi's great-grandson Mao was about to die, and Yi looked like he had just entered old age. Mao looked at his great-grandfather fanatically, and he believed that Yi was a living god. King Yi, those cunning and treacherous sea people like wolves have invaded our continent. Our vassal in the north has been defeated by them. They are marching towards us. Their sea snake gods have joined the battle. Our warriors have gathered and are waiting for you to lead them in the battle of gods. Mao said respectfully. The people in the Sky tribe believed that the other side had already sent out gods, so only the most powerful King Yi could defeat the gods. After listening to his great-grandson's report, Yi stood up from the throne. Yi was still so fierce and powerful. At the age of 130, his aura was just like when he killed the 12 beasts. Yi was still naked, with a lifelike blood-colored tattoo. An unknown aura surrounded him. A huge tiger bone helmet was worn on Yi's head, and the roar of the tiger could be heard faintly. God? I will slaughter him, bathe my body with his blood, imprison him in my body, and let this so-called God become a symbol of my military power. Yi's voice was domineering and powerful. Striding out of the palace, hundreds of blood-marked warriors gathered outside the palace, and a bloody aura hovered over them. This was the most powerful warrior of the Tian tribe. Let's go! Yi's voice sounded, and the blood-marked warriors made way for a passage. Yi walked in the front, and the blood-marked warriors followed behind. The war between the Tian tribe and the Hai tribe started, and the war between the central continent and the western continent also started. The warriors of the Sea tribe, accompanied by the warriors of the tribes they conquered, rushed towards the direction of the Sky tribe with more than 20,000 warriors. Only the warrior class of the Sky tribe was responsible for external wars, and the number of blood-marked warriors was very small. In this battle, 400 vs 20,000. When the two sides met, they all stopped. The Sea tribe's Feng Shen stood on the head of their sea serpent god, looking down at Yi and the blood-marked warriors. People of the Sky tribe, become believers of the sea serpent god, we will forgive you, hand over your property, offer it to the sea serpent god, and you will be spared. The voice of Feng Shen rang out among the two waves of people. Feng Shen was the person responsible for feeding the sea serpent god, and he was also the person with the highest status in the Sea tribe. The warriors of the Sky tribe were indifferent. Their king Yi did not believe in God, so they did not believe in God either. They believed in the strong. Yi looked at this giant snake like a mountain, and his heart was also shocked, but more excited. He had not encountered such a strong creature for a long time. Attack! At the command of the god, the army rushed to Yi's side in a black mass. The coalition forces composed of the defeated tribes and the Sea tribe warriors were very imposing, but the gap could be seen after the collision with the blood-marked warriors of the Sky tribe. The blood-marked warriors were like cutting melons and vegetables when they met the army composed of the defeated and the merchants. They suffered a partial defeat as soon as they came into contact. Yi's only target was the giant snake. Yi bent his bow and shot the arrow, aiming at the eyes of the sea snake god. The sea snake god knew that the little guy below was aiming at him and even dared to attack him, but the sea snake god thought that these little guys could not cause any harm to him. Once the war broke out, the sea snake god didn't know how many humans who attacked him would be eaten. The sea snake god made a mistake, and Yi's arrow directly hit him. The arrow shot into his eyes, breaking his defense. The arrow spun and destroyed his eyes, and he became violent. As the sea serpent god became violent, his huge body, like a mountain, kept swinging, killing many people in the battle, and the blood-marked warriors who were hit would also turn into meat paste. The earth also shook under the swing of the big snake. This is the power of God, it seems a little weak. Yi looked at the violent sea serpent god, accumulated power, and collapsed, and the earth cracked in a spider web at the place where he jumped, and Yi jumped dozens of meters high. At this time, Yi's body was surrounded by blood-colored gas, and various phantoms of ferocious beasts appeared around him. Feng Shen, who was on the head of the sea serpent god, found Yi. At this time, he was very frightened. He had never seen anyone who could jump so high, and Feng Shen also saw the strange phenomenon on Yi. But Feng Shen soon calmed down, and he seemed to have thought of something. Warriors of the Sea tribe, attack the gods on the opposite side. This is a war between gods. Feng Shen ordered the warriors of his tribe to move closer to Yi and attack. He regarded Yi as a god. Feng Shen knew that the warriors of other defeated tribes who were dragged in were useless. Only the warriors of his own tribe could win the war between gods. Countless arrows shot at Yi in the air, but they were all bounced off by the blood-colored airflow around Yi. The number of blood-marked warriors was too small. They could not help their king Yi, because it would take a long time to kill 20,000 pigs. Today, kill the gods! Yi roared and punched the sea serpent god. The phantom of the beast on his body also roared and punched the sea serpent god with his fist. Roar! The fist hit the sea serpent god. The sea serpent god roared in pain, and his body swung randomly again, hitting Yi. Yi was hit by a huge force, spitting out blood, and then was hammered into the ground. Seeing their king Yi being hit, many blood-marked warriors burst out with great fighting power, killing the enemies in front of them and rushing towards Yi. Yi quickly got up, and with another leap, he beat the surrounding Sea tribe warriors into pieces, and then Yi pounced on the sea serpent god again. Yi found Feng Shen who was commanding on the head of the sea serpent god. He found his giant bow, bent the bow and shot an arrow at Feng Shen, but was blocked by the sea serpent god. The arrow shot into the body of the sea serpent god, which did not cause any harm this time. The sea serpent god swung his body and hit Yi. Yi dodged quickly, but the blood-marked warriors and the sea tribe coalition below were not so lucky. Just after dodging, the tail swung again. Yi had no way to dodge again in the air, so he had to muster up all his strength and punched with the roar of the beast. Yi's size compared to the sea serpent god is like an ant compared to an elephant, but in this collision, Yi has the upper hand. Yi punched out, smashing the sea serpent god's tail, and blood and flesh splattered, but this was just a small wound for the sea serpent god. Blood tiger style, condensation. Yi roared, turned into a blood-red giant tiger, and pounced on the sea serpent god. The battle has just begun. Chapter 7. The enemy was in a state of panic, but he was still alive. Yi pretended to pounce on the sea serpent god, but he was actually targeting Feng Shen, who was above the sea serpent god. As long as he was killed, the coalition forces would be completely defeated, and he might interfere with the battle between Yi and the sea serpent god. Seeing a bloody tiger with bared fangs and claws pounce on him, Feng Shen had to leave the top of the sea serpent god and jump down directly, then disappeared from Yi's sight. One of the sea serpent god's eyes was blind, but there was still one. When the sea serpent god saw Yi jumping above his head, he opened his mouth and swallowed Yi. King Yi has been swallowed by the alien god. Kill these people quickly and break the alien god. The leader of the blood-marked warriors, Wu Xiao, shouted. This was a 3-marked warrior in the tribe with 3 beast tattoos. Wu Xiao was surrounded at this time, but it was only a matter of time to rush out. Wu Xiao saw Feng Shen falling down and rushed towards him, intending to kill the guy who started the war. Yi fell into the body of the sea snake god, where there was corrosive liquid, corroding the blood on Yi's surface. Blood rat style, switch. Yi switched his form and became a blood-colored giant rat with fangs. These forms were all the forms in which Yi killed beasts. Rats were the best at digging holes. Yi bit the surrounding flesh and blood frantically and dug holes out. The sea snake god felt pain and suddenly danced wildly again. The mountains and rivers were shaped differently, the continent shook, and the coalition began to flee. Feng Shen fought off Wu Xiao's attack and was out of breath. The nearby blood-marked warriors surrounded him. The defeated troops had already fled, leaving only some of the main warriors of the sea tribe fighting. The warriors of the sea tribe were also very strong. 4 of them could deal with a blood-marked warrior of the first level. Your god has been swallowed by the sea serpent god. Why don't you surrender? Feng Shen began to verbally harass him. Wu Xiao didn't say anything. He waved his spear and stabbed Feng Shen. Feng Shen dodged repeatedly. Bang! Yi burst out of his belly. At this time, Yi's aura was even stronger. When Yi made a hole in the belly of the sea serpent god, he found that swallowing the flesh and blood of the sea serpent god made his body stronger. Yi looked at the sea serpent god with fanatical eyes. Is this divine power? I can get more powerful power by swallowing you. Yi laughed at the mad sea serpent god. Feng Shen glanced at the sea serpent god. There was a big hole in the middle of the sea serpent god's body. As the sea serpent god waved his body, blood rained from the sky. The blood fell on the blood-marked warriors, and the tattoos on their bodies quickly absorbed the blood, and then the fighting power became stronger, and the warriors of the sea tribe retreated step by step. Feng Shen took advantage of Wu Xiao's inattention and quickly escaped, leaving his god and warriors behind. Yi's aura became stronger and stronger. Let me show you my preparations for killing gods. Yi had prepared for decades just to kill gods. Even if this god was very weak, he would go all out, otherwise it would be a waste of preparations. Boom! Yi's hair stood up straight, his muscles swelled and grew, his body grew bigger and taller, and the blood vessels in his body bulged and moved, as if there were mice drilling in them. The blood was painted in the shape of flames, and 12 blood beasts condensed out, and a longbow composed of air appeared in Yi's hand. Yi bent the bow and put the arrow, and the flames in his body poured into the bow and turned into an arrow, and the blood beast turned into the pattern on the arrow. Boom! The arrow shot out with a thunderous sound, and Yi gathered all his strength into it. Bang! The arrow shot into the head of the mad sea serpent god. After a moment, there was a loud noise, and the head of the sea serpent god exploded. 12 blood beasts broke out of it, and then dissipated in the sky with a bloody rain. Tick, tick! It started to rain in the sky, dripping on Wu Xiao's face. Wu Xiao licked the blood on his mouth, feeling the power of this divine blood. The earth was full of broken limbs and corpses, some from the sky tribe, some from the defeated army, and some from the sea tribe. Yi fell to the ground, the sun shone on his resolute face, and the blood of the sea serpent god dripped down. Yi couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. Is this a god? So weak. In the records of the Sky Tribe later, Yi, the unique king, led 400 warriors to fight against 20,000 sea warriors in the battle between heaven and sea. Yi killed the sea god with an arrow, bathed in the god's blood, and became the ancient god's lair. The sea god is the god of the Western Sea tribe. He started the war of gods and fought with Yi in Zhongzhou. He was killed by Yi. After his death, the world mourned and blood rained all over the world. The earth shook, and the waves roared. Ron had watched Yi's killing of the gods, and thought it was difficult, but it seemed that it was not the case. Yi was no longer on the same level as the creatures in this world. Is this the son of the world? So terrifying. However, when Ron was browsing this history, new history had already occurred. In the world, thunder roared, volcanoes erupted, the earth's crust moved, and storms covered several continents. Hey? The son of the world disappeared. Ron was surprised again. I just finished reading Yi's history. The son of the world is suspected to be dead, and the energy of the son of the world returns to the world. The world is expanding, and it will last for 3 years. After Yi killed the sea serpent god, he disappeared. Only death can make him unavailable. The world's luck gathered on him returned to the world, and his energy fed back to the world, which made the world promoted and the world expanded. Ron checked the panel. World, nameless small world LV10, world level is being upgraded. Heavenly Deo, Ron. World area, 9,845 square kilometers, rapidly expanding. World specialties, none. World description, a small world with a microstar, which has initially formed a world internal circulation, has intelligent creatures, is a newborn world protected by the laws of the universe, can absorb a small amount of cosmic energy, is expanding, has reached level 1, and the root of chaos is being notarized. World power, 1.57 ounces, 3 decimal places omitted. Good guy, Yi's death directly brought about 0.50 world power, and what the hell is the root of chaos? Ron had to ask the system. Yi is a special product produced by the world itself for development. Whenever this kind of creature is produced and dies, it will bring disaster or development to the world. Yi has broken through the upper limit of the world's strength, so his death will feed back a lot of power to the world. The root of chaos is the rule creature of the universe, responsible for notarizing the world, removing the cancer produced by the universe, maintaining the existence of the universe, notarizing the rules between the balanced paradise, and formulating the rules of the world. The root of chaos? After Ron carefully browsed the information, he understood. The root of chaos is the maker and maintainer of the rules of the universe. He protects the development of the low-level world. Now Ron's world is at the bottom protection layer, and the world's promotion at this time is to move up 1 level. After the world is upgraded, it will be notarized by the root of chaos, and the world will become a notarized world. As for more information, Ron can't understand it, and the system does not give much information at this time. I just know that the universe is a pyramid, and the root of chaos is the channel connecting the layers of the pyramid, or the root of chaos is the pyramid, but the different places of different worlds form the pyramid, and the world exists on the root of chaos. Anyway, it's too brain-burning. Although Ron has no brain at the moment, after seeing the news, he feels like he will fall asleep if he continues to read it. Chapter 8. After a while, the world upgrade was completed. Perhaps time was slow in the eyes of the cave people in the world, but it was fast here in Ron, and 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. World upgrade completed, please name the world. Ron was a bad namer, and he thought for a long time before giving this world a name, name it the cave world. Named successfully, the world is upgraded, and the system unlocks new functions. Please explore it yourself. Ron checked the new functions unlocked by the system. There are 3 in total. Species creation simulation, time flow control, world item notarization. Species creation simulation means that Ron can create species, and then the system will simulate the changes that occur when the species is put into the world. Time flow rate control can speed up or slow down the world flow rate, but it cannot exceed the rules of the root of chaos. The first order world has a time speed range of flow rate. World item notarization means that the products of the world can be notarized, and then the notarized items will have special effects due to special rules. As for what they are useful for, they may have to wait until the next stage to upgrade and unlock the system function. After a preliminary understanding of the function, Ron continued to observe the world. Since he was gone, Ron turned around to observe Feng in the eastern continent, the caveman which called Feng. Feng looks very thin, a little old man, wearing shiny animal skins, and he lives in a valley. Feng looks different from Yi. Feng is more like an ordinary person, but this ordinary person has lived for more than 150 years. This valley is full of herbs. It is the training place for witch doctors of various ethnic groups in the eastern continent. Hundreds of tribal coalition warriors are stationed nearby, and all those life-extending potions come from here. Ron did not look through the past of Feng in the world log, but only glanced at it. Feng was not like Yi who could evoke other people's memories at a glance. Okay, Ron began to study the species creation simulation. Thinking of the mythical species he had seen on Earth, Ron began to fabricate. Please use the species of this world as the basic template. Ron chose the unicorn snake as the basic species template. Soon a species panel appeared in front of him. Species name, Jiaolong. Talent, soaring in the clouds and the sea, hundreds of meters long, 10 meters in diameter, with the ability to call the wind and rain, and a strong body. Species simulation is being generated, evaluated, and the panel is being improved. A one-horned dragon appeared in Ron's mind. Its neck had white patterns, and its back had blue patterns. Its chest was ochre. Its body and limbs were colorful like brocade. It had 4 legs. The front end was like a wide paddle for paddling. There were hard flesh thorns on the tip of its tail. There were protruding flesh blocks crossing between the eyes on the upper eyebrows of the dragon's eyes. System evaluation, extraordinary species. The cave world currently does not allow creatures of this level. This species can reach the 5th level in its infancy. Forcibly evolving to create a void consumes at least 1,000 ounces of world power. Damn, is it so fierce? Ron continued to try to evolve other species. Angels, western dragons, demons, goblins, elves, 9-tailed fox demons. No matter whether it was the species in the western or eastern mythology of the earth, they could not be evolved. The world level was too low. These were creatures that could only be produced in a high-energy world. Just when Ron lamented that this function was useless, the system suddenly gave a prompt. The host can create species with low-level transformation, and the species can evolve. Ron tried some. The angel became a birdman, which was a caveman as the basic template, with wings on both hands and claws on both feet. The appearance is incomparable to that of an angel. The low-profile version of the dragon is a unicorn snake with the appearance of a dragon, without the skills of calling the wind and rain. After the goblin is simplified, it is a dwarf with green skin and no magic attributes. So, if you remove the mythological or magical attributes from them, they can evolve, right? Indeed, the low-profile simplified version of them can adapt to this world, but the original species without magic will be completely useless in this world. The host understands those species on Earth that failed to evolve. These species will soon die out if they evolve in this world. Forget it, Ron continued to look at the world. After the world was upgraded, some ordinary energy began to appear in the world. For example, the basic 5. Elemental energy. According to the Earth novel, it is the time of spiritual energy revival from the end of the Law era. Therefore, some newborns with supernatural powers appeared in the new generation of cave people, such as Yan who rubs flames with his hands in the Yang tribe, Nong who controls the growth of plants in the Tian tribe, Bo who controls the river water in the Hai tribe, and Mang who gathers soil into stone in the Witch Doctor Valley of the eastern continent. The Long people with a very low sense of existence entered the tribal era. These Long people in the seabed used seaweed and cave rocks to build some underwater buildings. The first to enter the tribal era were the tribes in the sea near the central continent. This tribe of Long people is called the Jiao tribe. Their main source of food is a large mammal marine creature called the shark. The leader of the Jiao tribe is called Poseidon. Poseidon picked up a trident when he was out. It flowed into the ocean during the war between the Hadean tribe. Poseidon used this trident to become the first warrior of the tribe, and forcibly turned the settlement into a tribe. The Long people had a collective concept. Poseidon was very smart. He set his identity as the incarnation of the god of the sea and killed many sharks and megalodons that threatened the tribe. After Poseidon became the leader of the tribe, he often observed the creatures on the shore. He found that the creatures on the shore were very smart and had similarities with himself. Poseidon learned from the cave people on the shore. So the tall man had an underwater stone house, and the probability of the tall man being attacked by the predatory fish on the seabed was reduced. Poseidon trained the tall men in the tribe and started his external expansion. Why is this tall man named the same as Poseidon, the god of the sea on earth? Ron asked the system. The development of the world will be affected by the world's heavenly way, and the emergence of these conditions is affected by the host's subconscious. I don't even have a body, and I have a subconscious. Ron couldn't help but complain. Continuing to observe, as time passed, Poseidon seemed to have mastered the use of water elements. So the first systematic skill book in the cave world appeared, but it was passed down by word of mouth among the elders of the mermaid tribe. Those elders who successfully mastered the skills would become the warrior class initially formed in the mermaid tribe, that is, the middle class, belonging to the nobility. What's going on? Isn't it only for newborns? With the initial increase in energy concentration, some gifted creatures can also master it. Poseidon has been favored by some world luck. Next, the cave world will usher in a trend of creatures' strength increasing all day long. Very good, Ron understood again, that is, the world has entered a period of great contention, and many talents will emerge. Ron began to look forward to it. What exciting stories will these people have next? The characters that appeared in these worlds gave Ron the motivation to persist in the long years. If Yang, Yi, Shi, Feng, and Yu are the representatives of the old cave people, then the representatives of the new era are Yan, Nongbo, Mang, and Poseidon. The five people summarized the use of the four elements of wood, water, fire, and earth, and formed four skills of using elemental energy in a rough way. Poseidon gained the power to control water, and continued to study and grow. He unified the southern sea area of the central continent. Poseidon often wandered on the sea controlling the waves, and killed the merchants of the sea tribe and the fishermen of the central continent tribe, plundered the ships on the ocean, and controlled the important trade routes of the sea tribe. The sea tribe, which lost the sea serpent god, no longer had the domineering attitude on the ocean. They sent people to negotiate with Poseidon, but they were killed by Poseidon because of the language barrier. Poseidon began his journey to rule the ocean. He constantly launched wars in the ocean and expanded his territory. For those elders who had not entered the tribal era, this was a dimensionality reduction attack. Poseidon was very smart and hard-working. He was either on the way to plunder or studying. Poseidon quickly understood the things he got from the plunder, especially the words engraved on the bone fragments of the eastern continent. Poseidon quickly learned the words and medicine of the Witch Doctor Valley, but many herbs were not available in the ocean, so Poseidon used some old elders and patients in the tribe to experiment. In this year, Poseidon created a medicine unique to the elders, paid a huge price, and left behind the tradition of using old elders to test medicine. When Poseidon was 50 years old, he unified the ocean of the cave world on the surface, created the sea god guard to patrol the ocean, and Poseidon called himself the sea god. The cave people on the continent knew that there was a sea god Poseidon in the ocean. Because of the appearance of Poseidon, the sea tribe suffered a blow to its business and gradually weakened. The decades-long war between the giant stone state and the 100 Beasts alliance in the southern continent ended. They used the Stone River, the first river in the southern continent, as the boundary, forming a pattern in which the giant stone state occupied 60% and the 100 Beasts alliance occupied 40% of the continent. Poseidon integrated the power of the elders and built his city in the deep sea of the southern sea area of the central continent. He combined the sea god city of the sea tribe to build a larger city and named it Atlanta, which means the residence of the god in the endless ocean. When Poseidon was 60 years old, he discovered that there were many powerful creatures in the ocean, so he started his journey to conquer these ocean giants. When Poseidon was 60 years old, the great witch Feng of the eastern continent died, and his body was preserved by the Witch Doctor Valley with special herbs and hidden in the abyss of the Witch Doctor Valley. Mang became the great witch of the Witch Doctor Valley. He was very ambitious. Many witch doctors from the Witch Doctor Valley controlled the power of their tribes. Therefore, under Mang's operation for decades, a huge force emerged in the eastern continent, the Witch Kingdom. Mang called himself the king. He compared himself to the King Yi who killed the gods in the central continent. After the establishment of the Witch Kingdom, rebellions continued. The tribes were not used to Mang's rule. In simple terms, the tribal leaders felt that he, a healer, did not know how to govern the tribe. Therefore, the eastern continent saw the phenomenon of local wars under the rule of the Witch Kingdom. Mang established the Witch Doctor Association and transformed the Witch Doctor Valley into the Witch Doctor Association. Then Mang established the Witch Guard and began his journey to suppress the rebellion. Nong in the center became the leader of the Tian tribe, but he was not qualified to be the king. Nong became the leader of the tribe and led 81 blood-marked warriors to occupy the north of the central continent and established the northern barbarian tribe. Nong improved the quality and yield of planted plants in large quantities, and improved the characters passed down from the eastern continent, compiled them into a book, and required the warrior class of the tribe to learn the characters, calling this kind of characters the cave characters, which was the second language of the cave people. Under Nong's hands, the first real book appeared. This book was a summary of Nong's methods on how to absorb the power of the wood element in the world. The name of the book was Methods of Plant Energy Extraction and Use, but the Tian tribe advocated the blood vein warrior system, so only some people in the Tian tribe who could not become blood vein warriors learned this method, and these people were weak and sick. Nong's lifespan was very short. When Poseidon was 70 years old, Nong died at the age of 67 in a war with the Headless. After Nong's death, Jin inherited the position of the leader of the Tian tribe. After Nong's death, he left many books, including Plant Planting Encyclopedia, Heaven Tribe Herbal Planting, Basic Training Methods for Blood Vein Warriors, History of the Tian Tribe and Plant Energy Extraction and Use Methods. These are the most precious treasures that Nong left to the Tian tribe, but Tian carried forward Nong's spirit and promoted the books left by Nong. Jin is Nong's grandson. He is born with the ability to extract the gold element energy from the world. Jin is the second strongest blood vein warrior in the history of the Tian tribe, a 7-veined blood vein warrior, and the metal weapons in Jin's hands are particularly sharp. Jin also wrote a book like his grandfather, Methods for Extracting and Using Metal Energy. Jin led the Tian tribe to start a war with the Headless Baiman tribe in order to kill the Headless and avenge Nong. When Poseidon was 80 years old, his Atlanta was completely built. It was built in the cracks of the seabed abyss, spanning 8,000 meters across the seabed abyss, 7 stories high, with buildings crisscrossing and crisscrossing. A bowl-shaped wall wrapped the entire city. This city is inhabited by 50% of the tall people. Poseidon lives on the top floor. If there is an attack from foreign enemies, Poseidon is the first line of defense. Poseidon believed that a great tribal leader was the most powerful warrior of the tribe, who could kill all external threats. In the 20 years between the ages of 60 and 80, Poseidon defeated many giant creatures in the ocean. For example, the spiky squid, the heart-shelled volcanic crab, the megalodon, the flame lobster, the disc whale. Poseidon challenged all the powerful creatures recorded by the tall people in the ocean until he met the unicorn snake. He had known it in the information of the cave people, but thought it was an exaggeration. With just 2 whips, Poseidon was beaten and fled in a hurry. At this moment, Poseidon realized how powerful the existence called King Yi among the cave people was, and he could actually kill such a powerful creature. Poseidon was hit, so he returned to the tribe and lived a decadent life. He selected tall beauties, learned the witch kingdom and established the kingdom of Atlanta. He called himself the king of the sea god, married 36 wives, and lived a life of drunkenness and dreams. This made Ron, who was observing him, feel both amused and helpless. Poseidon was very powerful, almost catching up with Yi before the world was upgraded. But now that the world has been upgraded, there is more energy. Those huge creatures tend to absorb energy faster and become stronger faster, so it is normal that Poseidon cannot defeat him. If Poseidon continues to develop his energy system, he will definitely be able to defeat the unicorn snake in the end. Chapter 10. Compared to the representatives of other times, Poseidon is more powerful, just like Yi's representative in Yi's era, he is unique. When Poseidon was 90 years old, his reputation had spread all over the world. The cave people knew that there was more than one intelligent race in the world. Poseidon learned the language of the cave people, and the sea tribe, which reflected on itself, also learned the language of the elders and started business with Atlanta. After the decline of the sea tribe in the west, a new business tribe was born. They were stronger than the sea tribe, and more than a dozen giants were born in the tribe, that is, the kind with a height of 2 meters. Compared with the cave people in this era, whose average height is only about 1.5 meters, they are indeed giants. The Shang tribe robbed the craftsmen of the Hai tribe, built their own ships, and developed their own trade routes. Even if the Hai tribe returned to the ocean business later, it could only compete with the Shang tribe. When Poseidon was 100 years old, he woke up and began to continue to study his own power. He also created his own characters, Chang, in imitation of the character Dong. Poseidon began to leave a legacy for his kingdom. Poseidon could feel that if he failed to break through his own power, he would die, but if he did not break through, he would die of old age, so he began to prepare, because once he died, the former Ocean Overlord High Tribe and several other powerful tribes on the continent would retaliate against the Changren, because there would be no Poseidon himself, an invincible figure on the ocean, to suppress them. Poseidon summoned all the scholars born in the past few decades of Changren and began to leave a legacy for Atlanta. So, the power of the sea god's halberd method, the magic of wave control, the magic of storm, the body exercise method of Changren, sea magic water spout, sea magic water spike, and the sense of Poseidon's power were born during this period. Poseidon passed these books to all the tall people in the cave world, and Poseidon began to clear obstacles for the kingdom and led the sea gods to clear the ocean predators hovering around the tall people's settlements in various parts of the world. The cave people can often see Poseidon riding the waves and wandering around in the sea with the sea god guards, just like decades ago. The cave people called this phenomenon the Sea God Patrol. Poseidon also reached a treaty with the Sea Tribe. Atlanta will provide escort for the Sea Tribe, and the Sea Tribe will hand over 50% of the profits. Some nobles in the Beast Alliance who captured tall girls were also killed. Poseidon not only swore his dignity in the ocean, he began to invade the continent forcefully. The tall people who practiced the power of the sea can already survive on the continent. Poseidon coveted the fertile land of the cave people. He wanted to leave a good life for his descendants. So, the Kingdom of Atlanta and the Beast Alliance broke out in war. Although Poseidon was very powerful, the war machine of the Beast Alliance, which was in war for many years, was even more powerful. Even the Beast Alliance developed a volcanic rock explosion machine. Poseidon might die after being hit by hundreds of cannons. Under the powerful weapons of the Beast Alliance, Atlanta's first war against the land failed. Poseidon began to study war machines and established the Atlanta Weapons Research Institute and the Atlanta Magic School. He called the energy he used magic energy. Poseidon started to study magic and weapons. Ron observed Poseidon and felt that this kid seemed to be very powerful, both good at fighting and smart. Soon Poseidon found out that there are 5 elements in this world, namely gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. He discovered it by observing the strong people on various continents. Ron found that there seemed to be some incredible toys on the southern continent. The southern continent is simply a weapons continent. Many weapons on other continents come from here. Various strange weapons, especially after the world is upgraded, various energy-containing minerals appear, which are all used in weapon making. The world is expanding, which means that the content of metals is also rising. The cave people are now in the Bronze Age and have begun to make iron tools. In order to see these weapons of the southern continent, Ron went to read the world log of the tall man invading the Beast Alliance. In a small seaside town in the north of the southern continent, the sky was dark clouds were swirling, and lightning was constantly shuttling through the dark clouds. The sea was roaring, and the huge waves seemed to be waving their arms, and wave after wave of waves hit this small town called Gouda. Although the Beast Alliance, it is an alliance composed of tribes, but because of the long-term war, they learned the city-building technology of the Stone State and built many cities in the rear. Gouda is a salt city, which provides half of the salt production for the Beast Alliance. Today, Gouda suffered the most dangerous moment in the 40 years since its establishment, the attack of the Kingdom of Atlanta. Gouda has a wall facing the sea. At this moment, this wall is being hit by huge waves and is beginning to crumble. Gouda is behind the Beast Alliance, and there are not many garrisons. This is the garrison of the Horse Tribe, and only a small number of Horse Tribe warriors are recuperating here. Boom! After a loud bang, the wall facing the sea was collapsed by the huge waves, and the sea water soaked into this small city of thousands of people, followed by the soldiers of Atlanta. Poseidon stood on the biggest wave, wearing a set of azure armor and holding a trident. The rest of the waves around him were carrying thousands of Poseidon guards. Although the Poseidon guards looked numerous, they looked like a ragtag army. Not only did they not have uniform armor, but their weapons were all harpoons, fish bones, or stone spears. Only some generals around Poseidon had metal armor and metal weapon sets, and these weapons came from the cave people in the shipwreck. My warriors, attack these shrimps on land. They captured the people of our kingdom, which is an unforgivable crime. I will declare war on them in the name of Poseidon. Poseidon's voice resounded throughout the sea. These tall soldiers were excited, roared, and waved their weapons. Poseidon waved the trident in his hand, and the waves surged into the ancient city. The tall people attacked the Beast Alliance. These small battles were not worth Poseidon's effort. The excited sea god guards slaughtered everyone in the city, but dozens of Beast Alliance warriors who were recuperating here killed hundreds of sea god guards, which made Poseidon very angry. The news of the fall of Gouda reached the Beast capital, the defensive giant city on the front line of the Beast Alliance. This is the largest city in the Beast Alliance. All the tribal leaders of the Beast Alliance are here. They received the news and became furious after a moment of silence. Chapter 11. The enemy was in a state of panic. These stinky fish in the sea are too rampant. They not only robbed our fishing boats, but now they dare to attack our cities. A skinny but strong-armed young man among the tribal leaders looked very gloomy. He was the leader of the horse tribe, with amazing arm strength and good riding and shooting. This time when Gouda was captured, the horse tribe lost half of its population and one-third of its warriors. If some of the tribesmen had not been grazing outside, it would have been wiped out. What do the other leaders say? What do you think? We should dispatch warriors from those tribes to repel them. They are heading back to Jiancheng, which is the territory of the pig tribe. The leader of the lion tribe, who has the most say among the tribal leaders, spoke. This leader's name is Shishan. He is 1.9 meters tall and tamed the largest male lion in the territory of the Beast Alliance with his bare hands. It was a male lion after the world upgrade. I will lead people there now. The leader of the pig tribe was tall and fat. When he stood up and walked out, the hall was shaking, but he was the second strongest among the leaders. The leader of the pig tribe led 1,000 wild boar knights and set off first, followed by the subsequent magic weapon troops. The fox tribe, the rat tribe, the ox tribe, and our wolf tribe should gather quickly. I will personally lead the army to wipe out these fish in the sea in one fell swoop. The continent is not their sea. The leader of the wolf tribe is lean and capable. He is the strongest commander among the Beast Alliance troops. He has fought for 30 years at the age of 40. He is known as the three pillars of the Beast Alliance together with the leaders of the lion tribe and the fox tribe. The fox tribe is good at providing advisors, the ox tribe is good at providing strong men, the rat tribe is good at providing scouts, and the wolf tribe is good at providing grassroots commanders. The characteristics of the people in these tribes are just like the names of their tribes. The front line is in charge of the lion chief. These things must be solved, otherwise the consequences will be serious. After the leader of the fox tribe said this, he followed the departing leader of the wolf tribe. The warriors of the four tribes were ready to go, and the 10,000-man army set off in the direction of Gouda. Returned to Jiancheng. At this time, the sea god guards were far away from the ocean, and their combat effectiveness had dropped by at least 30%. If they had not practiced the skills summarized by Poseidon, I am afraid that the decline in combat effectiveness would be even more terrible. The sea god guards were constantly attacking the city wall. Poseidon smashed the city gate with a halberd, and then the sea god guards attacked Huiqian city. Poseidon watched the sea god guards fighting with the pig tribe garrison behind the army. Huiqian was far from the front line of the Beast Alliance, but it was a big city with 500 wild boar knights in the city. One wave of attack could harvest hundreds of sea god guards. If it weren't for Poseidon in the back and the sea god guards leader attacking the opponent's formation, the sea god guards would have been defeated long ago. Our warriors are still too weak. Poseidon frowned, and his guards leader, who was also his son, named Siren, stood next to him. Father, they are not as many as us, we can defeat them. Siren said on the side. What if we don't have as many people as they do? They have more people and better fighting skills than us. Although we are stronger than them, we can't beat them one-on-one. We must be good at analyzing and learning from the enemy. Poseidon said, turning his head to look at his eldest son. Siren was not as strong as his father, and not as wise as Poseidon, but Poseidon loved him very much and took him to teach him. Knowledge is something that belongs to you. You have to understand that these caveman cities are full of knowledge. You can also gain knowledge by observing their battles. Just when Poseidon was educating his son, the sea god guards completely attacked Huiqian, and the smell of blood began to spread. A river of blood flowed out of the main gate of the city. Father, there are still civilians in the city. Siren was a little reluctant. When he was born, his father had already established the kingdom of Atlanta. He had not experienced the bloody tribal era and he still maintained goodwill. The people in the city are not my civilians, and those who are not of my race cannot be protected by me. You must remember that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Moreover, we are invading them. This is a war. Poseidon's voice was cold. 2 hours later, the sea god guards slaughtered Huiqian. More than 10,000 civilians in the city were all killed. The pig tribe would not graze. Boom! Poseidon turned and looked into the distance. A cloud of dust rose. The sound of the earth shaking disturbed the clouds in the sky. The smell of the soil diluted the bloody smell of Huiqian caused by the massacre. Their large army is coming. Gather the troops and line up to fight the enemy. In the ocean. The war was different from the war on the mainland. Poseidon was very excited. He could learn very few ways to command the war. Merchants rarely did this kind of business, so he couldn't rob it. The command of the Sea God Guard was very poor. It took a long time to assemble. By the time the assembly was completed, the wild boar knights had arrived. Looking at the river of blood, the angry pig leader led 1,000 wild boar knights to attack the Sea God Guard. Attack for me, revenge for the tribe. Revenge. Revenge for me. The pig leader's eyes were already red. His wife and son were in the city. The wild boar king under his crotch noticed the anger of his master and rushed into the Sea God Guard formation with his master. With one impact of the wild boar king, more than a dozen Sea God Guards were smashed. The weapon of the pig leader was a long hammer. With a wave of horizontal smashing, more than a dozen Sea God Guards' heads were smashed. Poseidon kept commanding and changing the formation to besiege this wild boar knight. His command ability was constantly improving. Poseidon had a strong learning ability and was adapting to the war on land. However, the quality of the Sea God Guards was too poor, and they failed to execute the order well, which made Poseidon very distressed. Moreover, the combat power of the pig leader was too strong. Many Sea God Guards leaders had been killed by him, and Poseidon personally went down. With a wave of the trident, the waves rose from the soles of Poseidon's feet, and the big waves covered the battlefield. In the water, the Sea God Guards recovered their combat power. The wild boars under the wild boar knights were submerged one after another. The knights were separated from their mounts, and their combat power decreased and they were slaughtered by the Sea God Guards. Only the huge wild boar king was as high as the diffuse sea water. The pig leader looked at his slaughtered subordinates and howled angrily, "My warriors, my people, you deserve to die." The pig leader swung hammer after hammer, and one head after another exploded. The blood of the tall man was blue, and the body of the pig leader had been dyed blue. The Sea God Guards began to fear him and stay away from him. Our warriors are still too bad. Poseidon sighed on the crest of the wave, and then rode the huge wave to hit the pig leader. A huge wave hit the pig leader. The pig leader's pupils dilated, and then his body quickly became thin. He was burning his body's energy. He knew that if he couldn't resist the huge wave, he would die. This was the intuition he had trained on the battlefield. The pig leader burned his body and hit it. A wild boar phantom as high as the waves collided with the waves. Boom! The waves collided with the wild boar phantom and exploded. The sea water was blown to the sky, and it rained in this area. However, the pig leader died. He was cut open by Poseidon who was hiding behind the waves. He was cut open together with the wild boar king under him, and died with reluctance and hatred. You are very strong, but you can't hit the second time. Poseidon looked at the body of the pig leader. The ocean created by Poseidon turned into a sea of blood, floating with the bodies of the pig tribe warriors and the bodies of the Sea God Guards. Before Poseidon could sigh, there was another earthquake. "Father, the enemy is coming again." Siren pointed to the distance, where there was a smoke of war that was bigger than before. The leader of the wolf tribe brought the warriors of the 4 tribes to Huiqian and saw that Huiqian had been submerged by water, a vast ocean. The leader of the wolf tribe was called Lanja, and the leader of the fox tribe was called Huli. Lanja looked at the dead boar knights and sighed, "We are still late. The pig leader has died in the battle. I am afraid that the pig tribe is gone." Huli looked at Lanja with sarcasm in his eyes, "Yes, we are late." Lanja deliberately slowed down the march, used the boar knights to consume the opponent's combat power, and sent scouts to observe the opposite side. In addition, the pig tribe is a supporter of the lion tribe. The Beast Alliance is preparing to implement a new system and establish the supreme ruler, the Beast King. Lanja and Shishan are the most likely candidates to become the Beast King. The pig dies and the fox mourns. Give the order to let the bull leader blow up the sea. Lanja gave the order. Hundreds of volcanic stone blasters were pulled to the front of the formation. These were the latest war machines, used to deal with the walls of the stone state. Boom, boom, boom. Poseidon looked at the volcanic stone blasters pulled to the front of the formation and was a little confused. Why didn't these cavemen charge forward like the ones in front? But after a moment, his heart was filled with shock. Amid the loud noise, hundreds of stones more than 10 meters in size wrapped in flames blasted towards the ocean created by Poseidon. Boom, puff. The former was the explosion caused by the stone hitting the water, and the latter was the sound of the flames hitting the water. Those sea god guards who were soaking in the water and curiously looking at the fireballs in the sky were killed. They had never seen this thing. Half of the sea water disappeared directly. The first round had just passed, and the second round of attacks came again. Poseidon had just been hit by a fireball, and his entire appearance was burned black, but it was okay. Seeing the second round of attack, Poseidon waved his trident, and the strong wind and huge waves rushed towards the fireballs, trying to knock down these attacks. But only a few dozen were washed away, and the rest fell into the sea. There was another wailing. The 2 rounds of attacks on the sea god guards lost half of their warriors. Poseidon felt the energy in his body and could only wave it 4 more times before he could not continue. The energy was insufficient. The third round of attack came, and the fireballs were accompanied by a rain of arrows. There was not much sea water in the second round. Boom! Tens of thousands of cavalry launched an attack on the sea god guards. The scene of tens of thousands of cavalry charging was very shocking. Ron couldn't help but think of a saying on Earth, less than 10,000 cavalry, more than 10,000 are invincible. A collision of flesh and flesh began, and the war between the continent and the ocean also began. Poseidon found that his sea god guards were being slaughtered. He kept waving the trident, but it could only slow down the opponent's slaughter of his troops. Lanja found Poseidon who had emerged on the battlefield and ordered, use the stone blaster to attack the enemy's generals, use them all. After all, Poseidon's swing would knock hundreds of soldiers away and dozens of soldiers killed. There are our soldiers there. Fox Power said. The war will end if we kill him. Lanja kept his eyes on the battlefield. Poseidon, who was fighting, suddenly felt a huge sense of threat coming, which would only happen if it caused a fatal threat to him. The main reason why Poseidon could survive until now is that he can bend and stretch, not to mention that the elders don't have the tradition of fighting to the death. Poseidon immediately swept the huge waves and fled to the ocean with Siren and some generals. Chapter 12. A sudden incident interrupted Ron's watching of the war movie. Ding dong, the cave world is marked by the main god space. Ding dong, the cave world is marked by the abyss paradise. Ding dong, the cave world is marked by the purification paradise. A series of prompt voices sounded in Ron's mind, and Ron was full of doubts. After the prompt sound was played, Ron asked the system, what's going on? Main god space, chaotic and disordered camp, the blood-sucking worms on the root of chaos, the culprit for destroying many worlds. Paradise, orderly camp, abide by the rules of the root of chaos, sign contracts and compete for the ownerless world. 2 brief introductions to these forces appeared in Ron's mind. The Lord God Space and the major paradises are in a state of confrontation. The Lord God Space will generally plunder the world's resources at one time, causing the world to be destroyed, while the paradise will rob the world and notarize it, regularly harvest the world's resources, and form a benign development. So one is a robber who does not abide by the rules, and the other is a tax collector who abides by the rules, right? Host, please note that if you are marked by the Lord God Space, the Lord God Space will deploy reincarnations to destructively harvest the world, and will send reincarnations higher than the world limit. Is the world's shield ineffective? The other party is destroying the protection rules of the root of chaos, and then forcibly invading the world. When will they come? 10 years. 9. Fuck, so fast. Ron was panicked. He didn't expect that the Lord God Space would come just after it was marked. He just didn't know how they would deploy it. What can I do to stop their invasion? The host cannot directly destroy the other party at present, but can interfere with and destroy the other party under natural factors, and control the world to repel them. What do you mean? Isn't it normal for the lightning formed when it rains to strike them? It is also normal for rocks to hit them when there is a landslide. The host can destroy them under reasonable conditions. Under abnormal conditions, the main god space may detect and interfere with the world to a large extent. So that's it, Ron understood. The other party has deployed reincarnations in the central continent, specifically in the southern area of the Tian tribes rule in the central continent, with a total of 7 people. The other party has deployed reincarnations in the western continent, specifically in the border area between the Shang tribe and the Hai tribe in the western continent, with a total of 4 people. The other party has deployed reincarnations in the southern continent, specifically in the ancient city of the 100 Beasts Alliance in the southern continent, with a total of 10 people. Is it divided into 3 batches? So there could be 3 teams? System: does the Lord God Space have a team-forming function? The Lord God Space reincarnators form teams, with 3 to 5 people in the team, not counting servants, and can form a guild, with 1 to 500 people in the guild, a legion, 50 to 5,000 people in the legion, a rest area, and more than 5,000 people. When the reincarnator has no team, the team will be automatically matched. Small worlds like the Cave Heaven world should not send out guilds, so there are 2 teams in the central continent, 1 team in the western continent, and 2 to 3 teams in the southern continent. Ron first looked at the reincarnators from the central continent. Li Dong is a reincarnator who has experienced 3 worlds. This time, the world he reincarnated in is the newly opened native world of the Lord God Space. This mission is mandatory and extremely dangerous. He borrowed the reincarnation points in the Lord God Space and could not return them, so he was put here and randomly formed a team. Li Dong began to sort out the information in his mind. The main God Space does not provide information. Only the identity of the reincarnation can be obtained. Li Dong sorted out the information in his mind. They are as follows. 1. This is a place called Tian Tribe. 2. His identity is a blood vein warrior stationed at the southern outpost. 3. The current leader of the tribe is called Jin, who has the ability to control weapons. There are only these incomplete messages in his mind. Li Dong didn't understand what a blood vein warrior is. Then the task of the main God Space is. Task 1. Kill a LV-15 LV-20 native character of the cave world. Task progress, 0/1. Task 2. Obtain the information of the world and get corresponding rewards according to the degree of perfection. This task is a collective task for all reincarnations. Task progress, 0.2%/100%. Task 3. Find and kill the son of the world. Task progress, 0/1. Task 4. Create a transmission altar and leave a space anchor point for the main God Space. This task must be completed. The more anchor points left, the higher the reward. Task progress, 0/5. Hint: you can return to the main God Space after completing 2 of the tasks and obtaining a C-level evaluation. If you do not meet the task standards, you cannot return to the main God Space. The time limit for completing this task is the world rejection time. After reading the task and the prompt, Li Dong looked a little unhappy, because if he could not return to the main God Space and was rejected by the world, he would die in the void. But Li Dong was very confident. Li Dong experienced 3 worlds, namely Naruto World, Pirate World and Tianlong Babu World. These are all fantasy worlds, which are the worlds used by the main God Space to train novice reincarnations. After getting a B-level evaluation and 2 C-level evaluations, Li Dong exchanged for Chunin-level chakra and several fire escapes, as well as iron blocks in the Pirate World and iron sand palms in Tianlong Babu. According to the level classification of the main God Space, Li Dong is now a 2nd-level reincarnation, and is considered to be a stronger existence. He believes that he can complete these tasks and return to the main God Space. After Li Dong calmed down, he began to look for his teammates in the outpost. According to the deployment habits of the main God Space, people in the same team are usually nearby. Walk out of the house. Li Dong glanced around and saw that the surrounding area was surrounded by stone walls. There was a high stone platform where the walls connected to each other, and there were soldiers on guard. The outpost was not big, with only a dozen houses. Li Dong found that his birth point was the largest, which meant that his status might be very high. A dark warrior wearing animal skins walked past Li Dong and greeted him, "Master Dong, aren't you going to the tribe to report the change of guard today?" "I want to change guard myself." Li Dong nodded, "I'll go later. So I have to find intelligence and news on how to change guard. What do you think I should do? Walk or what?" Li Dong asked. "Master Dong, of course he rode a black cow, unlike us who can only walk. Master is a blood-marked warrior." The warrior replied. "What's your name?" "My name is Xian." "Very good, thank you for your suggestion." Li Dong nodded. "Master, do you need me to bring your black cow from outside?" Xian asked. "Then go." Li Dong found a stone and sat down. Li Dong found that the humans here seemed different from the previous world. They had parts that had not degenerated, such as small ears, and they were very short. Li Dong was a head taller than the warrior just now. Thanks to the main god space, they did not find that Li Dong was different from their Lord Dong. Soon Xian brought a big black cow. Which road should I take to get closer? Li Dong asked. Sir, isn't there only the northern road leading to the southern settlement of the tribe? Do you know any other roads? Xian asked in confusion. Oh, I remembered it wrong. I'll go first. Li Dong got on the big black cow and went out of the north gate of the outpost. The black cow slowly led Xian away. Sir, take care. Xian looked at Li Dong with envy. He also wanted to become a blood pattern warrior and have his own mount, but unfortunately his body was not good, so he could only practice the skills taught by the agricultural leader. The black cow seemed to know the way, and it took Li Dong to walk slowly to the north. Li Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was not afraid of getting lost. Li Dong was alert all the time, but time passed quickly. Soon he came to a stone city, a city built of stone, just like the medieval castle on earth. There were a few words engraved on the gate, and several warriors wearing animal skins were standing guard. Oh, it's Master Dong. Hello, Master Dong. The soldiers greeted Li Dong one after another. Li Dong nodded, and then entered the city under the eyes of the soldiers. Soon, Li Dong connected to the team channel, which can only be connected to if you are within 1 kilometer of the captain. Cat 2, is anyone in Nanshi City? Please reply if you receive it. Flowers are very red, I am in Nanshi City. Is Mao Er the captain of the team? Mao Er, I am. Dong Da Yi, I just came back from outside to change guard. Does the captain know any information? Cat 2, come to the 7th cave at the foot of the East Mountain to find me. Li Dong rode the black bull towards the east. The natives he met on the road saluted Li Dong. Li Dong responded at first, and then accepted it calmly. Soon he arrived at the east. There was a mountain in the east. There were many caves on the mountain. Li Dong found the first cave at the foot of the mountain. 7 caves. A girl wearing animal skins sat at the entrance of the cave. Seeing Li Dong approaching, the girl was very happy. Uncle, who are you? Dong Da Yi. I am Mao Er. Li Dong nodded, and then asked, where are the others? I can't contact them. I contacted them for most of the day, and only 2 people responded. Then do you have any news? What information have you obtained in the past half day? Li Dong asked. This is my second mission. How did you, reincarnation points? I took out a loan to buy a magic girl transformation device. I like it so much. Li Dong silently gave a thumbs up, worthy of being a newcomer. This magic girl Mao Er began to talk about the news she knew. While she was chattering a lot of nonsense, the team members also came one after another. 6 people were listening to the magic girl talking nonsense, and finally a grumpy old man stopped her. Hurry up and tell the main point. We don't want to hear about your battle with the magic girl in the previous world. Then the magic girl nodded and started talking nonsense again. The 6 people resisted the idea of getting rid of this magic girl, and then listened to the magic girl's nonsense. Chapter 13. After listening to a lot of nonsense, Li Dong barely extracted the information from the nonsense of this damn magic girl. If this magic girl was not the captain, Li Dong wanted to give her a beating. Regardless of the magic girl who continued to nag, Li Dong began to analyze with these teammates. Our team's mission is to cause unrest in the current situation of the world and kill 10 so-called blood-marked warriors. Blood-marked warriors are a kind of training system here, but I don't know how strong they are. They seem to have a 12-mark level division. We are now in the Tian tribe, the dominant force of this continent. The strongest is the tribe leader Jin, who seems to have some mysterious power. There are also some people in the tribe who have these powers, but they are very weak. We have to change our guard. If we don't change our guard, we will be held accountable by the tribe. We can stay in this world for 15 days. This is the specific time we are excluded by the world. My name is Li Dong. I have experienced the world of Naruto and know some ninjutsu. After saying the news, Li Dong began to introduce himself. The grumpy old man just now spoke second. My name is Wang Dalong. I have experienced a medieval world and my body has been strengthened. Soon, several people finished introducing themselves. According to the division in the game, Li Dong is a warrior, Wang Dalong is a tank, the magical girl is a nurse, there is also a long-range output, a scout, and 2 mages. After understanding each other, several people began to discuss how to carry out the team mission. So should we go to change guard? Asked the scout in the team. Yes, and we will do the team mission when it is close to the time of departure. We should complete the personal mission first. We should be able to successfully create a riot in a stable hegemonic force, but it should be difficult to survive until the return time. Li Dong glanced at the scout. We will have a chance to return after completing the personal mission, and we will bear the punishment for failing the team mission when we go back. Li Dong said lightly. Then let's all go to change guard first, go to the sacrifice to get the replacement materials, and come back here to gather in 10 days. We will all prepare our own things, and it would be best if we can have some explosives. Li Dong left after he finished speaking. After all, these are temporary teammates, and they have to deal with their own things first. Teammates can attack each other, but they cannot attack the captain. The captain's death mission fails and is punished, so unless the benefits of this reincarnation are greater than the punishment or there is no choice, they will kill the captain. After completing the personal mission, if there is a life-threatening situation, Li Dong will kill the captain, and if the mission fails in advance, he can return to the main god space. Ron observed and influenced the strong men from various continents to approach these reincarnationists. Under Ron's operation, the reincarnation team of the Western continent was discovered by Bo of the Sea tribe. Their identity concealment did not work at all for this kind of world luck owner. After Bo discovered them, he mobilized the army to capture them directly, captured 3 people, and killed 1 on the spot. The main god space has no anchor point in this world, and all the reincarnations who entered the world for the first time to carry out the mission failed to exceed the world limit. Bo is a representative of the times, and his strength has long surpassed the world limit. After the team was captured, 2 people committed suicide and 1 was controlled for research. A team from the southern continent was killed by weapons from the Giant Stone State after friction and fighting because they were on the front line between the Giant Stone State and the 100 Beasts Alliance. There are 2 more teams. One team in the Giant Stone State created a riot and was beaten to death by 20,000 soldiers mobilized by the Giant Stone State. Then they were taken to sacrifice to the heaven. The Giant Stone State thought that they were sent by the Beast Alliance, and then the 2 forces started a war again. The last team completed the task, but because of the outbreak of war, only 1 person successfully returned to the main god space. Li Dong, who spent a few days at the rotation site, was still surprised that someone completed the task so quickly. Now only 7 people from the central continent are still alive. These 7 people are special. Their captain is the same person, but they are 2 teams. 13 days passed in a blink of an eye. The 7 people gathered again. Li Dong secretly killed a blood-marked warrior and completed the task. This made Li Dong realize the strength of the blood-marked warrior. Through observation, there are 100 blood-marked warriors in the southern city. 7 were replaced by them, and there are still 93. If all 7 people have completed the killing task at this moment, then there are still 86. The blood-marked warrior killed by Li Dong is the second. It took dozens of rounds of fighting to kill the blood-marked warriors with 4 patterns. Currently, there is 1 4-patterned warrior, 7 3-patterned warriors, 16 2-patterned warriors in the southern city, and the rest are 1-patterned warriors. If a riot breaks out, this force combined can easily kill the 7 of them. Li Dong sat there thinking until the magic girl shook him. Uncle Li, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how to make a plan. What plan? Li Dong ignored the magic girl and discussed with several other reincarnations. We have to separate these blood-marked warriors. They can easily kill us when they gather together. Have you completed the killing mission? All the reincarnations nodded, and only the magic girl said weakly, I haven't completed it. I haven't even killed a chicken. Li Dong ignored her again. I will protect the captain if we take action later, and you will have to implement the plan. I plan to create a violent explosion under the statue of Yi God. At that time, the blood-marked warriors in the city will gather, but some areas will not gather, and the blood-marked warriors at the north gate will not gather. We will kill them and then destroy the northern city area. I have prepared enough explosives. Our escape route is to go north, and destroy the gathering places of these tribes while walking. There are only 1 or 2 blood-marked warriors in the settlements separated from the Tian tribe. The more northerly the settlements of the Tian tribe, the more there are, and the greater the damage we cause, so that the completion rate of our mission will be higher. Wang Dalong nodded in agreement, and then suddenly looked up and asked, what if we encounter a patrolling hunting team? Li Dong gestured to him to rest assured, now most of the blood-marked warriors have been summoned to the northern front to fight against the northern barbarian tribe, and now is not the hunting season. The small problems and small opinions of the other few reincarnations were all solved by Li Dong. Li Dong is the only one here who has experienced 4 reincarnations and is also the most powerful. Boom! This special team of reincarnations succeeded. The statue of Yi was blown up, they successfully destroyed the northern city, and Li Dong and his men went all the way north. But a big man from the Tian tribe was touring the south. Jin repelled Wu Xiao's attack on the Tian tribe, and Wu Xiao led the tribe to retreat into the mountains in the north again. After the war, Jin had a premonition that something in the south was attracting him, as if the sky was pulling him. Jin, with hundreds of blood-marked warriors, went all the way south, hunting beasts and opening up abandoned roads. Then Jin received the news. Chief, there was a rebellion in the southern city. 7 blood-marked warriors led by Dong destroyed the northern part of Nanxi city, killing hundreds of tribal members, and more than a dozen blood-marked warriors died in battle. They also destroyed the statue of Yi God, using weapons that seemed to be the weapons of the Beast Alliance mentioned by the merchants of the Sea tribe. Jin frowned after hearing the news. Dong was a very brave and loyal warrior, a 3-marked blood-marked warrior, and he was a young man. It was impossible for him to betray the tribe. What might have happened? Jin's inner feeling became stronger. Chief, they are heading north, slaughtering tribal members along the way, and all the remaining warriors in each settlement died in battle. Jin's momentum became fierce. Compared with the tribesmen around him, Jin's 1.9-meter body was a little giant. Go south, mobilize troops to encircle and suppress them for me. Jin was very angry and confused. Li Dong and others found that it seemed that there were more people encircling and chasing them recently. Fortunately, there were still a few hours to complete the mission. However, with Ron's intervention, the troops quickly found them and they were surrounded. That's right, in the last hour, they were surrounded. Jin came to the cave where Li Dong was hiding, surrounded by many blood-marked warriors. Jin was like an angry lion at this moment, staring at the cave in front of him. Looking all the way, he saw that more than a dozen settlements were bleeding like a river. Seeing the death of his people, Jin went berserk. Dong, come out! Jin's voice resounded through the clouds, and the small tree shook under this voice. Li Dong listened to the voice outside and held on to the boulder blocking the cave entrance. There were only 3 people left in the team, Wang Dalong, the magic girl and Li Dong. Li Dong didn't expect to meet the tribal leader who was on a southern tour in the last few hours. The rest of the people were all pushed out by Li Dong to slow down the opponent's pursuit speed. Seeing that Li Dong didn't come out, Jin went forward directly. A punch was thrown, and the hill shook. Li Dong only felt a huge force coming from his back, and then Li Dong was embedded in the wall of the cave. He fell to the ground a few seconds later, but many bones in his body were broken. Wang Dalong looked at the cave entrance in horror. Li Dong knelt up and looked at the cave entrance. A tall figure walked in, and his shadow covered the 3 people. You are not Dong, you are the evil god, you replaced Dong. King Yi's guess is indeed correct, there is an evil god between heaven and earth. Jin looked at the 3 figures. Jin had seen the captured reincarnations. To others, they were the people they replaced, but to Jin, they were completely different, and they were of different races. The evil god blinded the eyes of the tribe, which is why you are like this. Li Dong's pupils shrank slightly. This native could find him and punched him directly. Li Dong wanted to kill the magic girl and then return to the main god space. Jin would not let him do what he wanted. After a punch, Li Dong and Wang Dalong turned into meat paste, and the magic girl's legs were broken. After a moment, Jin walked out of the cave. Take the things inside back to the tribe. Chapter 14. The 2 of them were seriously injured when they came back. An hour later, the magic girl disappeared. Her mission was completed. She was the only one left in the team. She returned to the main god space with a look of fear. The rest of the members were all killed. Li Dong's idea was not realized. He died. In the mission hall of the main god space, the 2 people who came back alive caused an uproar. The main god space would not lose so much when exploring such a small native world, and both of them were seriously injured when they came back. After the treatment in the main god space, they were invited away by the big guild. After these reincarnations died in the world, Ron found that the world seemed to have changed, with some other energy and the rules further improved. If they did not complete the mission while alive, they would be rejected by the world, but if they died, everything would be detained by the world. This wave of self-addition gave Ron an ounce of world power. After the death of the reincarnationists, the world will detain all their belongings, and the origins of other worlds contained in them will also be detained together. Ron further inspected the world. In addition to the original 5 elements, it seemed that some secondary element energy was also produced. For example, ice energy and dark energy. There are some free energies that do not belong to this world, the content is very low, and only exist in the places where those reincarnationists died, such as chakra energy. Chakra energy has mutated in this world, or more precisely, it has been assimilated. Perhaps after a long time, the chakra system will appear in this world. Except for the reincarnationists in the southern continent, the bodies of other reincarnationists after death were collected for research, and the bodies of the southern continent were buried in the corpse pit. Those reincarnationists exploded after death, and the items in their space were intercepted and sent to the research sites of various tribes. The first wave of reincarnation in the main god space ended, and Ron began to look forward to their next wave of release. If more than 10 or 20 people died, the world power would increase by 1 ounce. If there were more, it would be prosperous. Ron's influence on the world was carried out by the world power. Without the world power, the world could only operate by itself. When a world usually has the heavenly Deo, it is already at the 7th level. At that time, the heavenly Deo can basically spend the world power as long as it is in the world. However, the operation of the world rules of the 7th level is already perfect, so the heavenly Deo of the 7th level world rarely uses the world power to interfere with the world. Ron is an outlier. When the main god space usually reincarnates a world with the heavenly Deo, it reincarnates dozens of reincarnators in the resting place, and adopts the soul-piercing mode. The so-called traversers on Earth are like this, but the treatment is different. After being discovered, they will be a flash of lightning. As for the flesh-piercing, before entering those worlds, the heavenly Deo and the root of chaos will kill those reincarnators. The heavenly Deo may not be able to deal with the main god space, but it is absolutely no problem to kill the reincarnators. Ron can also raise those reincarnations, but he has to consider the problem of being discovered by the main god space and the problem of insufficient world power. After all, such a low-level heaven has never been seen, and it may be raised after being discovered. After the reincarnation incident ended, time flowed again. 1 day passed in the main god space, and decades may have passed in the world. When they come next time, hundreds of years may have passed. 100 years have passed, and the world has also changed a little. Poseidon died, and he left behind a powerful Atlanta empire. Siren inherited his throne and enfeoffed 6 princes and princesses, dividing the world sea into 7 seas. Siren ruled the largest sea in the center, and the rulers of the other seas paid tribute to Siren. These 6 are called sub-kings, which means the highest-ranking person under the king. Their duties are to submit offerings and protect the royal family. The 6 are Habo sub-king, Dongling sub-king, Teyadaya sub-king, Jiao sub-king, Babing sub-king, Shenese sub-king. Their prefixes are the names of the seas, and the central sea is the Atlanta Sea. In the past 100 years, the Beast Alliance split up, and the East Lion Kingdom and the Northwest Wolf Kingdom and many small countries were established. The Giant Stone State established the Giant Stone Kingdom, and the hero King Shi Kaiang became the king of the Giant Stone Kingdom. The southern continent formed a situation of 1 superpower and 2 powers. The Tian tribe in the central continent established the Tian Kingdom. The Shang Kingdom and the Hai Kingdom were established in the western continent, and many alliances were established, among which the Qin-Luo Alliance and the Nidaraz Alliance were involved with the Shang tribe and the Hai tribe. Yan in the northern continent established the Winter Kingdom. As for the representative of the previous era, Poseidon is dead, and Yan is almost dead. Mang's life was extended by the medicine of the Witch Kingdom. After the Witch Kingdom obtained a scroll from the Sea Kingdom, it developed witchcraft and used dark energy to cast spells. Nong is dead, and the king of the Heaven Kingdom is now Jin. Bo of the western continent died unexpectedly while studying the items of the reincarnationists, but left some research results before his death. The era of Yan, Nong, Bo, Mang, and Poseidon has passed. As the saying goes, a new generation is better than the old. A wizard emerged from the old tribal forces of the Witch Kingdom's resistance army, who created a wizard training system and was called a demon. Wei, the son of Yan of the Winter Kingdom, is the strongest in the kingdom. The Winter Kingdom has created a skill system that uses the fire element to train the body, so the people of the Winter Kingdom have a very bad temper. Ji of the Sea Kingdom took over the position of the Lost Bow and conducted research on the reincarnationists again. They also believed that these people were foreign gods, and studying them could gain the power of gods. An ambitious leader named Wu Yi appeared in the Shang Kingdom. He learned a skill called Basic Body Training Method from a scroll left by the reincarnation. This made him very strong and he could fight against hundreds of warriors from the kingdom at the same time. Under Wu Yi's rule, the Shang Kingdom's development momentum was the first in the Western continent, and the maritime trade reached its peak in Wu Yi's hands. The Lion King Dongs, the Wolf King Yabo and the Hero King Shiqiang of the southern continent were collectively known as the three great warriors of Nikado. The southern continent entered the era of nations. The original members of the Hundred Beasts Alliance absorbed the blood-marked warrior system of the central continent and formed the beast-marked warriors. The beast-marked warriors were branded with the beasts that their respective kingdoms had worshipped since the tribal era. After the world was upgraded, the totems of these tribes' worship also produced magical powers. The highest realm of the beast-marked warriors was to bring the totems on their bodies back to life and gain the power of God. The Stone Kingdom formed a sacrificial martial arts system under the development of Shiqiang, which was to sacrifice a weapon, store energy in the weapon, and use the weapon to fight during battles. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of the warriors of the Stone Kingdom will decrease by at least 70% if they lose their weapons. The Hero King Shi Qian created a hero sword and a hero armor to suppress the southern continent with one person. The headless tribe of the northern barbarians in the central continent was killed by the new warriors. The northern barbarians were ruled by Qi and divided into 82 small tribes, collectively known as the northern barbarians, and Qi was respected as the leader of the tribe. The northern barbarians optimized and improved the blood pattern warrior system. They began to absorb the energy between heaven and earth to construct blood patterns to strengthen their bodies. Qi was the second blood pattern warrior in the tribe to reach the 12 patterns, and he tied with Jin several times. The overall development of the world is here, and some unpopular cultivation systems have also emerged. For example, the Do Qi system and the Beast Soul system of the southern continent, the Night system of the western continent, the Medicine Magic system of the eastern continent, and the Beast system of the northern continent. These are some representative systems, and some systems have no one to practice after the death of the founder, and they are all imperfect systems. Ron felt that he could make a push, so he used the power of the world to move the remaining chakra energy to a small island. In fact, in addition to the 5 continents, there are also some islands, but the cavemen on these islands are not well developed, and some have not even entered the tribal era. Ron transferred these chakra energies to a small island with only more than 2,000 cavemen, and increased the concentration of chakra energy in this area, so that people in this area can extract chakra. After doing this, Ron began to use the power of the world to absorb cosmic matter to expand the world. The world must be developed, and enough strong people can deal with what happens next. Ron wanted to fall asleep. He also observed for a long time and wanted to rest for a while. Before falling asleep, Ron added rules to the world. The friendliness of creatures in this world to alien creatures is repulsive, which is engraved into the operation of the world. There is no place for soul reincarnation in this world. After the death of creatures, the souls will feed back to the world and promote the development of the world. System, wake me up when there is an invasion by reincarnations or a major event in the world. System received, whether to turn on the hosting mode. Host, please set the system assistant interference option. Ron selected several options, such as investing the world's power into energy when the world's energy concentration is not enough. The cave world is developing too fast, and the energy converted by the world itself is not enough to be absorbed by the evolution of the world's creatures. In addition, the extension of the lifespan of the first generation of creatures means that the time cycle of feeding back to the world will be extended. During this period of time, the energy concentration will decrease, and Ron will interfere. We can't let these geniuses enter the point where the road is dead. After making preparations, Ron fell into a deep sleep. Just as Ron was sleeping. At that time, this world welcomed a guest. In an unknown place in the universe, a huge planet was rotating, protected by a white transparent film. Thousands of people in black robes were floating outside the planet, watching the planet, and they seemed to be waiting for someone. The crowd began to make noise. A man in a black robe with dark golden patterns appeared above them, and a huge spirit enveloped them. Now, launch an attack on this planet. This is the order of the Supreme God Yesmora. Yes. These black-robed people turned into a beam of white light and hit the white film. Some of them went in, but more people were turned into nothingness by the white film. A great war between universes is starting. Chapter 15. The host was awakened. Ding dong, the reincarnator has come again, waking up the host. Ron felt that he had only slept for a short time, and he had already woken up from the earth. System, how long has it been? 50 years have passed since the cave heaven world, and the reincarnator has invaded again. This time, 10 teams have been deployed, all located in the southern continent. In addition, the world has been further upgraded and has broken through to the second order world. Please observe the specific changes. Hey! How could such a big change happen in just 50 years? Ron put his consciousness into the world and checked the changes that had taken place in the world in the past 50 years. In the 10th year of Ron's sleep, Mo killed Meng and established the Dark Kingdom. A large number of hidden strongmen in the Wizard Valley came out and suppressed the development of the Dark Kingdom. The Dark Kingdom's cultivation system is the dark magic created by Mo. Practicing this system will generally reduce the appearance and become gloomy and strange, so these dark magicians are feared by civilians. In the 20th year, Jin's lifespan reached the end and he fed back to the world. Since then, all the leaders of the second generation of the era have died, and the world has been promoted. The death of these 6 people has further improved the 5-element rule system. In the 50th year, the Sea Kingdom once again possessed the Sea Serpent God. Ji changed his name to Ji Fengshen and inherited all the wealth left by the first generation of Fengshen. What new functions are there after the world is promoted? Ron observed that the changes were not very big, just the world was upgraded. Increase awareness of new function launch. Detailed. The host can project consciousness and enter the world to experience life. Consuming 1 ounce of world power can construct a reincarnation body. When the strength of the reincarnation body reaches a certain level, it returns to the way of heaven and returns the world power. However, the reincarnation body will have a mystery in the womb. Only when it reaches a certain strength can it obtain some memory fragments. Oh, this new function is interesting. Ron has been sleeping and observing all the time. He feels that he seems to have changed. No one except the system communicates with him. After this function, Ron wants to see what this group of new reincarnations wants to do. All 10 teams are full teams, so there are a total of 10 reincarnations in this batch, but they seem to belong to different forces. Ron feels that there is a breath that seems very familiar, so he asked the system to search for records. It turned out to be the only surviving reincarnation in the central continent before. Yes, it is a magic girl, but the magic girl's outfit seems to be much richer. After the magic girl went back, she was invited by a guild called Aries. Then the guild made the decision to explore the native world. After the magic girl received a lot of benefits, she joined the vanguard. Aries guild invested a total of 30 second-level members, and the remaining 20 were from other guilds. Only a few days have passed in the main god space, but decades have passed in the cave world. Kitty, was this area the last time you came? The leader was a captain of the Aries guild, who was also the main leader of this pioneering team. His name was Aries 3. No, it was not here when I came last time. The temperature here feels more comfortable. The place where I was last time was very hot, and I feel that the energy concentration is stronger than last time. The magic girl hurriedly replied. Aries 3 frowned. The time flow rate of this native world is unstable, and it may have been a long time. You go to the nearby area to collect information and see what the situation is. This time, the main god space did not assign them identities. They directly entered the time in the flesh and entered through the previous space point. Aries 3 looked at the main task this time. Main quest, survive in this world for 30 days and establish more than 1 space trace point. Quest reward, reincarnation points x200, the rest of the rewards are issued according to the quest completion standard. Side quest 1, kill the king of the Lion Kingdom. Quest reward, S-level quest evaluation x1, reincarnation points x5000, level 3 treasure chest x5, special treasure chest x1. Side quest 2, kill the king of the Wolf Kingdom. Quest reward, SS level quest evaluation x1, reincarnation points x8000, level 3 treasure chest x10, special treasure chest x1. Side quest 3, kill the hero king Shi Kyung. Quest reward, SSS quest evaluation x1, reincarnation points x30000, level 3 treasure chest x10, special treasure chest x5, random equipment extraction x5, quest failure exemption authority x1, level 3 mall unlimited selection x1. Dozens of quests in bits and pieces. There are also some tasks to kill the king, but the most abundant ones are the first 3. These tasks are carried out by all teams at the same time. Seeing these task rewards, many people are jealous. Ares 3 was also tempted when he saw these tasks, but he would not seek death. The main task is only 200 points, and the side tasks are thousands. You can imagine how difficult these tasks are. And there is no task penalty this time. You should know that the simpler the task in the main god space, the heavier the penalty. This kind of no penalty is rare, but it can also prove that the task situation is difficult. As for the generation of these tasks, it is the information collected by the main god space through the point drawing. Ron is very lucky. The controller of the main god space did not notice this. These tasks are just generated by the basic rules of the main god space. Looking at these task lists, Ares 3 roughly guessed that there should be many countries here, but it is not the continent that the magic girl mentioned before. That is the place where another reincarnation who returned alive reincarnated. However, another reincarnation said in the chat channel that there are only 2 major forces, one is called the Beast Alliance and the other is called the Stone Kingdom, but now the Beast Alliance seems to have split, and the Stone Kingdom has become the Stone Kingdom. Soon the people who explored the news came back. They captured several nearby residents and bought the language pack of this world in the main god space. From the mouths of these residents, Ares III's idea was verified, and it was learned that 50 years had passed since the original war, and that the Sky Tribe where the magic girl reincarnated before was from the central continent, and this was the southern continent. They killed the captured natives, who had some inexplicable hostility towards them. They are now in a small kingdom in the original Beast Alliance area, the Rat Kingdom, but the Rat Kingdom is a vassal force of the Wolf Kingdom. Among those side quests, there is a task to kill the king of this country. Ares 3 found that the strongest people in these countries seem to be the leaders of the country. Start collecting materials to build space points. Ares 3 announced the next action, and the magic girl followed him. This was the guild's promise to the magic girl, to protect her actions in this world. The teams of the other 2 guilds did not build space points. They seemed to have other ideas. The collection of materials was difficult. Ares 3 soon received a message that the guild members who went to collect materials were attacked by the natives of the world. Ares 3 and his team were all white people from Soto, which was the appearance of most people in the main god space. They all came from the blue satellite world. The race in this world tends to be cosmic, which is yellow, but the appearance is different. Ares 3 thought that it was the difference in race that made them attacked. In fact, Ron adjusted the rules of the world. The disgust for these alien creatures might disappear if they were friendly, but their full of malice would make the creatures want to attack them. Ron guided the Hero King who was traveling on the continent to approach that area, and then guided the Wolf King and the Lion King to approach them, making their reincarnation a little more difficult. Ron stopped paying attention to these reincarnations. In Ron's perception, if the Hero King attacked these reincarnations, it would only be a massacre. The Hero King is currently the strongest in the world, just like Yi in his time. Ron remembered that when he was sleeping, he seemed to have cast some chakra on a small island. The camera turned to the island. Ron looked at the cave people on the island who had learned to use chakra. They were skilled in using fire escape. They all practiced fire escape. It seemed to be related to the reincarnation. The nature of these chakras tended to be fire. This island was unified. People from the Shang tribe came and went here. It became a sea training base for the Shang tribe. They obtained information from several other continents and established the Fire Country. Ron saw the familiar plot again. Originally, there were 2 primitive clans on the island. After the appearance of Chakra, one named Shasig and the other named Naruto established a village called the Fire Art Village. They called people who practiced Chakra as practitioners. Shasig became the king, and the Fire Art Village became the ruling body of the Fire Country. The Shang Kingdom did some research. They hired a group of magicians to escort merchant ships. They found that after these magicians left the island, the chakra in their bodies could not be restored after using their skills. They had to return to the island to refine it again. The Fire Kingdom has achieved certain development by working for the Shang Kingdom and providing it with a maritime base. However, the magicians of the Fire Kingdom can no longer practice other systems. However, on this island, their combat power is better than that of ordinary magicians of the same level. Stronger. Turning back to look at the reincarnations, I found that they had already started to build anchor points. They plundered the resources of the local cave people and quickly built several anchor points. The teams that did not belong to the Aries Guild broke into the capital of the Rat Kingdom. After several reincarnations died, they killed the Rat King. So these reincarnations began to be noticed by the Rat Kingdom, and began to mobilize troops to encircle and suppress them. The reincarnations continued to kill the Rat Kingdom cave people and destroyed them at will in the Rat Kingdom, showing the destructive power of the reincarnations. They could also get reincarnation points and have a certain probability of exploding treasure chests by killing the residents of the native world. The Rat Kingdom began to ask the Wolf Kingdom for help, and the Wolf King went there in person. The Lion King happened to meet the traveling Hero King, and the two came to the Rat Kingdom together. Ron watched this big show with interest to see how these reincarnations would respond and increase their strength right from the start. Chapter 16. The King of Beasts, the King of Beasts, is the King of Beasts. Shi Kyung, why did you come to our Beast Alliance territory? Lion King Dongs asked the Hero King Shi Kyung. Dongs, there is no need to panic. I am just traveling on the continent. I seem to feel the breath of Bel in the small country ahead. Do you want to go and see it together? Shi Kyung said with a smile. The Lion King was half believing and half doubting, are you really just traveling? Shi Kyung patted the Lion King on the shoulder and said, even if I am not traveling, you can't beat me alone. The Lion King looked at the sword as big as the door panel behind Shi Kyung, and remembered the scene of being beaten away by this thing on the battlefield before, and then fell silent. Okay, let's go see what Yabo is doing. Shi Kyung strode forward, a few dozen meters at a time, and the Lion King hurriedly followed, and then talked to Shi Kyung, the territory ahead is the Rat Kingdom. They are vassals of the Wolf Kingdom. I guess something happened. If the Wolf King Yabo was in front, the Lion King would not be so worried. The two of them would still have the strength to fight against Shi Kyung together. Yabo has arrived in the Rat Kingdom at this moment, leading 500 wolf cavalrymen to chase the reincarnations who were wreaking havoc in the Rat Kingdom. The territory of the Rat Kingdom is not large. It is just composed of a capital, 3 small cities, and more than a dozen towns. It is estimated that the scale is the same as a county on Earth. The Wolf King surrounded a team of reincarnations and trapped them in a small forest. 500 wolf cavalrymen wearing leather armor, carrying bows and arrows, wearing long swords and holding spears, surrounded the small woods of about 3 or 4 acres. The giant wolves riding under the wolf cavalrymen stared at the small woods fiercely and howled from time to time. Wolf King Yabo squinted his eyes and looked at the small woods in front of him. After rounding up, he finally surrounded this destructive team. Set fire, burn this woods. At the command of the Wolf King, the wolf cavalrymen threw rockets into the woods, and soon the woods were on fire. The raging fire spread, and the small woods became a sea of fire. To the naked eye, the air seemed to be deformed by the high temperature of the flames. 1 hour. 2 hours. After 3 hours, the whole forest was engulfed by flames, leaving behind a dark land after the fire, unburned tree heads, and the corpses of some small animals exuding the smell of meat. Keep shooting arrows. The Wolf King seemed to be afraid that these reincarnations would not die. There were several more rounds of arrow rain. The wolf cavalry was the elite force of the Wolf Kingdom. With one arrow, they could even shoot through the leather armor they wore. Throw the spear. The Wolf King continued to give orders. Another 500 spears were shot out, and screams were heard in the woods. Ramp this woods for me several times. The giant wolf, driven by the Wolf Knight, charged back and forth at the grove. This dark land was turned over several times. The last surviving member of the Samsara team was trampled into meat paste without even a scream under these waves of charges. After the last charge, the Wolf King raised his hands, and a giant wolf phantom was summoned by him, continuously sending out energy balls to bombard the woods. After confirming that there were no survivors, the Wolf King left with the wolf cavalry and headed for the next location. After using special props to observe the scene of the Wolf King exterminating this Samsara team, Aries 3 broke out in a cold sweat. Aries 3 didn't think much of the Wolf Knight's attack at first, at least they had several ways to deal with it, but the attack of the giant wolf phantom scared Aries 3 in the end, and the energy ball of more than 10 meters hit him more than 10 times. The people of the Aries Guild diligently built more than a dozen space anchors. In fact, most of the damage to the Rat Kingdom was caused by other guilds. The Aries Guild only killed people when robbing supplies, but other guilds attacked the natives indiscriminately. Half an hour later, many items appeared out of thin air in the forest ravaged by the Wolf King. Another half an hour later, several reincarnations began to search for treasures in this forest. Shampoo? It's useless. Why do these guys carry so much shampoo? Come on, there is an equipment here. Come and see, there is a skill scroll here, but it's a pity that the reincarnation points can't be exploded. The voices of these reincarnations rang out in this land, but they soon stopped talking. Because they found themselves surrounded by a huge group of cavalry, the same cavalry that had just killed another squad. The wolf cavalry looked at them with cold and cruel eyes. These reincarnationists were frightened by the sight. 18 Dragon subduing palms, the arrogant dragon will regret. A reincarnationist made a strike, and a pale golden dragon shadow hit the wolf cavalry. One-horned snake. The Wolf King's voice of doubt sounded. But then the Wolf King stood in front of the wolf cavalry and blocked the strike. But then the Wolf King became furious, dare to deceive me. This strike hit the Wolf King like an ordinary punch, which looked fancy but was actually useless. The Wolf King's figure flashed, and 5 lumps of meat paste appeared on the land. The Wolf King looked at the pile of items in the grove and seemed to understand something. Is this the coming of the outer gods that the Sea Kingdom said? These outer gods are too weak, right? Could they be minions sent by the outer gods? Without thinking too much, the Wolf King ordered all these things to be collected. The 5 reincarnationists who had just been killed also exploded a lot of things after half an hour. The Wolf King left after packing up these things. Ares 3 turned pale again. This native could actually fish. Soon, the Wolf King led the wolf cavalry to sweep the Rat Kingdom. Those reincarnations who wanted to escape from the Rat Kingdom found that there were large armies stationed on all sides. Although they were stronger than the individual strength of the army, they were not those high-level reincarnations. They could pass through the army without getting hurt. They would die if they were surrounded and beaten. 2 teams of the Ares Guild were wiped out, and the other guilds were annihilated. Their appearance was different from that of ordinary cavemen. They could not hide in towns and could only be hunted in the wilderness. The Wolf King led the wolf cavalry to hunt them. Shi Qiang and the Lion King came to the Rat Kingdom and found the Wolf King. At this time, the Wolf King was hunting the remaining reincarnations of the Ares Guild. Report to the Wolf King, it seems that the Lion King and the Hero King are blocking the road ahead. Oh! The Wolf King was a little puzzled. How could these 2 guys be together and come to find him? The Wolf King got off his mount and walked to the front. As expected, he saw the Lion King, the rough man, and the Hero King. He walked to the 2 of them. Why did you 2 come to me? Why didn't the Hero King stay in your giant stone kingdom and run to our Beast Alliance territory? The Wolf King felt the strong aura on the Hero King, and couldn't help but sigh at the rapid increase in the Hero King's strength. I traveled around the continent, and my strength has slowed down at present. Shi Qiang replied. I found that he entered the beast territory, so I followed him. The Lion King also answered. Shi Qiang looked at the agitated wolf cavalry behind the Wolf King, and asked curiously, why is the Wolf King so big? Not only did he station a large army on the border, but he also brought wolf cavalry. The Wolf King's face became solemn. He recounted what happened in the Rat Country and his own speculations one by one. So there are foreign gods coming. I have seen King Yi slaying gods in ancient books, but I didn't know there were such things as foreign gods. According to you, they are going to invade the area where we are. Now the people in the Rat Kingdom are just sent by them to get information. Shi Qiang became interested. After about 2/4 of an hour after their death, many things that have never been seen will appear at the place where they died. The Wolf King said. Conscious. Shi Qiang pulled out the big sword behind him like a door panel, and then inserted it into the earth. The Wolf King felt a strong force coming from the sword, and then it quickly spread out and spread across the earth. The Wolf King and the Lion King looked at each other, and then they looked at Shi Qiang. They all knew that they were no longer each other's opponents. Found it. One part is hidden in a valley in the north, and one is hidden at the bottom of a river. They seem to have special props. In a short while, Shi Qiang found these reincarnations, and at this moment, these reincarnations still had 7 days before the survival mission was over. Hero King, can I ask what realm you are in now? The Wolf King couldn't help asking. After Shi Qiang thought for a moment. According to my own understanding, I am now in the 3rd stage. I regard the development of our weapons as the realm. 1st stage, bronze. 2nd stage, mithril. 3rd stage, alchemy. In my opinion, the 2 of you are actually in the 2nd stage, but you can fight against the 3rd stage. After Shi Qiang expressed his understanding, he commented on the 2. Your beast pattern system is different from mine. I am walking my own way. I always feel that your way is a bit strange. The sacrificial martial arts system I created is also not perfect. The three of them were not in a hurry and began to understand their own cultivation. After all, they had found those reincarnations and they could not run away. I have heard of the blood pattern system of the Kingdom of Heaven and the Kingdom of Northern Barbarians on the Caledoa continent. This seems to have something in common with the beast pattern, but they are better at developing the body than you are, and you are better at developing the god than them. I plan to travel to other continents after traveling around our continent. I hope you can control your own kingdom and avoid large-scale wars. I hope no one will die, which is a terrible thing. Since becoming famous, the Hero King has never killed anyone in the battles he has experienced. He usually conquers people with virtue, and force is only a means for him to achieve virtue. The title of Hero King is recognized by the Nikado continent. After listening to the words of the Hero King, the two nodded in agreement. As for whether they would have a war after the Hero King left, that was another matter. Several people continued to communicate. After some communication, the two couldn't help but sigh that the Hero King had completely walked ahead of them. The beast pattern system was not actually created by the two of them, but was organized and created by a person from the old pig tribe, so they were not proficient in their own cultivation system, and were not as good as the Hero King. Let's go and see these messengers of the foreign gods. The Hero King said. So, this group of reincarnations will face the three strongest people in the Nikado continent. Hero King Shikyong, Lion King Dongs, and Wolf King Yabo. Chapter 17. The three kings came to this valley a long time ago, but the situation was not good. Ares III took the magic girl and hid under a huge rock at the bottom of the river. They used props to create a space. The two of them hid here and did not dare to make any sound. The other 8 people hid in a valley. They didn't know that they had been discovered a long time ago, but they were able to survive until now, so they still had enough experience. The three kings had come to this valley a long time ago. The Lion King asked, Hero King, are you sure it's here? Shi Qiang nodded. He had just realized it with the newly realized power of the earth. Then let me see the strength of these foreign gods. The Lion King stood at the entrance of the valley and shouted loudly, Come out, foreign gods' messengers, you have been discovered. The 8 people in the valley knew that they could no longer hide, so they could only face it head-on. Among the 8 people, according to their positions in the team, there are 2 tanks, 3 wizards, 2 nurses, 1 control system, and 1 warrior. Are you the messengers of the outer god? The Lion King looked at these auras and considered them to be powerful reincarnations. These 8 people have been shocked by the news they have detected with the probe, and they also know that they can't escape this time. Name, Dongs, Regional Overlord Unit. Title, Lion King 3, Title Effect, Weaken the combat power of enemies with lower levels by 5%, Increase attack power by 5%, Increase attack power by 10%, and Reduce damage to mental attacks by 20%. Level, LV29, Second Level. Every 10 levels is a level, and the enemy level is proportional to the threat level. Health value, 100%. It changes according to the degree of injury and cannot be fully digitized. Physical strength x100 equals health. Strength, 120, related to attack power and weight. Agility, 80, related to attack speed and movement speed. Physical strength, 110, related to health, endurance, defense, and abnormal state resistance. Intelligence, 115, related to mental strength, spell damage, and energy storage in the body. Charm, 50, related to social interaction. Luck, 30, the luck standard for ordinary individuals is 5, which is related to the difficulty of the task, equals obtaining opportunities and the success rate of making props. This attribute is extremely difficult to obtain. Skill 1 Lion Power Passive 3, Attack Power plus 50%, HP plus 10%, Attack with 10% real damage bonus, Total Energy in the body plus 20%. Skill 2 Natural Divine Power Passive 3, Strength plus 30, Stamina plus 30, HP plus 10%. Skill 3 Lion God Blessing Passive 2, HP plus 10%, Luck plus 1, Block Success Rate plus 5%. Skill 4 Lion King Power Active 3. The level difference is too large to detect. Skill 5 Lion Pattern Active 2. Skill 6 Lion Pounce Active 3. Skill 18 Fighting Master Passive 3, plus 150% attack power, plus 30% blocking probability, plus 10% dodge probability during combat. Level I derivative skills, plus 50% boxing attack power. Level 2 derivative skills, plus 50% boxing attack power, plus 10% boxing true damage. Level 3 derivative skills, plus 30% boxing attack power, the 100th punch will hit after every 99 punches, level difference does not exceed 10, plus 20% boxing attack speed. Skill 19 Lion Boxing active. Skill 31 Lion King Disintegration active. Suggestion: run quickly. The detector exploded after the alarm sounded. The detector that can be used 10 times exploded on the first use. The 8 reincarnations were tingling. More than 30 skills and a lot of passive skills made their scalps tingle. How could there be such a monster in this world? No wonder the task reward is so high. He is only LV29. There are also LV29 among these reincarnations, but they don't have such luxurious skills. Go ahead, outer god messengers, let me see the power of the outer gods. A lion phantom with a bloody mouth appeared behind the Lion King, roaring at the reincarnators. His fists began to be wrapped by the golden airflow, and the muscles on the Lion King's body swelled, suddenly expanding from 2 meters to 4 meters high, and his shirt was directly torn apart. The Lion King's muscles looked like a work of art, natural and powerful. At this time, the Lion King was like a lion, his long hair swelled and exploded without wind, and the ground he stood on began to. The chapped skin opened, and his momentum was rising little by little. The leading reincarnationist couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He couldn't imagine what shape he would turn into after being hit by the fists that were bigger than his head. Wait! The leading reincarnationist said. What? You want to take my fist? The Lion King seemed to automatically translate the 2 words into what he wanted to hear. The leading reincarnationist took the Lion King's fist with a puzzled look on his face. He was still confused before he died, because he clearly used the language of this continent and only said 2 words. Bang! The reincarnationist who was hit turned into a ball of blood mist. He was thinking about what shape he would turn into just now, but now there is nothing. The other reincarnationists would not sit and wait for death. Although they were afraid of death, it was obvious that the guy in front of him was unreasonable. The Wolf King and the Hero King stood in the distance and watched the Lion King attack these reincarnationists. The Wolf King looked indifferent, and the Hero King seemed to have something to say, but he didn't say it. The reincarnationists were pulled apart in the form of a small team, with the tank in the front. The one who just died was a warrior, the control system commanded the battle, and the 3 mages were output. The nurse used several of her buffing skills on the tank, and their tank lived up to expectations and resisted a few more times, 3 punches per tank, 5 punches 2 tanks. These reincarnationists were desperate. This was not a battle of the same level at all. The control system used shadow binding, and then less than half a second later, the Lion King broke free from control, and the mages' fireballs, earth spikes, and lightning all hit the Lion King. Unfortunately, these seemed to have no effect on the Lion King. The control system was just crushed by the Lion King's head, just when the Lion King wanted to continue to blow up the reincarnationists. Lion King, stop! The Wolf King spoke. The Lion King seemed to be a little bit angry and stopped. Give me a reason. The Lion King didn't like others to disturb his battle. I want to study these outer gods. Their energy system seems to be different from ours. The Wolf King gave his answer. They are too weak. Let me kill them. The killing desire of the Lion King seemed to be aroused. A soft light attached to the Lion King. The Hero King took action and the Manic Lion King calmed down. Okay, you study them. The Lion King slowly turned back to his original form. Several reincarnations escaped. They had just closed their eyes and waited for death. The 2 female nurses collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. They almost died. The others were not much better. Some even had a puddle of water under their bodies. Chapter 18. The Wolf King walked forward and looked down at the terrified reincarnationists. Where are you from? No one among the reincarnationists answered. The Wolf King looked at one of the female reincarnationists, staring at her intently, and condensed a gas-like energy ball in his hand. The condensed energy ball grew larger and larger, and the Wolf King's murderous aura expanded more and more, directly oppressing the reincarnationist from all directions. Tell me something. The female reincarnationist's tears flowed down by herself. She already knew what would happen if she didn't answer, but she also knew what would happen if she answered. She still held a glimmer of hope to survive. We come from the Lord God. But before she finished speaking, all the trapped reincarnations exploded. They violated the rules of the Lord God's space. The Wolf King looked at the meat paste in the sky without any surprise. He had expected it long ago. How could these messengers of the foreign gods not have any means left by the foreign gods? What's wrong with them? The Lion King asked. It seems that their gods don't allow them to leak the news. It's quite harsh. The Wolf King said. There are 2 messengers of the foreign gods. Why don't we go and see them? The Hero King replied. The Wolf King accepted this suggestion, and they went to the next place where the Magic Girl and Aries 3 were hiding. This is a river that runs through the Rat Kingdom and is also one of the important water sources of the Rat Kingdom. Aries 3 hid in it with the Magic Girl. The 3 kings came to this river with wolf cavalry. If you don't come out, I will destroy this river directly. The Wolf King's voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the ears of the 2 people at the bottom of the river. The Magic Girl felt sad for her experience. She was almost beaten to death a few days ago. Now, when she was doing a mission in the same world, she was still beaten to death. She was so lucky. The 2 knew that they could not escape. They did not expect that the natives of this world were so strong. Aries 3 knew that he could not provoke the powerful beings in the side quest, but he did not know that these beings would find him. The 2 slowly emerged from the river, and the 3 kings on the shore were looking at them. After Aries 3 got ashore, he quickly dried his clothes, sorted his clothes, and looked at the 3 kings elegantly. Come with us. The Wolf King looked at the 2. The Magic Girl nodded wildly. Aries 3 would rather die than surrender. He felt that elegance would never go out of style. Then he turned into a ball of blood mist, and the Magic Girl was taken away by the 3 kings. Since then, the second invasion of the reincarnationists ended. The space anchor point they established was guarded by masters sent by the Wolf King, waiting for the next arrival of these reincarnationists. Ron ended his observation of these people. The second invasion of the reincarnationists ended, and Ron gained a large amount of world power again. Ron decided to create his own reincarnation and be born into this world, so that he could better interfere with this world. Eastern Continent. The world was changing, thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. A baby was born in a small village in the Wu Kingdom. The baby's parents were ordinary cave people. They named the baby Hong. At this extraordinary time, Ron's reincarnation was born. Hong's birth brought heavy rain in March, causing the area where they lived to be harvested. Hong's father died in this heavy rain. When Hong was 1 year old, he could run and talk, and could share farm work for his mother. At the age of 3, he could recognize hundreds of witch characters and was accepted as a disciple by a village witch doctor. At the age of 7, he passed the Wu Kingdom's assessment of wizards and became the youngest wizard, which shocked the entire Wu Kingdom and was accepted as a disciple by Huiyu, the strongest wizard in the Wu Kingdom. At the age of 10, Hong had successfully mastered all the skills of Huiyu, suppressed all the wizards of the younger generation, and began to study witchcraft on his own. At the age of 14, Hong built his own wizard tower and became the youngest great wizard. The great wizards of the Witch Kingdom can only be called great wizards if they successfully study witchcraft and build wizard towers on their own. At the age of 16, Hong began to run for the master of the Witch Doctor Valley. At the age of 18, Hong became the ruler of the highest ruling body of the Witch Kingdom, and began to carry out drastic reforms after taking office. Ron watched his reincarnation slowly develop and his strength gradually become stronger. At the critical moment, Ron could consciously descend into this body. This body was actually just living according to the soul instincts separated by Ron. Maybe I can give birth to consciousness in the future, but the reincarnation body at this time is just a container for Ron's consciousness to descend. Ron puts his consciousness on this body, and Ron at this moment is Hong. Ron began to get familiar with this body, and then observed the situation around him. Ron used to watch Hong's life from a god's perspective, and now he has become Hong. Is this what it feels like to have a body? It's great to feel that I am really alive. Ron sighed. However, this body has a sense of rejection towards Ron, and the time of descending will be shortened as the body's strength becomes stronger, until this body completely becomes an individual. Time is short, so Ron wants to see what changes he can make. This body is very powerful. The body constructed with 1 ounce of world power has a talent comparable to that of the sun of the world. At this time, Hong's strength has reached the strength of Shi Kaiang 18 years ago. Ron first began to reform the Witch Doctor Valley. The Witch Doctor Valley was completely integrated into the Witch Doctor Association, and the Witch Doctor Tower Academy was built. Great wizards from all over the country were recruited to become mentors of the academy, and Hong served as the first dean. Then the power of the highest ruling body of the Witch Doctor Valley was deprived, and the Witch Kingdom was divided into 12 regions. The managers of the regions were managed by great wizards sent by the Witch Doctor Tower Academy. They were rotated every 2 years and were not allowed to serve as managers of their hometowns. Then Ron established 6 departments in the Witch Kingdom to select talents for professional management of the kingdom, which was equivalent to the separation of military and political affairs. The Ministry of Finance, the Witch Doctor Department, the Military Department, the Agricultural Department, the Administrative Department, and the Royal Management Department were established. The king of the Witch Kingdom was not hereditary. Ron's reform at this time directly changed this system to hereditary and centralized power. Under Hong's powerful strength, the reform was successfully carried out under blood. The Witch Doctor Tower Academy summoned 74 great wizards. After research, the promotion level of wizards was systematically planned. Wizard Apprentice, Apprentice Wizard, Wizard, Title Wizard, Great Wizard, Tower Great Wizard. Ron further divided each district into 3 small areas, each of which contained 4 cities. The reform absorbed a large number of ordinary cave people into the management, and Hong gained the support of a large number of ordinary cave people. The improvement of the management organization made the operation of the Wu Kingdom several times faster, and the national strength of the Wu Kingdom was slowly rising. Reforms are usually accompanied by unrest, and Ron has to face these unrests that broke out. Chapter 19. After the second incident of the reincarnationists, Shi Qiang began to explore the world, looking for opponents and improving himself. The points built by the reincarnationists were guarded by people, so the Rat Kingdom was merged into the Wolf Kingdom, and the Wolf Kingdom was renamed the Wolf Federation Kingdom. During Shi Qiang's travels, he met Bai Binjawang of the Tall Man clan in the Bai Bing Sea, and the two became good friends. Shi Qiang learned the water avoidance technique here. After staying in the Bai Bing Sea for a year, Shi Qiang's strength was improved to a certain extent. Later, Shi Qiang was introduced to Dong Linjawang by Bai Binjawang. Shi Qiang taught the two kings his sacrificial martial arts training system and popularized the levels of the training system to them. Later, with the help of Dong Linjawang, Shi Qiang went to the Western continent. In the Western continent, Shi Qiang first visited the King of the Sea Kingdom and learned that the hero Wang Yuanyang of the Giant Stone Kingdom was visiting. Ji Fengshen gave him the highest level of treatment. Shi Qiang realized Fengshen's means. After fighting with the unicorn snake, Shi Qiang created the Dulong sword technique and taught this skill to the Sea Kingdom. During this period, a local war broke out in the Sea Merchant Kingdom. Under the mediation of Shi Qiang, the two countries ended the war. Shi Qiang's powerful strength shocked the two countries. His concept of conquering people with virtue has left a huge impact in the minds of the two countries since then. His big sword is called the Sword of Virtue. Shi Qiang also learned the physical training method of the Shang Kingdom, and then transformed the physical training method, leaving behind the second-generation physical training method Hero King Physical Training Method. This improved physical training method is more in line with the body structure of cave people. After leaving his inheritance in both countries, Shi Qiang became a street liar in the Western continent, and soon he became famous in the Western continent. He killed man-eating beasts, stopped unjust wars between countries, won people over with virtue, defeated the strong men of various countries, and never lost after landing in the Western continent. He left a lot of his cultivation experience in the Western continent, and established a heroic knight group to lead the knight group to travel around the continent. Hero King Shi Qiang stayed in the Western continent for 5 years, leaving behind a knight group of 72 people, known as the 72 Heroes. The Hero King formulated 8 virtues: humility, honesty, mercy, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, and soul. And left behind the Knight Declaration: I will treat the weak with kindness, I will face the strong bravely, I will fight with those who do wrong, I will fight for those who cannot fight, I will help those who ask me for help, I will not hurt women, I will help my knight brothers, I will be loyal to my friends, and I will treat love sincerely. This has become the code for the knights of the Western continent to abide by and implement, and they will use their lives to prove that this is one of the influences Shi Qiang left on the Western continent. After staying for 5 years, Shi Qiang went to the Storm continent in the north with the help of the Shang Kingdom. The heroic knights he left behind established the Knights Kingdom and worshipped Shi Qiang as the king to stop the injustice on the continent. Shi Qiang came to the Storm continent. Compared with other continents, the storm continent is not well known in the cave world. Shi Qiang only knows that there is a winter kingdom here. Shi Qiang was attracted by the enthusiasm of the people here. Shi Qiang stayed here for 7 years. During these 7 years, he settled down and integrated into the winter kingdom. He admired these warriors who fought against the heavens in harsh environments. Their living environment was 10 times worse than that of the Nikado continent. Here, Shi Qiang realized the power of winter, which is the power that allows people to point out their inner strength in desperate environments. In simple terms, it is metaphysics, just like the protagonists on Earth, who fall into memories when they are about to be killed, and then explode. The power of winter is such a force. Shi Qiang passed this power to the people here, and Shi Qiang also established a knight order here, leaving behind the 8 virtues and the knight's declaration. However, the knights here have to fight against the harsh environment, and they will help people survive every winter. The Knights of Storm Continent only existed when Shi Qiang traveled to the northern continent. After Shi Qiang left, they disbanded and integrated into various places in the Kingdom of Winter, practicing with their actions. They accepted disciples and then passed on from generation to generation. Perhaps only when the Hero King summoned them would they become a knight order again. In Storm Continent, Shi Qiang saw the border of the world, which was a mysterious, beautiful, and scary place. In the far north, the temperature here could freeze a mithril-level strongman into an ice stick, and then break it into pieces under the strong wind. The border of the world exists. In this environment, Shi Qiang developed a yearning for the universe outside the border. He yearned for that mysterious universe, so he met the King of Winter, and with his inheritance as a transaction, he established an astrology society in the Kingdom of Winter to study the border of the world. After staying in the Storm Continent for 7 years, Shi Qiang later met the King of Chenese Asia through the King of Winter, and then went to the Central Continent through the King of Chenese Asia. In the past 100 years, the connection between the tall people and the cave people has gradually deepened. Many of the tall people and the cave people have become friends, and the specialties between the two tribes have been constantly circulated. In a blink of an eye, Shi Qiang has been traveling in the world for 13 years, and his strength is many times stronger than before. The upper limit of the world is LV30, and Shi Qiang is no exception. His strength exceeds the upper limit of the level, but his own life essence is still within that level range. If it is based on the main god space, Shi Qiang may be the world boss level. In the Central Continent, Shi Qiang first traveled in the kingdom of northern barbarians. The people here worshipped force and developed from the blood-marked warrior system. Shi Qiang experienced thousands of battles here. He always suppressed the same level fighters and never killed anyone. Finally, Shi Qiang defeated Qi, the strongest man in the kingdom of northern barbarians. Qi gave up the position of tribal leader 3 times but was rejected by Shi Qiang. So Shi Qiang became the god worshipped by the northern barbarians. In short, he was a human god. There are currently 3 gods in the northern barbarians: Yi Shen, Man Shen Wushao, and god of war Shi Qiang. They were all cavemen. Although Wushao was killed by Qi, he still had a huge influence in the northern barbarians and was a warrior who followed Yi Shen. So in the northern barbarians, Wushao was Yi Shen's subordinate god. After staying in the northern barbarians for 3 years, Shi Qiang left behind a set of barbarian god warfare, which was transformed according to the inheritance left by Wushao. It was a skill created by Wushao who watched the battle of gods and bathed in the blood of gods. 3 years later, Shi Qiang traveled south to the kingdom of heaven, where Yi was also worshipped as a god. Yi was the supreme god in this kingdom. Although Yi did some brutal things when he was in power, in that bloody and barbaric era, power was supreme. The cultivation system here was also the most complete that Shi Qiang had ever seen. The warriors here were also stronger than those in other continents, and the cultivation system was also diverse. The strongest person in the kingdom of heaven was not their ruler, but a person who practiced the skills left by Bo Yunong. He called his cultivation system magic. He read the cultivation books of other continents and created a path for magic cultivation system. He was called Xian, also known as a magician. Shi Qiang became a disciple of this magician and learned skills from him. Shi Qiang did not learn the moves, but the principles, and then created a skill Absolute Demon Constitution. After learning this skill, the damage to magic was reduced by 80%, and there was a bonus when absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Shi Qiang helped Xian develop 5 series of magic and established the level for this path. Mage Apprentice, Low-level Mage, Mage, High-level Mage, Magician, Mage, Great Mage, As for the more detailed division, it was Xian who made it. After 4 years of cultivation in the Kingdom of Heaven, Shi Qiang heard that the Witch Kingdom in the eastern continent had a level division of the wizard cultivation system, which seemed to be similar to that of magicians, so Shi Qiang bid farewell to Xian and went to the eastern continent. With the help of the merchant ship of the Kingdom of Sea, Shi Qiang came to the last place he travelled, the eastern Gagamelin continent, and he came to the Witch Kingdom, which was undergoing a period of reform. Shi Qiang was very curious about these new systems. He could feel that these systems were beneficial to these countries, but when he saw the bloodshed caused by the reform, he did not understand. So he entered the Wizard Tower Academy to study and became a wizard apprentice. Ron saw that Shi Qiang travelled to the place where his reincarnation was, and he also became interested. Ron wanted to see what kind of sparks would be produced. The reform of the Witch Kingdom has been going on for 2 years. In the first month of the reform, a bloody incident occurred in the Harrow district in the north, where the Tet family resisted the reform. In the 7th month, the Jot family and the Dark Kingdom caused the border massacre in the Larry district. In the 12th month, the Great Wizard of the Wizard Tower Academy was killed. Whenever there is a reform, when the interests of these families are violated, someone will jump out. In the 2nd year, incidents that interfered with the reform occurred in all major regions, but they were all resolved under bloody suppression. After all, Ron, who had God's vision, was above Hong. The reform has achieved results. A large number of wizard apprentices have come out enthusiastically. In 2 years, 11 great wizards and 1 great wizard of the tower have been added. Ron established a 6-department academy, selected management personnel through examinations, and cultivated the wizard force belonging to Hong. Shiqiang constantly absorbed these in the reform. New things. After 3 months in the Wizard Tower Academy, Shi Qiang jumped 3 levels and became a wizard. 7 months later he became a great wizard, and 1 year later he became a great wizard of the tower, which shocked the wizard kingdom again. Shi Qiang perfected his absolute demon constitution here, and established his school in the Wizard Tower Academy, which blended magic and witchcraft and was called the Magic School by him. In the 12th month of the 2nd year of the reform, a rebellion that shocked the wizard kingdom occurred. Mang's family and some families of the original Wizard Valley led the 4 major regions in the south to launch a rebellion. The rebels were under the banner of restoring the old system and restoring wizard freedom. Shi Qiang became a legend in this battle. Chapter 20. The new year is coming. Hong convened a wizard tower meeting, and all the wizards in the tower were summoned to the highest wizard tower in Hong to hold a meeting around a long table. In the meeting room, the fluorescent stone embedded in the meeting room emitted a bright light, and dozens of wizards in black robes sat around the long table, and their supreme leader sat at the main seat of the long table. The descendants of the last wizard king launched a rebellion under the banner of the deceased wizard king, and the rebellion has spread to the south. The great wizards in charge of the 4 southern regions have joined them. Those 4 great wizards are disciples of one of you. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with it this time? The army of the Witch Kingdom has set out. Now Hong is testing the attitude of these high-level forces. If he doesn't get the result he wants, then the intensity of this purge will definitely be very strong. Shi Qiang sat in the last seat on the right side of the long table. Although he was promoted quickly, he created his own academic faction and was excluded by other factions. There were originally 3 major factions among wizards, the original Witch Doctor faction, the emerging Witchcraft faction, and the newly formed Grassroots Wizard faction with Hong as the main force. Now there is a new magic faction. Shi Qiang looked at the king who was only 20 years old this year. Hong was only 1.7 meters tall and had an ordinary appearance, but his aura was very strong. Shi Qiang had seen this aura in every continent. It was the aura of a king, an aura that could only be achieved by invincible faith. Hong's wizard robe was different from others. The Witch Doctor faction had a medicine bottle printed on the back, the Witchcraft faction had a book pattern printed on the back, and Hong had a sword shape printed on the back. There was silence in the meeting room for a long time. Finally, the leader of the Witchcraft faction spoke. I will expel the 4 of them from the faction and ask the dean to remove them from the list of mentors in the academy. I will personally kill them and offer a sin offering to the Supreme Wizard. The wizard group called Hong the Supreme Wizard, and ordinary people in the Witch Kingdom called him the Witch King. Shi Qiang stood up and said, we should act as soon as possible. The damage caused by war to civilians is very serious. We need to reduce casualties. All the wizards present cast their eyes on Shi Qiang, looking at this outsider. Shi Qiang is also the only outsider who has become a great wizard. Will the great wizard Kong Tian participate in this rebellion? Hong asked. Kong Tian is Shi Qiang's name in the Witch Kingdom. He is an outsider and does not need to participate in the internal affairs of the Witch Kingdom this time. I must participate. I like this place. I also got something here. I want to do something for this place. Shi Qiang and Hong looked at each other. Okay. Hong agreed. Great Wizard Xian, it seems that someone from your side has also participated in this rebellion. Do you have any explanation for this? Hong turned his head and looked at the leader of another witch doctor faction. Supreme Wizard, we are not aware of it, but we will provide a batch of potions for this rebellion, enough for 500 people. All the wizards whispered, even the people from the witch doctor faction, their leader did not inform them in advance. After years of development, the Witch Kingdom has developed a very advanced pharmacy. The Great Wizard Xian provided not some cabbage potion this time, but wizard potion, which can quickly train a group of wizards. However, the upper limit of these wizards is only wizards, but it can also reflect the preciousness of these potions. In the Witch Kingdom, only one wizard can be born among 100 people, and only one great wizard can be born among 10,000 people. Okay, who will lead the team to suppress the rebellion this time? Hong knocked on the table, and the conference room became quiet. I propose that the Great Wizard of Earth be the leader this time, and the Great Wizard of Sky and Sky be the assistant. A great wizard from the Witchcraft faction made a suggestion. The Great Wizard of Earth is the third strongest Great Wizard in the Academy. He was originally the second strongest, and became the third strongest after Shi Qiang came. I agree. I agree too. The leaders of the Witch Doctor faction and the Witchcraft faction expressed their attitudes, and others also expressed their attitudes. Don't think there are any benefits to being the leader this time. You have to fight against the high-level combat power of the opposite side, and you may be purged after this rebellion. These great wizards have already felt that the storm is coming. Then, this group of great wizards discussed the specific matters of suppressing the rebellion, including logistical materials and specific matters of distribution to each district. They are active in this aspect. After all, there are only a few big and small cats in the Shiqiang faction. This is also the reason why they pushed Shiqiang up. If they can't divide the benefits, they can still take the blame. As for the Great Wizard D, it is the faction of the Wizard King Hong and is considered Hong's teacher. On this day, thousands of wizards, including wizard apprentices, walked out of the Wizard Tower Academy. Ordinary people had never seen such a situation. How could the usually noble and rare wizard masters suddenly appear so many? The wizards wearing various black robes were divided into 4 torrents and went to the 4 major regions in the south. The Wizard Tower Academy came out in full force. Hong also started his big move. Shi Qiang flew in the sky, watching the mighty army of wizards below. There is this kind of witchcraft among wizards. They use the witchcraft in their bodies to operate, and by drawing the rule runes connecting the heaven and the earth, they can achieve the effect of releasing witchcraft. In Shi Qiang's opinion, these so-called witchcraft, so-called magic power, these energy systems are all transformed from the most basic energy between heaven and earth, but the human body cannot absorb these higher-level energies and can only absorb them through other methods, such as creating transformation methods. Shi Qiang was right. The highest level of energy is chaotic energy, and after the world is filtered, it becomes elemental energy. Great Wizard of Sky and Space, flying in the air consumes so much magic power. You should come down and rest for a while. Come to my carriage to rest. Great Wizard of Earth waved his hand below. Great wizards have different ways of casting spells. Some need a lot of props. The more powerful and complex the magic, the more external objects are needed. The carriage of the Great Wizard of Earth is as big as a house. It is a movable house, specially made. It is like walking on flat ground on this car. Shi Qiang is not flying in the air for no reason. He is just observing the situation. He has already felt some evil breath. The power of these people is disgusting. Shi Qiang began to chant spells, and his hands kept drawing magic patterns. The wizard robe on his body began to flutter, and cyclones were constantly forming around him. When the Great Wizard of Earth saw that the Great Wizard of Sky and Space in the sky ignored him after he finished speaking, but cast magic instead, he couldn't help but feel a little angry, but he reacted quickly. Looking at the vanguard troops that had entered the canyon in the distance. Enemy attack! The voice instantly spread throughout the entire wizard team. Boom! The vanguard was attacked. Dozens of fireballs several meters in size smashed into the vanguard, and the leading wizard in front was killed by the fireballs just after he used defensive magic. Another round of fireballs smashed into the magic troops behind. At this time, Shi Qiang took action. Chapter 21. The sky was dark. It started to rain heavily, and the strong wind rushed towards the attackers with thunder. The burning ground was slowly destroyed by the heavy rain, and the attack team slowly reacted and fought back against the attackers. The attackers were on the cliff, and their number was only half of that on the stone dome side, but they had just taken the initiative and killed the wizard troops on the stone dome side, and they were in a high position, so the stone dome side was suppressed for a while. However, with the action of the earth wizard, the situation improved. The earth wizard ordered his men to draw a magic circle, and then stood in the center of the circle and began to chant. The earth yellow energy wrapped around his hands, and then he easily inserted his hands into the hard ground. Earth witchcraft, mountain fall. The earth began to shake, the canyon began to collapse, and the wizards of the academy began to retreat. Some of the rebel wizards on the canyon were unable to react and were buried underground with the collapse of the canyon. The great wizard of earth wanted to continue to cast witchcraft, but the enemy was not a fool. The wizards around the great wizard of earth exploded one by one, and a rain of blood and flesh fell. The bloody blood dripped on the face of the great wizard of earth. The great wizard of earth was surrounded by several great wizards of the rebels. Curse witchcraft, these witchcrafts that have been banned since the time of the Witch King Mang, you dare to use them. The great wizard of earth roared, but when he saw the faces of these people, he stopped talking. These people's faces were covered with black lines, and they looked at the great wizard of earth with stiff expressions. The great wizard of earth knew these people. They were all wizards before the rebellion, and it was impossible for them to reach the great wizard. You are inhumane guys. The earth wizard roared, and then hundreds of ground spikes emerged from the ground and stabbed the rebel wizards. Shi Qiang in the sky also encountered an opponent. 3 opponents at the level of the high tower wizard surrounded him. You are covered with blood, the blood of your people, you are disgusting. Shi Qiang looked at the 3 people with disgust. The blood smell on these guys is very strong. I don't know how many people they have killed. If they were killed in the war, Shi Qiang might not be so disgusted. These guys use human lives to practice, and these things have completely subverted Shi Qiang's 3 views. It is an honor for those mortals to give their lives to us. We are people with power. How can they compare with us? The leader mocked. Shi Qiang wanted to kill people. He resisted the urge to use his original power and used the power he learned in the eastern continent. Wind witchcraft wind blade. The cyclone surrounded Shi Qiang and transformed into wind blades that whistled towards the 3 people. Forbidden technique, blood thunder. A transparent bottle was thrown out from the opposite side, which was filled with bright red liquid, and there were faintly internal organs soaking in it. Boom! The bottle exploded, and a red lightning struck Shi Qiang's body, but it did not cause much damage to Shi Qiang, and a layer of colorful film covered Shi Qiang's body. Absolute demon constitution. These attacks were just tickling for Shi Qiang. As these rebel wizards cast witchcraft, Shi Qiang's murderous intent gradually increased. The witchcraft media they used were too disgusting: unformed babies, young girls, human hearts, a lot of blood, and every witchcraft used blood. Shi Qiang felt that the seal he had imposed on his power when he entered this continent was being lifted. Since they were like this, Shi Qiang had to use his newly created magic to let them see the new power. Strong wind rise. As the sound of the stone dome fell, clouds surged between heaven and earth, and strong winds swept across the land. The wizards fighting underground were also disturbed by the strong wind, and both wizards were swayed by the wind. The great wizard of earth, who had just stabilized himself, looked at the stone dome in the air and murmured, "What a strong witchcraft!" Then the great wizard of earth attacked the great wizard on the opposite side. Earth witchcraft mud and stone burial. You little guys who rely on external forces are still a little tender. The earth softened, swallowed up the great wizards, and then threw big stones at them. Without the medium of external objects, the witchcraft cast would be weakened and the consumption would be great. The witchcraft cast by the great wizard of earth at this time had been weakened a little. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The strong wind was roaring. Rain is coming, clouds are rising. Fist-sized raindrops fell on the ground, knocking down the clouds that had just been blown down by the strong wind. The wizard who stood up smashed again, and the clouds rotated and swirled, slowly forming a cloud dragon. The clouds around the dragon were winding and undulating, and the huge dragon head roared at the 3 great wizards who besieged Shiqiang. Thunder! Boom! Lightning flashed in the clouds, and the dragon suddenly turned into a thunder dragon, swimming in the clouds. The faces of the three great wizards changed. They could feel the fatal threat from this thunder dragon, the breath of destroying life and shattering evil, and this thunder dragon vaguely locked them. They began to worry, and all kinds of witchcraft were thrown at Shaikyong as if they were free. Shaikyong's wizard robe had been annihilated by their witchcraft, but their witchcraft was just tickling Shaikyong. Shaikyong sealed other powers, but his body was just as powerful, plus the absolute demon physique. These witchcrafts were like ant bites. Shaikyong was bare-chested, revealing muscles that looked like works of art. His muscles were like the perfect work of God, full of strength and wild beauty, and some scars on them reflected the beauty of strength and iron blood. At this moment, lightning flashed around Shaikyong, and these lightning struck him from time to time. Shaikyong had no way to fully control this witchcraft, and would hurt himself when using it. Thunder Witchcraft, Dragon Descent. When Shaikyong recited this spell, the three great wizards felt that they were locked up, unable to move, their hair swelled up, and the wizard robes on their bodies turned into ashes and slowly dissipated. Great Wizard Ge, save us quickly. The thunder dragon swam towards the three people, looking very slow, but in fact it swallowed the three people in an instant. The whole world was quiet, they returned to the world, and the anger in Shaikyong's heart had not dissipated. Who else? Shaikyong roared, and the anger of the Hero King ignited. He broke the rules he had set for himself. He had lived for a long time, but he had never killed anyone. Today, he broke this rule. He had never seen such a person. In the Nikado continent, children were the future of the race. Even in other continents he had traveled to or among the elders, they still regarded children as the hope of the race. These rebellious wizards killed children and turned them into energy to become stronger. Not only children, but also their own kind. The thunder in the sky was constantly moving, and lightning snakes were swimming in the clouds with thunder dragons. From time to time, lightning snakes hit the stone dome. Rumble. The sound of thunder in the air became louder and louder, which meant that the anger in the heart of the stone dome was still burning. Chapter 22. The old man was so angry that he was lying on the ground. A figure appeared in front of Shaikyong. It was a bald old man in a black robe. There was no flesh on the bald old man's face. It was just a layer of skin wrapped around a skull. His eyes were moving in his eye sockets. There was no life in him. Shaikyong could feel the full breath of death from the old man in front of him, but he didn't have that disgusting breath. I need to stop you. This is my mission. The old man's voice was hoarse and weak. The great wizard of earth had solved several great wizards who besieged him, but at the cost of losing an eye. He used his own eyes as a medium to bury these great wizards who besieged him. Those rebel wizards were still fighting with the wizards of the academy. After the great wizard of earth solved the great wizards who besieged him, he kept panting. He looked up at the sky, his pupils shrank slightly, as if he saw something incredible. Great Wizard Ge, didn't he die with the Wizard King Meng? The Great Wizard of Earth saw the Great Wizard Ge buried with his own eyes, but now the Great Wizard Ge appeared in front of him. The Great Wizard Ge was one of the strongest wizards in the era of the Wizard King Meng, and most of the wizards now were his disciples. If this news spread, it might cause greater unrest. No wonder the 4 southern regions would rebel so easily. Teacher, why are you a dead person still involved in these things? The Great Wizard of Earth looked sad. Some old wizards on the ground also recognized him and exclaimed. Master Ge, is this fake? Hasn't Master Ge passed away? Impossible, absolutely impossible. These wizards reacted differently, but their battle rhythm was disrupted. The appearance of Master Ge was a blow to them. Shaikyong looked at the old man in front of him. The energy in his body was magnificent, but the old man might die after this battle. Why didn't you stop them? Shaikyong asked. I am just an old man dug out of the grave. I can only settle the mistakes made by the younger generation for them. The old man said calmly. Come on, young man, let me measure the tolerance of you wizards of the new era. The old man raised a hand like a chicken claw. A hexagonal star pattern appeared in front of him, and then hundreds of beams of light poured out from it and flew towards Shaikyong. The power of each beam of light could easily defeat a great wizard. Shaikyong naturally couldn't wait for the opponent's attack. The power of the old man opposite was enough for him to take seriously. The old man was almost as powerful as the supreme wizard. Boom! The lightning in the clouds in the sky began to grow thicker, shining around Shaikyong and the old man, but when the lightning was about to hit the old man, a beam of light would float out of the old man to offset the lightning. The lightning began to grow thicker, and the air began to emit a fresh smell. Thunder dragons swam in the black clouds, and drops of rain as big as fists fell on the ground. The lightning flashed, and the beams shone on Shi Qiang's resolute face. Shi Qiang spread his hands, letting the thunder hit him, letting the raindrops fall on him, and letting the strong wind blow him. Boom! Thunder dragons surged, and thunder snakes fell from the sky. Shi Qiang's voice spread throughout the space. Call the wind and rain, drive the thunder and lightning. Thunder roared, and snakes of lightning danced around the stone dome, forming a spectacular scene, and dark purple lightning formed a circle. Thunder God, help me! Boom! The thunder dragons spread out, turning into hundreds of lightning and thunder that bombarded the old man, and some bombarded the rebel wizards who were stained with the blood of innocent people. The lightning connected the swirling dark clouds, and for a time formed a thunder curtain that spanned the sky and the earth. The stone dome exuded a purple aura, and his hair was flowing upwards. The color of his hair was like the eyes of thunder. At this moment, he was like a god who controlled the thunder of heaven and earth. The great wizard of earth and the wizards of those academies looked at the stone dome above with shock on their faces. This is a god. The great wizard of earth said this after a long silence. The old man kept shooting out beams of light, which kept offsetting the lightning that struck him, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. Is this the magnanimity of a New Age wizard? It's not enough. The old man's face swelled rapidly, his hair grew, his facial muscles became fuller, and his body continued to expand. After a moment, the old man became the middle-aged man who taught the great wizards in the past. Light magic, light rain. The sudden light illuminated the land covered by dark clouds, and countless raindrops were controlled by the old man to hit the stone dome. The body of the stone dome continued to bear the attack, and was covered by the light for a while, and the old man was still casting new magic. Let you see the power of basic magic, learn it well, you little guys. The old man looked at the wizards watching the battle below. The rebel wizards had all disappeared in the thunder curtain. Now the wizards of the academy were watching the battle. The old man looked at some familiar faces among the wizards below and nodded with satisfaction. Let me teach you another lesson. Fire magic, fireball. A large fireball of hundreds of meters hit the stone dome, and the stone dome, which had just resisted the light rain, was attacked by the fireball again. The huge fireball carried high temperature, the wet earth was slowly evaporated, the air was burned and deformed, as if the space was twisted under high temperature. Earth witchcraft, pierce. Another basic witchcraft, a mountain rose from the ground, hundreds of meters high, and rushed directly to the stone dome. The wizards on the ground felt unbelievable. What the hell is this basic witchcraft? Water witchcraft, ice condensation. Countless raindrops were gathered together and turned into an iceberg to hit the stone dome. Under the command of the great wizard of the earth, the wizards evacuated there and watched the battle from a distance. From the initial shock to the numbness later, they even forgot that it was their great wizard of the sky who was attacked, and some discussed basic witchcraft on the spot. Golden witchcraft, sharp blade. Wood witchcraft, entanglement. Body witchcraft, fist wind. Wind witchcraft, wind knife. Various low-level witchcrafts exerted almost forbidden power under the casting of the great wizard Ge. The great wizard Di was doubting his life below. Is the witchcraft we use to cast really like this? Can such a strong witchcraft be cast without a medium? When the great wizard Ge attacked frantically, the voice of the stone dome rang between heaven and earth. Enough! Swish! All the attacks disappeared. The appearance of the stone dome at this time has changed. What is this? The great wizard Di asked. The appearance of the stone dome at this time is completely different. Chapter 23. The old man was very happy. At this time, Shi Qiang was wearing a white and gold armor with complex and gorgeous patterns on it, and he carried a big sword as big as a door panel behind him. Shi Qiang clenched his fists and felt the power of breaking the seal. Is it back? Shi Qiang murmured. The great wizard Ge looked at Shi Qiang, who had returned to his original appearance, and was also a little surprised. It's amazing that a person from a foreign land has become a wizard. The great wizard Ge also felt the power of Shi Qiang to break the seal. His perception told him that the man opposite could easily kill him, and such a big change happened in just a moment. The great wizard Di on the ground asked, "Who is he?" Soon Shi Qiang gave his answer. "I come from the Stone Kingdom of Nikado continent. My name is Shiqiang, and Kongtian is my name on this continent." but people rarely call me by my original name. In Nikado continent, they prefer to call me Hero King. At this moment, the Hero King returned to his position. A strong breath spread out, oppressing all creatures on this land. The wizards trembled, the weaker ones had fainted, and the stronger ones knelt unconsciously. The grass was oppressed and fell to the ground, and the mole could not move in the hole. They surrendered to this king and surrendered to this invincible breath. The great wizard Ge was excited when he felt this breath. This is the breath of the king, that's right. The great wizard Ge had followed two people with this breath, Feng Dao and Wu Wang Mang, but their kingly aura was different in subtle ways. But the great wizard Ge continued his attack. At the last moment of my life, I can fight with the new king. It's so satisfying. Grand Wizard laughed. Forbidden technique, annihilation. Grand Wizard's whole body turned into light particles and scattered in the thunderous world. After he disappeared, a soft light enveloped Shi Qiang. Shi Qiang felt that this light was trying to eliminate himself and erase himself from this world. However, is it so easy for the king to be annihilated? If it was just a simple sky wizard, he might have died with Grand Wizard. Unfortunately, they met the sky wizard with the power of the Hero King. Shi Qiang's body shook slightly, and the light was shaken away. Then scattered were the dark clouds in the sky, the whistling wind, the dripping raindrops, and the roaring thunder. Finally, Shi Qiang disappeared between heaven and earth. Only the shocked academy wizards and a messy battlefield were left. What? The great wizard of sky and space is the Hero King of the giant stone kingdom. I heard that the great wizard of sky and space killed the great wizard of Ge and killed all the attacking teams. I heard that the rebellion in the 4 major districts was quelled in an instant. Those districts were covered by heavy rain for a few days. It's really strange. The great wizard of sky and space disappeared in this battle. I don't know what happened. After this battle, Shi Qiang became the legendary wizard of the academy and was canonized by Hong. Not only because he killed the wizard of the Mang era, but also because he was the Hero King of the Nikado continent, and he killed all the rebels. Those rebels used cave people for experiments, devoured blood and human spirit as nutrients for power, killed 100,000 people and cultivated a group of wizards. These things were exposed, and the people of the wizard kingdom were outraged for a while. During the post-war search, all the information on these evil cultivation methods disappeared, and no one knew where they went. The great wizard of Sky and Sky also disappeared from the Wizard Tower Academy, but the school he left behind was supported and became the 4th faction, but at the same time it was targeted by the witchcraft faction because the great wizard Ge, who was killed by Shi Qiang, was their teacher. The appearance and death of the great wizard Ge caused a gap between some wizards and the kingdom. After resolving this war, Shi Qiang left the eastern continent and returned to the Nikado continent. This time his heart mirror changed. This gentle and kind king finally changed. The hands of the Hero King began to be stained with blood, even if it was the blood of those who deserved to die. In the 20 years since Shi Qiang left, they lived in peace for the first 10 years, and some frictions were suppressed by the Lion King and the Wolf King. But there is no beast that does not eat meat. In the 15th year, they launched a war against the Giant Stone Kingdom and nibbled away step by step. The bottom-level combat power of the Giant Stone Kingdom is stronger than that of the two countries, the middle-level combat power is about the same, but the top-level combat power is missing. Therefore, since the outbreak of the war, the Giant Stone King, the kingdom was devoured by half of its territory. Before, they could still hear the news of the Hero King from the Sea Kingdom, but later there was no news of the Hero King, so the Lion King and the Wolf King had become bolder. The Hero King soon returned to his kingdom. He found that his country was in war, and the people were living in dire straits. They resented their Hero King, who did not protect them when the war broke out. However, the actual ruler of the Stone Kingdom was not the Hero King, who was only their honorary king. The Hero King had never enjoyed anything they brought, but instead protected them because of the title they imposed on the Stone Dome Hero King. The Hero King, who had just returned to the Nikado continent, stopped the war. A large crack several thousand meters long appeared between the two armies. The Lion King and the Wolf King retreated, returned the territory, and even more, and compensated a large number of resources. The Lion King and the Wolf King were suppressed in the crack. The Hero King was still not forgiven, and his people still did not forgive him. It was not the Hero King who caused the suffering, but the group of rulers who oppressed their people in the face of war. They adopted a non-resistance approach, believing that those people would not continue to attack under the prestige of the Hero King. In the first month after the war, the hero king was abandoned by his people, who demanded that he be deposed from the throne, and King Richard, who was a showman in the war, take the throne. Shi Qiang accepted it, and his state of mind changed again. Shi Qiang completely sealed his power and memory and became an ordinary person in the Stone Kingdom. Ron watched. It didn't turn black, but it's almost the same. Under the manipulation of those people with ulterior motives, the hero became a sinner. Is power really as important as the country? Ron stopped descending into Hong's body a long time ago. He descended twice, and the rest were Hong's body acting on its own, but Ron was still able to control that body. During the time when Shi Qiang traveled around the world actually changed with his travels. During this wave of Shi Qiang's travels, the world's power systems were improved to a large extent. Anyway, the stone dome planted seeds, and when those seeds sprouted, the world would undergo another drastic change. Chapter 24. The new world is still a mystery. World, unknown small world LV29, world level cannot be further upgraded. Heavenly Dao, Ron. World area, 36,789 square kilometers, slowly expanding. World specialties, none. World description, a small world with a microstar, which has initially formed a world internal circulation, relatively complete rules, and many intelligent creatures. It is a new world protected by the laws of the universe, which can absorb a small amount of cosmic energy. The world is expanding, and the world has reached the second level, and the root of chaos has been notarized. World power, 10.7 ounces, 3 decimal places omitted. Ron checked the system panel again and found that the world level could not be upgraded, so he asked the system, why can't the world continue to upgrade? The third level world has entered the intermediate world. At this time, the world law has been perfected. It is necessary to condense the world core to continue to upgrade. This is a long time, but in this process, if the development of the world law cannot keep up with the speed of world expansion, the world will enter a period of law exhaustion, and some terrifying creatures will breed in places where the law cannot cover. Is there any way to speed up the acquisition of the world core? What are the conditions for promotion to the third level? Methods to speed up the acquisition of the world core. 1. Launch a world war against the third level world, annex the other world, and seize the other world core. It is not recommended for the host to take this method, which is too attractive. World wars generally only occur in worlds above the 7th level. 2. Find the world collapse core that has fallen into silence. This item is formed by the world core of the dead world. It has a probability of formation above the 3rd level. It occasionally appears in the universe auction. It is often used to cast high-level weapons, repair abyss loopholes, seal the core. It can be used to replace the world core for world promotion, but there is a certain risk. The world collapse core may contain the consciousness of the heavenly way that has not been completely annihilated, which may replace the host. 3. Use the world power to speed up the formation of the world core. A world core requires about 100,000 ounces of world power. The host continues to work hard. The first 2 methods are just looking for death. Ron directly ignored them and looked at the third method directly. In one word, liver. Then the system continued to talk about other requirements for promotion. Promotion conditions. 1. Possess a world core. 0/1. 2. The world has a complete system of rules. Completion, 59.4%. 3. The world has more than 3 extreme masters. 10/3. 4. The world area reaches 9,600,000 square kilometers. 36,789/9,600,000. 5. The incarnation of the heavenly Dao consciousness reaches the extreme. Not reached. Alas, only one condition has been met, but where do so many extreme masters come from in the world? According to the system, they are probably the most extreme existences in the same level. The hero king Shiqiang counts as one, the dead Poseidon counts as one, and there is also the ancient version of Yi. Although the rest are powerful, they don't seem to be extreme masters. Let's take a look at the changes in the world. The changes in the other continents are not too obvious, but the changes in the Fire Country have become obvious. As the world expands, their land has expanded and the population they accommodate has increased. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. After the death of the 2 great men who founded the country that was originally forcibly combined by strength was actually split into 5 villages, the 5 ninja villages of Jin, Mu, Shui, Huo, and Tu, but they still declared themselves as the Fire Country. More and more like Naruto. Sure enough, the theory of the Supreme Father God did not lie. The creatures in a world tend to look like their creators, and all their development is affected by their creators. Theoretically, Ron is also the creator of the creatures in this world. If Ron has a god name, it is the god of creation. Thinking of this, Ron wanted to see what effect would be produced by investing something similar to the tailed beasts in this country. Do it as soon as you say it. Ron invested 5 huge beasts in the sea near the 5 villages respectively. Their strength is similar to that of their 2 great ninjas who founded the country, but they are not as powerful as the tailed beasts in the Naruto world. Similarly, these beasts contain chakra in their bodies, and they will slowly turn into ordinary beasts after leaving this area. The 5 beasts are the 1-tailed black turtle beast, the 2-tailed water tiger beast, the 3-tailed white crane beast, the 4-tailed fire ape beast, and the 5-tailed black and white fox beast. The prototypes of these beasts all come from the beasts that were born in this world. At this time, the cave world can support the existence of these energy beasts. These mutated parts also have their own functions. They are not like the end of the world, which is just an extra organ that will cause trouble to them. These ninjas from the Fire Country have learned the knowledge and technology of other continents in recent years, and have excavated a special metal from the country. They have developed a special tool. They call it Weta. It is a tool used to store their chakra. The chakra stored in Weta can extend their combat effectiveness after leaving the Fire Country. The top Weta is enough for a village leader level strongman to replenish chakra 3 times, and the energy inside will not be lost over time, or the lost energy can be ignored. They also studied the foreign trade version, which can store other energy, but the energy will be lost over time. This metal mined in the Fire Country seems to prefer their local energy. The appearance of Weta has even made the Fire Country famous worldwide. Who doesn't want to take a tonic when they are exhausted? The Wolf Kingdom developed a space device based on the legacy left by the second batch of reincarnations. As soon as it appeared, it became popular among the nobles. However, this space device is unstable. As time goes by, the space will slowly shrink, and it needs special metals or special materials. It just so happens that the metal used by the Fire Kingdom to make outer fields can be used to make space devices, so the Wolf Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom established diplomatic relations. The Wolf Kingdom developed many things based on the legacy left by that batch of reincarnations, such as wolf-type strengthening potions. Although this type of strengthening potion has existed for a long time, this time it is a beast potion. After drinking it, it can turn into a werewolf and double the combat power. In addition, some props left by the reincarnations were also studied by them, and even muskets appeared. The war machine of the Wolf Kingdom became stronger, and it had the upper hand in all the frictions with other countries. In addition to the Fire and Wolf countries, there were some changes in other countries, especially after the Stone Dome tour. The emergence of strong people was like bamboo shoots after the rain. Chapter 25. The strong men who emerged were born in various continents and seas, and many of them were related to the Stone Dome. For example, the Knight of Justice who took over the Knights of Heroes, the virtues of the knights he abided by were the source of his powerful strength. Unless he violated the regulations in the Knight's Declaration, he would always be strong. He created a spiritual practice system. 4 strong men appeared in the Babing Sea and the Dongling Sea. They were collectively called the 4 heroes of Beidong. The 4 of them realized their own skill system from the skills left by the Stone Dome. The 4 of them could fight against the unicorn snake together. The unicorn snake is still the standard for measuring the combat power of this world. It can be said that if you can take the attack of the unicorn snake and escape safely, you are a strong man. The strongest unicorn snake is the one raised by the Sea Kingdom. It seems that they have a way to raise snakes. Even if they are very weak when they are just tamed, they will quickly become strong after being trained by them. Among the Knights of the Storm Continent, there are 7 knights who lead their disciples to practice the Knight Code unique to the Storm Continent. These 7 knights are Tuka, Lila, Nyakiao, Hungwo, Rongcheng, Yaowai, and Sanshui. They established 7 knight inheritance sites, guarded 7 cities in the Storm Continent, and prevented monsters born in the extreme cold zone of the north from attacking the city. Yes, under extreme conditions, a kind of humanoid monster was born in the extreme north of the Storm Continent. They would attack the cave people and suck blood. Some things with temperature would be destroyed by them. When Shikyong came, he killed many, but these monsters seemed to come out of the ground. These monsters are not new species released by Ron, but branches of the cave people, but the direction of evolution has changed. These monsters can be called snow monsters, and the snow monsters have also given birth to their wisdom. The smartest individuals are equivalent to 10-year-old children of the cave people. Snow monsters have their own language. They are afraid of high temperatures, so they will destroy things with temperature. They are reproductively isolated from cave people. Hunting cave people is just their own genes looking for missing things. Snow monsters failed to evolve. They lack the gene to absorb energy, so they will become stronger after hunting cave people, which is destined to be hostile to cave people. The northern barbarian kingdom in the central continent has 9 demon generals who practice the barbarian gods' fighting method. The heavenly kingdom calls them like this. These 9 demon generals are Tian Xing, Fu Qua, Gong Shi, Lian Fei, Ping Yu, Tu Tu Shen, Yu Lei, Qing Ho, and Ling Yinzi. With their blessing, the tribes of the northern barbarian kingdom once suppressed the heavenly kingdom. If it weren't for the emergence of a group of strong men in the heavenly kingdom later, and there was also internal strife within the northern barbarians, the heavenly kingdom would have been destroyed. As for the strong men, it was Xian and his disciple Du Tian. Xian fought 9 alone, and Du Tian was responsible for holding Qi. At this time, the ruler of the kingdom of heaven was the descendant of Yi, called Yu. Although he was not strong in combat, he could be called the first person in history in governing the kingdom, and he could balance the major forces in the country and make them coordinate to develop the kingdom. The old blood-marked warrior camp, the Yi god sacrifice camp, the emerging magician camp, the old tribal slave aristocratic camp, the slave camp, and the civilian camp. At this time, the slave system still existed in the countries of the cave heaven world, but the contradiction was not too severe, because slaves had no chance to master power, and slaves had basically no chance to turn over, and they were slaves for generations. Yu issued a new decree: slaves could practice the blood-marked warrior system, and if they were improved, they could be freed from their slave status and become servants of slave nobles. The difference was that one was not illegal to kill, and the other was illegal to kill. After the noble slave improved the system, he could get the king's reward, and those slaves who practiced the blood-marked warrior system could obey the kingdom's call on behalf of the nobles. This decree was supported by the slave nobles, so Yu became a wise king. The first person to try something new appeared among the slaves. His name was He Yi. He became a blood-marked warrior and quickly became a 10-marked blood-marked warrior. He was no longer a slave in the war. His appearance gave the slaves hope. Yu also opened the treasure house of the kingdom's cultivation system, established the Tiando Magic Academy and the Tiando Warrior Academy, and established the 2 major development systems of the Kingdom of Heaven. All resources were concentrated on these 2 systems. As for the eastern Geglan continent, it goes without saying that a high tower wizard named Tang appeared in the magic faction left by Shi Qiang. Shi Qiang's sudden departure left Tang with all the resources left by Shi Qiang. Production quickly became strong. The reform of the Witch Kingdom is still continuing. 10 years after Shi Qiang left the Witch Kingdom, Hong completely completed the purge. Half of the high tower wizards of the witchcraft faction were purged, and the Witch Kingdom lost 1/5 of its population due to this reform. All the rebellious forces hid underground, because the supreme wizard who completed the centralization could easily deal with them. Hong sorted out all his own systems, entered the extreme realm, and became the real supreme wizard. Mo took the initiative to submit to Hong and joined the Wizard Tower Academy, but the Dark Kingdom continued to remain. Mo became a proton. The Dark Kingdom was inherited by Mo's son Lucia. The Wizard Tower Academy formed the 5th faction, the Black Magic Witch faction. After seeing these strong men on the continent, Ron turned his attention to Atlanta in the ocean. Siren has entered old age, and his life is slowly slipping away. He is afraid of death like his father, and he began to look for immortality. He did not inherit his father's talent, and his strength is not strong, which means that his life is not long. The Siren began to collect the 7 seas. The 7 seas, which had been developed for nearly 100 years, were already rich. The 6 Asian kings mobilized a large number of resources and scholars to Atlanta. Atlanta's strongest current royal guardian beast cultivated by Poseidon is the sea dragon Atis. Although it is called a sea dragon, it looks like a seahorse on Earth. This is Poseidon's mount in his later years. Ron seemed to have discovered something incredible. He investigated the records of Atlanta over the years and found that these guys seemed to be causing trouble for him. Looking down from the ocean, a giant palace with azure blue and white as the mainstream stands in the ocean, and a large number of tall warriors are guarding and patrolling. The owner of this palace is the palace of the owner of the strongest kingdom in the ocean, Atlanta. Siren sat on her blue gold throne, which was decorated with coral and tortoise shells, and the handguards were inlaid with sparkling gems. The crown on Siren's head weighed 99 pounds, and there were hundreds of various gems. Siren's royal robe is made of precious silk, embroidered with all kinds of exquisite patterns. He is no longer the handsome young man who followed his father to attack the continent. His skin has changed from the original light blue to the current light black, and his hard abdominal muscles have turned into a round belly. If this royal robe is not customized, it may not fit him. His hair has also changed from the original black-green to white. He has aged and has not been able to maintain his youthful appearance. Chapter 26. Under the throne were hundreds of Atlanta ministers, including 6 Asian kings who had returned to Atlanta. Ministers, I want to continue my father's career and find the power of immortality. This time we have gathered all the power of the kingdom. What do you think? The voice of the siren sounded in the hall. This palace was specially built, and the sound from the throne could spread throughout the palace, even if it was just the sound of normal speaking. The military minister looked at the king above and stood up. In the past, the sea god king had attacked the Nukado continent. I think it should be possible to find it there. I heard from merchants from Nukado that many years ago, an alien god descended on the wolf kingdom of the Nukado continent. They got a lot of things from the alien god, and perhaps the secret of immortality was among them. The military minister wanted to start a war. He was a warmonger in the kingdom and had always advocated attacking the continent. Under the development of Siren, except for the newly born babies of the tall people, the rest of the tall people could move and live normally on the earth. The start of the war represented the expansion of the power of the military minister. What was the point of him as a military minister if there was no war? Siren seemed to remember something and frowned. Not right, not right. He remembered the scene when he and Poseidon attacked the Beast Alliance. The overwhelming fireball left a shadow on him. If we talk about the most powerful king in the cave world, it must be the king of Atlanta. After all, it was Poseidon who established the Atlanta kingdom. After that, it entered the kingdom era from the primitive society. No one could resist his will. Siren, who inherited his throne, followed him in the wars of the south and the north, and Siren's ability to govern was not bad. The 6 sub-kings he enfeoffed were all his closest brothers and sisters. Siren not only had financial power but also military power. The Sea God Guard was also in Siren's hands. Even Hong, who had just completed the centralized reform, could not match Siren's power in the Kingdom of Atlanta. After Siren rejected the military minister's suggestion, the military minister returned to the ranks of ministers. Brother, there are foreign gods in the Beast Alliance, so we can also summon foreign gods here and get the secret of immortality from them. Bai Binja King stood up. He had heard Shi Qiang talk about the foreign gods. Brother, please tell me in detail. Siren looked at Bai Binja King. We can make altars, sacrifice blood and food, and summon those foreign gods. I heard that those foreign gods came from the altar. Bai Binja King answered some of the information he knew. Siren thought for a moment, then said to the Minister of Finance, Minister of Finance, send people to Nukado continent to collect information, and redeem the tribesmen who were recently captured. Minister of Military Affairs, I will allocate 500,000 gold shells to you, and summon 100,000 tall warriors for a 1-year training. I will baptize them after a year. 6 sub-kings, go back to collect various materials, transport them to the Atlanta Royal City, and mobilize the people to sort out the places to build altars in their respective sea areas. Is there anything else to report? An old tall man with a long beard stood up from the ministers. The research institute has made new progress. Please go and check it out after the meeting. Okay. The Royal City is in disrepair. Please allocate funds to rebuild the Royal City. To be discussed later. Under Ron's camera, these tall men quickly built a magnificent altar, the shape of which was the same as the pyramids in Egypt on Earth, and each one was the same size as the pyramid of Khufu. The elders have a tradition that after they reach the age of 50, they will become medical experiments or become items for sacrifice in the kingdom. Their families will receive a rich resource, so there are young faces everywhere in the elders' city. When Shi Qiang traveled to the elders' kingdom, he was very puzzled by this phenomenon, which was passed down from the Poseidon period. This time, the siren recruited hundreds of thousands of elders over 50 years old and used them as sacrifices. Once the altar was built, they would be sacrificed. The reproduction rate of the elders was faster than that of the cavemen. Generally, the elders gave birth to 1 child every 6 months, usually more than 2 at a time, and up to 7 at a time. If one child was born, it would usually be taken away by the kingdom. This kind of talent is generally very powerful. Siren was the kind who gave birth to one child per birth, but unfortunately he did not meet his father's expectations. Highly centralized countries usually use all their strength to do an event. Soon, their altar was built. According to the research of the Atlanta Kingdom Research Institute, they finally came up with a set of summoning rituals. They copied all the patterns of the other parties' space anchor points and paid a great price. The Atlanta Kingdom, the largest dog owner in the cave heaven world. The resources in the ocean are much richer than those on land, but some special resources are only available on the continent, so these elders covet the land. Who would dislike having more resources? If they were not defeated, they would have invaded the land long ago. In the cave heaven world, when these elders held the summons, a huge movement occurred. One after another, the old elders were killed and thrown into the pools inside these altars. This kind of thing was done in the 7 seas, and the soldiers kept waving long swords. The royal priest in charge of the sacrifice of the Atlanta Kingdom led a group of sacrificial personnel to chant spells in the altar. At the altar in Atlanta, Siren was watching the summoning ceremony. This was the main node of the summoning array. According to the saying, the outer gods would be summoned here. 70% of the strong men of the elders were gathered here, and they planned to capture the outer gods. What the cavemen could do, the elders could do too. Siren believed that his race was no less than other races. He was no longer merciful to the enemy civilians. Now he watched his people being killed by his soldiers one by one and thrown into the blood pool without a trace of mercy. Blood flowed out of the blood pool and slowly flowed in the marks of the array. The priest also added all kinds of strange things into the blood pool. All the old elders were killed, but the blood pool was still not full. Catch more. Siren gave a 2-word order, which meant that those who continued to be captured were those under 50 years old. He was a little crazy in order to gain life and strength. Looking at the blood pool with blue light, Siren's heart was full of fanaticism. Ron looked at these tall men and knew what was going to happen. Another group of tall men were thrown into the blood pool, the formation began to operate, the 7 altars began to connect, and the huge energy reaction caused the underwater world to vibrate. Chapter 27. The Siren was in a state of panic, and the guards around her hurriedly protected her. The altars in other seas burst out energy beams and connected them. The altar in the Atlanta Sea area rushed straight into the sky and converged with the energy beams of other altars. A huge vortex appeared in the sky above the sea where the main altar was located. The blood-red vortex was spinning, and if someone looked down, chaos, disorder, and evil filled it. The vortex enveloped the city of Atlanta, the palace began to change, and all the buildings grew fungi at a rapid speed. The color scheme of the city began to change, from the original vibrant blue and white to the dead red and black. Atlanta residents lost their minds, and began to hunt down Atlanta residents who were still rational. Only some powerful people could still maintain their sanity. However, the strength of these alienated Atlantans also changed accordingly. It was only a matter of time before those Atlantans who had not lost their minds died. Disaster befell these Atlantans. The changes in the world were noticed by the strong men everywhere, because the sky at this time had turned into a big eyeball covered with tentacles. Countless tentacles turned into a big net covering the sky, covering the sun, and the whole world became dark. All creatures fled in panic, losing their minds and killing each other. The big eyeball kept turning, he was looking at the world, and it seemed that he was very satisfied with the world. The world began to be filled with fog, and the ocean was shrouded in fog. Once the blood-red fog came into contact with the creatures would quickly mutate. Tentacles grew in the eyes, and the heads were covered with dense eyes. All kinds of strange creatures appeared in the world. Some strong men reacted and quickly took protective measures. The big eyeball turned for a while and then closed. His tentacles were still spreading and dancing, and he began to harvest the lives of creatures. The world fought back, and thunder enveloped the big eyeball. Ron also used the power of the world to seal the big eyeball. This was the reason why the big eyeball closed. Otherwise, if he turned for a while longer, the world would be harvested by the big eyeball. On Ron's side, the system alarm bombarded. Warning, the Latitude Evil God received a call to descend to this world. Please take measures as soon as possible. It's important to say it 3 times. Warning, the Latitude Evil God received a call to descend to this world. Please take measures as soon as possible. It's important to say it 3 times. Warning, the Latitude Evil God received a call to descend to this world. Please take measures as soon as possible. It's important to say it 3 times. Warning, the Latitude Evil God received a call to descend to this world. Please take measures as soon as possible. It's important to say it 3 times. The root of chaos is interfering, executing the penalty on the dimensional evil god. The penalty failed, to suppress part of the opponent's strength, suppress the opponent's rules. The notarization power of the root of chaos is partially transferred, and the subsequent paradise camp will intervene. After Ron used the power of the world to suppress the evil god in a hurry, he received a new warning. Warning, please solve the dimensional evil god as soon as possible. The world suppression will gradually disappear after 100 years. At this time, the world will be completely infected when the dimensional evil god revives. The paradise camp is entering. The paradise camp is notarizing. The dungeon location of Nightmare Level Atlanta City has been formed. The dungeon locations of Hell Level White Ice City, Hell Level Habo City, Hell Level Dongling City, Hell Level Taya City, Hell Level Mermaid City, and Hell Level Chenese City have been formed. The notarization of the neutral location has been completed. Neutral Tiandu, Neutral Washao City, Neutral Stone City, Neutral Beast King City, Neutral Witch King Tower City, Neutral Winter City, Neutral Tree City, Neutral Kaoch City, and Neutral Maple Leaf Town. Tip: the dungeon location is an extremely threatening area, and the neutral location is a safe area. The Paradise Camp has completed the notarization, and the cave world has become the Paradise Camp's mission world. Fuck, an evil god just came, and a Paradise Camp came, and the main god space hasn't come yet. What the hell is this mahjong game? Ron complained for a while, and the world power was almost used up. Ron began to check the situation of the world. The number of creatures has decreased by 70%, and it is still decreasing rapidly. The largest decrease is in the ocean. There is no need to look at the tall people, they are basically dead, just look at the nightmare and hell level copies. On the continent, only the capitals of various countries have suffered the least damage, because there are many strong people in the capitals, and a large amount of resources are concentrated. In the capital, the strong men reacted quickly and took measures. In the face of racial extinction, heroes will emerge. For example, the Heavenly Kingdom lost 3,000 blood-marked warriors and built a blood chi formation to offset the blood mist of the Big Eyeball, which bought time for the Heavenly Kingdom to arrange the formation. All the strong men in the Nikado continent abandoned the old and the weak and built a Beast King city to defend against the blood mist. Their means came from the reincarnation. The unicorn snake of the Sea Kingdom sacrificed to become a barrier against the blood mist. These old kingdoms still have strong foundations and temporarily preserved the fire, but it is unknown how long the barrier they built can support. They have never faced such a situation. Seeing the degree of casualties of the creatures in the world, Ron cursed, "Siren, that bastard, messing around, I knew I should have chopped him off earlier, there will definitely be no next time." Ron can now sense the survival points of each caveman. As for the fog, Ron cannot sense it, which means that the heavenly Deo of his world can now only use the power of the world within the range of the caveman's activities. Warning, Heavenly Deo consciousness is being infected by the evil god and is about to enter a deep sleep. System, I want to reincarnate. This time Ron did not send a reincarnated body, but reincarnated himself. Only when this body dies will it return to Heavenly Deo consciousness, otherwise Ron's Heavenly Deo consciousness will remain dormant. Ron can only cut out a part of his consciousness to reincarnate now, and only by personally entering the game can he find a way to break the game. Once Heavenly Deo consciousness is completely infected by the evil god, Ron's reincarnated consciousness will also become the incarnation of the evil god. In execution, Heavenly Deo consciousness enters a deep sleep, cuts out part of consciousness, and builds a dormant protection layer. Please reincarnate and return as soon as possible. Ron's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, and then a long-lost sense of empathy came. The surviving creatures in the world feel that their world seems to be asleep, and strong people like Xian feel more clearly that the world seems to be eroded. Once the evil god completes the erosion of the world, they will be completely harvested by the evil god. They all knew that they were protected by this world. The world seemed to have its own consciousness. It was silently paying attention to this world. Hong could also feel that the one who had descended into his body before had fallen asleep. A catastrophic era had arrived. Chapter 28. The old man was born in a poor family. Maple Leaf Town. This is a small town with a population of more than 1,000. Many years ago, a great man came out of here, so it is also called the Hero Town. Yes, that great man is the former hero king of the Stone Kingdom. Unlike other places, people in other places resent the hero king and forget the hero king. People in this place are proud of the hero king. They believe that the eagle of their hometown should soar in the blue sky freely and not be bound by anyone. A few decades ago, a spirited teenager came out of the town. A few years ago, the town welcomed a tall drunkard. The people in the town did not recognize that this was the same person. Who would have thought that the heroic hero king back then would be a sloppy drunkard? Some old people in the town who knew the hero king have passed away. They are ordinary people, but they don't have such a long life. The drunkard lies outside the tavern every day. If someone gives him money, he will exchange it for alcohol. Sometimes when he has no money, he will do some odd jobs for others in exchange for alcohol, but most of the time no one invites him. The people in Maple Leaf Town are very kind. They once tried to help him, but found that it seemed to have no effect. They could only give him food to prevent him from starving to death. On this day, Aunt Jiao'na and her family in the town were cooking. Ajahn, take these black breads to the drunkard. It seems that no one has given him food today. Aunt Jiao'na called her youngest son and handed him a basket with bread and a jar of water. Mom, why give him food? He can obviously work by himself. The youngest son asked puzzledly. No one will starve to death in the hometown of the hero king. We must have a kind heart. Uncle Drunkard must have been a kind person before. When you were a child, he helped you drive away the wild dogs that wanted to bite you. Okay, go quickly. Aunt Jiao'na taught her little son a lesson. The little son nodded, not quite understanding, and then jumped towards the tavern with the basket on his waist. Where are you going, Ajahn? Good evening, Ajahn, go and deliver food to the drunkard. What a good boy. Ajahn is great. You can become a figure like the hero king in the future. Many people greeted Ajahn on the road, and Ajahn responded to everyone enthusiastically. Soon, Ajahn arrived at the door of the tavern. He scanned around and looked for the drunkard. Finally, he found the drunkard lying in the alley. The drunkard was drunk at this time, and his clothes were torn again, revealing the muscles inside. Ajahn felt that these muscles were very beautiful. Just as Ajahn was about to go forward and hand the food to the drunkard, the earth shook, a huge beam of light emerged in the sky, and then a huge vortex appeared. The vortex was blood red. Looking up, Ajahn felt inexplicably scared. He felt that his consciousness was losing, and the basket fell to the ground. A huge eyeball appeared in the sky, and the earth became dark. The tentacles of the big bead were waving, and the sun was blocked by its tentacles woven into a net. Ajahn fell to the ground, the basket was also overturned, the bread fell out, and the water in the basket also poured out, slowly flowing out of the bottle, flowing on the bumpy stone slabs, and then seeping into the cracks between the stone slabs. He raised his hand to pick up the things. He hadn't given the things to the drunkard uncle yet. Ajahn began to miss his mother. He was afraid, he felt that he was going to fall asleep, and the monsters in the sky were getting more and more terrifying. At this time, Ajahn felt that he was picked up by someone, and then the fear was replaced by a sense of security, and he felt that he had regained control of his body. He heard a sentence vaguely. Child, have a good sleep, and you will be fine when you wake up. The residents in the town were panicked because of the changes in the sky and the world, and they were hiding everywhere. Some residents had begun to change under the influence of the big eyeballs, their eyes became red, and tentacles grew on their bodies. Aunt Jonah thought of her son at the first time. After comforting the other children, Aunt Jonah endured the discomfort and went to find her little son. She felt that something was growing in her body. In the eyes of others, Jonah was now a head full of tentacles, her face was full of eyes that kept moving, her body was covered with purple grape-shaped blisters, and there was a tail full of flesh thorns behind her. The strong maternal love made her consciousness still exist in such a huge change. She knocked away the road. There were obstacles, and the buildings and objects knocked down by the earthquake could not stop her. She soon arrived at the tavern. A man was holding her child. The man was wearing platinum armor, carrying a sword as big as a door panel behind him, his face was full of traces of war, and his eyes were firm but tired. Jiao'na felt that this figure was very familiar, very much like the statue of the Hero King in the abandoned Hero King Hall outside the town. When Jiao'na knew that her child was safe, her consciousness relaxed all of a sudden, and she felt that she was gradually losing control of her body. Shi Qiang had recovered his strength and memory at this time. He walked forward holding Ajahn and walked in front of Jiao'na. Gently raised his right hand, a soft light appeared, and then poured into Xiao Na's body, and the changes in Xiao Na's body quickly faded. Xiao Na only felt a force injected into her body, and she regained control of her body. This force made her feel very comfortable, and she couldn't help but moan. After Jonah recovered, Shi Qiang handed the child to her. After taking the child, Jonah said with a flushed face, "Thank you, sir." She knew that she and her child were saved thanks to the tall knight in front of her. Shi Qiang nodded, turned, and walked out of the town. Jonah's eyes followed him. Shi Qiang moved dozens of meters and soon disappeared from Jonah's sight. As he passed by, the white light healed those who had mutated. The fog began to spread in the town. Jonah could feel that the fog had an impact on her, but the power injected by the man just now was still working. Shi Qiang opened the sealed palace of the Hero King. This was the palace built for him by the people of his hometown when he became king. It was called a palace, but it was actually very small and simple, with only a throne and a statue of him. The statue was his appearance when he was young, full of vigor and vitality. When he was dethroned, this place was banned by the people of the kingdom. Under the strong opposition of the people of his hometown, it was changed from demolition to ban. Shi Qiang sat down under the throne built for him by the residents of Maple Leaf Town, which was carved out of white rock. Click! The armor collided with the throne. This was the first time that the Hero King sat on his throne. This meant that the powerful Hero King was back and he would protect his people. However, this time his people were the residents of Maple Leaf Town. Chapter 29. The sound of the thunder and lightning was deafening. Boom! The earth began to shake, and 4 black walls rose up around Maple Leaf Town, and a layer of golden transparent protective layer appeared above it. The blood mist in the town disappeared after a burst of white light. These 4 walls protected Maple Leaf Town, and the only entrance and exit was the king's palace of the Hero King, which was the means by which the Hero King protected his people. If something outside wanted to come in, it had to pass through the defense line of Shiqiang. Shiqiang drew out the big sword behind him, inserted it into the ground, and then put his hands on the throne. He leaned on the throne and closed his eyes. There was a hint of red on his armor, which was difficult to detect with the naked eye. People in Maple Leaf Town knew that it was the Hero King who saved them, because they grew up listening to the stories of the Hero King and had seen the statue of the Hero King when he was a teenager. The stone dome set up a barrier to stop these residents from approaching. The palace was full of evil gods who wanted to invade. There was no benefit for them to approach here. When people who could reach the palace by their own strength appeared in the town, they would have the ability to explore the outside world. In the first year of the evil god's arrival, Ron was born in the Kingdom of Winter, in the Frost Village where the Tucanite stayed. When he was born, the world briefly awakened, and the blood mist near the Frost Village was cleared by lightning, so Ron became the hope of Tuca Village. When the blood mist came, the Tucanite and his 10 disciples sacrificed themselves to build a barrier that could last for 20 years, which could reduce the infiltration of blood mist and block the attacks of monsters. The Tucanite fulfilled his knight's oath and protected this village of hundreds of people. The Tucanite left his heritage, and his little disciple inherited his title. Of all his disciples, only the little disciple was knocked unconscious and had no time to sacrifice with his master and senior brothers. After Ron was born, the new Tucanite decided to teach Ron. He wanted to inherit the career of his master and senior brother and continue to protect the village. Ron's biological mother in this life died after giving birth to Ron because of the blood mist corrosion, so Tucanite became his foster parent. When Ron was born, he lost contact with his own Tiandeo body and system. Tucanite personally captured the mother beast, expelled the pollution in the mother beast's body, and then used the milk of these mother beasts to feed Ron. He took care of Ron meticulously, even though he was a teenager himself. At 7 months old, Ron was able to walk upright. He looked at Tuca's shocked look and couldn't help but be proud. When he really had this body, Ron felt the long-lost emotions. At the age of 1, Ron showed a strong talent for language. He was able to speak eloquently quickly and unconsciously showed a mature appearance. Fortunately, Tucanite did not doubt it. Knight Tuca has been using energy to nourish Ron's body for a year, even though he is still in the development stage. This will hurt his foundation, which moved Ron. So Knight Tuca began to teach Ron the night training method. Ron spent a year to practice the night training method to the peak, and even improved it. The resources left by Knight Tuca were quickly consumed, and Ron's appetite became amazing. Knight Tuca had to spend 7 or 8 hours every day preparing food for Ron. The 2-year-old Ron looked like a 7 or 8-year-old and could easily lift a 200-pound stone. Knight Tuka was happy for several days when he saw him, but then he began to frown. The 3-year-old Ron had reached the realm of advanced knights left by Master Tuka, and had surpassed the level of Knight Tuka, but he was still at the primary stage. Knight Tuka happily watched his disciple practice while painfully preparing food for him and refining elemental energy, not knowing that his disciple had surpassed him. Ron has seen many strong men in this world over the years, most of whom are extreme strong men. They can practice as soon as they get started. After all, you have seen pigs run before you have eaten pork. In addition, Tuka Knight Ron warms his body and provides a lot of resources. Ron's body is also talented. In Tuka Knight's yard, Ron is practicing knight swordsmanship, the sword tip flashes, and the sword energy is elegant. Tuka Knight looks at Ron, who has reached his shoulders at the age of 3, with relief and melancholy in his eyes. More than half of the resources left by the master have been spent. I have to go out to hunt for food tomorrow. Ron is getting stronger and stronger. What should I do in the future? Tuka Knight's face is wrinkled like an old lady. Tuka Knight is only 10 years old this year. 8, just looks a little older. Ron tried to follow him out to share the burden, but Knight Tuka was afraid that Ron would be in danger, so he would not let Ron go out. After practicing a set of swordsmanship, Ron's stomach made a gurgling sound. Knight Tuka brought a large plate of meat, and said with a smile, Ron, eat venison today, and the master will catch roe deer for you tomorrow. Ron ate a lot, and said while eating, thank you, master. Although Ron's body is very tall, he still has a child's face full of collagen. When he said this, coupled with his face, Knight Tuka's heart melted. Wow, master, it's not hard. Knight Tuka was moved. Hey, master, how about you eat a little too? Master is full outside, you eat. Knight Tuka swallowed his saliva. Although he ate, he was not full. Ron pushed the food over. Master, you eat, I'm full. Tuka Knight looked at Ron in confusion. He usually didn't eat so little, but after seeing Ron leave, he ate with big mouthfuls. It was really delicious. In this era of disaster, supplies are extremely scarce. Other villagers eat fast-growing plants and can only barely fill their stomachs. Only Tuka Knight has the ability to get so much food for Ron. There are monsters in the blood mist. Every year, Tuka Knight has to go out and clear them out, otherwise these monsters will impact the seal and weaken the seal, so every year Tuka Knight will not come back for 1 or 2 days. Ron returned to the supplies, sat cross-legged, and started to practice the knight's training method, rotating the energy in his body to stimulate the body's cells. After rotating for several cycles, Ron felt that he still couldn't break through that level. According to Ron's master, the first generation of Tuka Knight, Ron's problem is the state of mind, but Ron doesn't know what the state of mind is at all. The level of knights is divided into apprentice knights, low-level knights, intermediate knights, advanced knights, great knights, titled knights. In fact, Ron is now at the peak of the advanced knight, and the Tuka Knight has just entered the advanced knight. According to the saying, to gather the heart of the knight, Ron from the earth has no way to start. Sighing, Ron continued to work. After it was still ineffective, Ron shifted his direction to other places and began to improve other skills. It's not that Ron doesn't practice other systems, but he doesn't know the specific practice methods. He can't connect with the heavenly Deo body, nor can he connect with the system. Although he has memories, he is not bored to stare at others practicing every day. Ron began to warm up his weapon. The big sword that the Tuka Knight gave Ron was the weapon left by his master, Ron's master. The big sword emits a yellow light, and this weapon stores the energy that Ron overflows. After the big eyeball was sealed, the sun can come out during the day, but it emits a blood-red light, and the sun is also being eroded. When the sun comes out, the creatures in the cave world can move. After entering the night, some terrifying and strange creatures derived from the big eyeball will wander in the world. Night fell, a blood moon hung in the sky, and fog covered the whole world, except for a few places in the world. Kakuchi! Kakuchi! Ron heard the sound again. Damn it! Tuka Knight went out with a big sword. This was an undead creature wandering around the village. Tuka Knight killed him several times, and then found that it could not die, so he ignored it. Today, it seems that someone in the village accidentally left the barrier and was killed by him, so Tuka Knight was very angry today. Boom! 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 This is the sound of Tuka Knight fighting with him. Chapter 30. Frost Village was built in a valley, which is how the barrier was barely built. The only barrier exit was at the valley entrance. At this time, the Tuka Knight was fighting with the undead creature at the valley entrance. Ron called this creature Kakuchi because his cry was this name. Kakuchi, who was more than 10 meters tall, had 2 big eyes on his head, a bloody mouth with rows of saw teeth, dozens of tentacles dancing around, and a burst of black air surrounding him. Tuka Knight attacked Kakuchi in the barrier, and sword-shaped air blades flew towards Kakuchi one after another, cutting off Kakuchi's tentacles. However, Kakuchi's tentacles grew very fast. Tuka Knight had just cut off one, and the other had grown halfway. After venting for a while, Tuka Knight checked the barrier and came back. He meditated and rested at the door of Ron's room. Ron felt that he was back, so he closed his eyes and went to sleep at ease. Another day passed. The call of the morning bird sounded, and the morning of the day came, but the sky was still dark and the sun did not come out. Ron got up as usual, prepared washing tools for himself and his master, and then practiced swordsmanship as usual. It has been 3 years since he was born, but he still has no clue, but Ron observed that the time for the sun to come out is gradually getting shorter, and the evil god is breaking free from the seal. The village's barrier can theoretically protect the village for 20 years, but it will be hit by the blood mist and those monsters, and the barrier will begin to have loopholes in at most 5 years. After the two washed up, Ron drank a bottle of potion, which was a morning nutrient. Ron had to drink 1 bottle a month, otherwise he would have to rely on some animal meat and could not maintain the huge physical consumption. If the evil god had not descended and could absorb the energy of heaven and earth, there would not be such a large consumption. After waiting for a long time, the light red light in the sky appeared, and the red sun hung in the sky. A voice came into the ears of Ron and Knight Tuka. Lord Tuka, Lord Ron, a caravan is coming. The village chief asked me to inform you. This was the voice of a little boy. After his voice arrived, his people also arrived. He was the same age as Ron, but only half the height of Ron. He stood at the gate of the yard panting, scanning the things here with curiosity. Oh? There is a caravan? Let's go quickly. Knight Tuka was stunned at first, and then ecstatic. If the evil god had not invaded the world before, caravans would have been seen frequently, but now there are still caravans coming, which proves that there are still survivors. Caravans mean that there are supplies and can replenish some of the missing things. Knight Tuka led the 2 people to the valley entrance. Knight Tuka walked quickly and soon arrived at the valley entrance. There were many villagers surrounding here, and the village chief led people to guard the caravan outside. Lord Tuka. The villagers made way after seeing Knight Tuka coming and greeting him. After the crowd made way, Ron saw the caravan. There were dozens of carts pulled by camels and horses, with white lights hanging on them. Within the range of the lights, it seemed that the blood mist could not invade. There were many guards in the caravan, and it seemed that there should be about 100 people, all of whom were strong and armed, and they felt a bit of military spirit. Their leader was a fat man wearing snow-white fur. After seeing Knight Tuka coming, the fat man greeted him enthusiastically. Brother, we are a caravan from Winter City. We are ordered by the King of Winter to contact the surviving people in the kingdom. Tuka Knight glanced at the fat man and asked, how do you prove it? The fat man reached into his pocket for a long time and took out a notice and a token. After observing carefully for a long time, Tuka Knight confirmed the authenticity of the token, but still did not let them in. These people who can travel around the world in the crisis are not good people. After thinking about it, Tuka Knight said, you can come in, but those people outside have to wait. The fat man hesitated for a while, then nodded. Tuka Knight opened the barrier, let the fat man in, and then took the fat man to the house he built at the entrance of the barrier, and Ron followed him in. The two found a place to sit down. Tell me, there has been no caravan coming for several years. How can you move in the wilderness now, and what exactly happened in the kingdom now? Tuka Knight asked first. The fat man took out a pipe, lit it and started smoking. He choked himself and kept coughing. After patting his chest for a while, the fat man spoke. My name is Gates. I am from the Gates family of the Kingdom of Winter and the captain of the 3rd Squad of the 4th Battalion of the 3rd Legion of the Royal Capital Guard. The Royal Capital responded when the evil god descended, sacrificing 5 Legion commanders and 13 deputy Legion commanders to build a barrier, and the kingdom lost contact with other places. Then the dark night fell, and the Royal Capital was attacked by monsters, with countless casualties and heavy losses. Even a special existence appeared, and the king was injured in the battle with it. Later, the kingdom conducted research on these things and developed some props that allow specially trained people to move in the blood mist field. In the second year, we sent caravans one after another to find other survivors, exchange supplies with them, or rescue places that were about to disappear. You are the 10th survivor we have encountered, but your barrier here is more complete than theirs, and some villages have begun to mutate. Tuka agreed with this. This was the barrier built by his master and senior brother at the cost of their lives. As for the monsters, the former Tuka knight also encountered those monster attacks when he established the barrier. So whether you are willing to follow us back to the capital or trade materials, it all depends on your own wishes, but the kingdom will not give up anyone. We are preparing to open up and take the land back from these monsters. At this point, Gates' eyes seemed to light up. Tuka knight thought about it. He didn't want to give up this place. He was born here, and this place has the hard work of his master and senior brothers, but he also had to consider other villagers. How do you guarantee the safety of the villagers? I can't guarantee this. No one in the blood mist can guarantee their own safety. Then what do we trade with? Gates took out a red crystal. You have killed these monsters, and their special materials and crystals are used as exchange items, or you have special products here. Tuka knight nodded. When he killed these monsters, he found that each monster had some special parts on its body. He thought he would save them when he needed them in the future. Gates took out a roll of animal skin and handed it to Tuka knight. Tuka knight took it, opened it, and began to watch it, from curiosity at first to solemnity, and finally to fanaticism. Chapter 31. Ron secretly ran behind the Tuka knight and started to read. It seemed that a special method was used on the animal skin paper, which could switch to the next page and the previous page, and there were pictures on it, just like a mobile phone on the earth. There were food, weapons, skills, and various strange props. Rice, the main food. Exchange price, 1 crystal for 1 kilogram. Selling price, 0.5 crystals for 1 kilogram. Current reserves, 10,000 kilograms. Fog lamp, drives away the blood fog brought by the evil god, and comes with 1 day's share of lamp oil. Exchange price, 1,000 crystals for 1 lamp. Service life, 10 years. Current reserves, 300 lamps. Lamp oil is sold for 1 crystal per day. Energy filtering array, purifies the energy polluted by the evil god. Exchange price, 20,000 crystals. Usage period, 5 years. Storage bag, 3 cubic meters of internal space. Exchange price, 10,000 crystals. Usage period, 20 years. Purchase price, 2,500 crystals per square meter. The above ones did not attract the Tuka knight much. Ron guessed that what attracted the Tuka knight the most was Knight's Heart, the cultivation insights left by a dead titled knight, which contained his inheritance. Exchange price, 50,000 crystals. Current reserves, 1. Now Tuka knight is already a high-level knight. The first generation did not leave the Knight's Heart. Having the Knight's Heart can increase the success rate of the title promotion by 40%. What is this concept? As long as there is a 10% probability, someone will choose to break through, just like a game called Someone Kills on Earth, where the probability of winning the lottery is less than 10%, and there are a group of people who are trying to draw to death. Tuka knight turned around and looked at Ron, then made up his mind, Mr. Gates, I want to exchange something. Gates's fat face turned like a chrysanthemum. What do you want to exchange? Tuka knight pointed to the Knight's Heart on the animal skin paper. Seeing that Tuka knight wanted to buy this, Gates was even happier. What do you plan to buy it with? The Knight's Heart is expensive and not expensive. It depends on who uses it. This time Gates brought one out. After walking so far, he finally found a buyer. I'll take you to see how much you can exchange. Tuka knight said. Tuka took Gates to the warehouse in the village, and after opening it, Gates saw a mountain of crystals and monster materials. Wait for me to count, old man. The crystals are counted according to the different energies inside. Some crystals have incomplete energies and can only be counted as half a crystal. Some crystals have higher energy levels and can be counted as hundreds of crystals. Monster materials can be counted more. When Ron saw this pile of things just now, he saw that the fat man's eyes became greedy, but he soon suppressed it. Gates took out another stone from his pocket, and then took out a piece of animal skin paper. There were some patterns on the animal skin paper. After putting the stone on the animal skin paper glowed, and Gates controlled the light to sweep towards the crystal. Soon, the number 84,567 appeared on the animal skin paper, and then Gates scanned the materials again and obtained some numbers 34128. Okay, the total is 118,695. You can exchange for the things you want. I'll take them away first. Gates took out the storage bag and collected the crystal and monster materials. Tukanite ignored him. These things were useless to Tukanite. Tukanite thought about what else he had to exchange. When will you come next time? Gates answered while collecting things, 1 year later. The journey is too far and too threatening. We have to go back to the outer city for purification. What are these crystals for? I don't know. The superiors asked us to collect them. We won't ask about it. Gates should know, but he was just laughing. Tukanite turned and left, leaving Gates here to collect them. He wanted to talk to the villagers if they were willing to leave here and go to the capital. Only Ron was left to watch Tuka. After confirming that Tukanite had left, Gates stopped and asked kindly, "Little friend, how old are you this year?" 10 years old. Gates took a look and saw that the height was indeed 10 years old. Your master has so many crystals, he must be very powerful. How powerful is he? Gates slowly collected the crystals and materials. Intermediate Knight. Gates said doubtfully, how is it possible? Intermediate Knights can't have so many gains, at least senior Knights. Ron pretended to be innocent, my master's master is called Tukanite. He left a lot of things for my master to deal with those things. Tukanite. Gates said in surprise, and the greed on his face continued. Tukanite, one of the 7 titled knights, no wonder the barrier here is so perfect. Gates thought to himself. Then he didn't continue to talk to Ron. He didn't know that Ron was fishing. Ron only knew that if this fat man dared to take action, he would become a dead fat man, and all these supplies would belong to Ron. Don't think that senior knights are weak. Senior knights are at least at the level of a captain. The corresponding legion commander is a titled knight, but the power system is different, so the name is different. Knight Tuka came back soon, if you can come again next year, please take some of the residents here. They left voluntarily, but after all, this is the first time, and I am worried about leaving them to you. Gates expressed his understanding. He quickly packed up the things. Knight Tuka gave Gates a list of the things he wanted to exchange. Gates went out to the valley entrance and asked the people outside to bring the things in. Knight Tuka asked the villagers to receive them. Then Gates gave a box to Knight Tuka. Here is the knight's heart. Knight Tuka handed the box to Ron, then sent Gates out all the way, and watched Gates leave at the valley entrance. Gates left a price list for Knight Tuka. Dingling, dingling. The caravan left, and the bells tied to the camel and horse mountain rang, and the sound became farther and farther until it disappeared in the blood mist. Ron sighed as he watched the caravan leave. Seeing Ron's appearance, Knight Tuka asked with concern, "Is there anything you want? I'll buy it for you next time they come." Ron shook his head. It was a pity that the fat man was not greedy enough, otherwise he would have become rich. Little devil! Knight Tuka laughed and scolded Ron, who looked like a child but acted like an old man. Touching Ron's head, Knight Tuka said, "Let's go back." The two returned to the village and distributed the things they exchanged to the villagers. They exchanged some meat and some daily necessities, which had been lacking for a long time. In the caravan leaving, Gates sat in the car. The car was very large, with a table inside, a lamp and an incense burner on it, and white smoke floated above the incense burner. Gates admitted that he was tempted, but when he wanted to do it, his heart palpitated and he felt something was going to happen, so he gave up. Gates trusted this feeling very much. This feeling allowed him to escape many life-threatening situations, and this time was no exception. Humming a little tune, Gates left in the carriage. Chapter 32. Ron, who was distributing things, was suddenly stunned. It seemed that he had contacted the consciousness of the heavenly Deo, but the consciousness of the heavenly Deo fell into a deep sleep after just one message. The Paradise Camp has entered the world, and the contractors are being deployed. Pay attention. Ron, don't be stunned, distribute things quickly. Tukanite arrived and saw Ron stunned. Ron nodded repeatedly, and then quickly distributed things. Not far from the Frost Village, more than a dozen strangers suddenly appeared. When they appeared, they scattered instantly. After distributing these supplies, Ron walked on the way back to his yard. As he walked, Ron stopped and looked up at the sky. The sun was still hanging overhead, but Ron was not looking at the sun, but at the thin barrier above. Did anyone come in? Ron seemed to have guessed something. It should be the contractors of the Paradise Camp. These contractors were not as unruly as the reincarnations. Ron ignored them. Ron did not need to look for them. They would appear by themselves. Walking on the road, people in the village greeted Ron, but there were some exceptions. Ron's information emerged in his mind, but he felt very strange with them. Contradictory feeling, he clearly remembered that he had lived in the village for a long time, but he felt that this was a stranger he had never seen before, and there was something strange. Ron remained calm and did not make any expression. He still walked towards home and responded to the people who greeted him. That's right, these people are contractors of the paradise. They used paradise coins to disguise their identities. This is the notarization ability of major paradises. Some contractors used detection props to detect Ron, but without exception, all failed, and the props were damaged. How could Ron be detected in his own territory? Even if his body was already asleep, these little karamis could not touch him. Ron waited until these people could no longer see him, then made a circle, then went behind a young man, covered his mouth, and then knocked him out with a knife. Li Dabai is a contractor of the Abyss Paradise. This time, the task he received from the paradise was to explore the native world, the small world of Dongtian. So he entered this world after making sufficient preparations. He is a contractor of the life profession, and he only needs to complete the main task to return to the paradise. After being dropped at a location by the paradise, Li Dabai entered a village through the Frost Village entry certificate. According to the first link of the paradise's main task, entering the Frost Village. After entering the Frost Village, Li Dabai decided to hide and wait for the release of the second ring mission. Seeing the villagers greet a young man who looked like a child, Li Dabai couldn't help but take a look at the excitement. After the young man left, Li Dabai found that someone had attacked him. He wanted to cry for help, but found that his mouth was covered, and then his eyes went black and he fainted. When Li Dabai woke up, he saw himself in a dilapidated house with spider webs everywhere in the corners. He was lying on a stone bed and couldn't use any strength. Then Li Dabai looked at his status bar and found that he had been hit by an extremely weak buff, which did not harm the body, but lost 99% of his strength. Just when Li Dabai wanted to ask for help, Ron appeared in front of him and looked at him curiously. In Ron's memory, this guy was called Li Dabai, a unique person in the village, very lonely, and never contacted others. "Brother, can you let me go?" Li Dabai was lucky. "Sure. Leave it all to me, huh?" "Sure? Really? Thank you, good people live a peaceful life." Li Dabai flattered him directly. "Tell me where you are from first, why I have your memory, but feel you are strange." Ron asked. "I can't say this, I will die if I say it, but I can tell you where my hometown is from. I am from Vegetastar. As for why I came here, I don't know, your memory can only be explained as a great existence added to you." Li Dabai said. "Vegetastar? What is that place, have you heard of the earth?" Ron asked. "Yes, it seems that I have heard of another existence there is the earth, as for which one I can't say, sorry, can you let me go?" Li Dabai asked again. Ron patted Li Dabai's head, then shook it a few times, and then Li Dabai felt that he had regained his strength. This is a method for Ron to learn witchcraft. "What is your purpose in coming here?" Ron continued to ask. Li Dabai stood up and patted the dust on his body. For a while, dust and smoke were everywhere. Ron used a small magic to clean up the room. "Hey, it's amazing. Our purposes are different. My purpose is to come here first. As for how to get in, let me show you." Li Dabai handed Ron a piece of wood with words that Ron couldn't understand. Ron looked at Li Dabai with questioning eyes. "Frost Village entry permit." Li Dabai answered honestly. As for resisting Ron, he didn't think that he, a life professional contractor, had the ability to deal with someone who easily brought him here. He, Li Dabai, was able to survive from the novice world to the present, and the main point was to follow his heart. "But I can guess what those beings want to do." "They want?" Li Dabai stopped. "I've been warned. I can't tell you." Li Dabai touched his flat head. "What else do you have? Hand it over to me." Ron asked. "I work part-time as a blacksmith for a pharmacist." I only have some potions on me. You can't use my equipment. I can give you potions if you want them, but my potions have some side effects. Li Dabai felt embarrassed. Forget it, stay in the village and don't let me find out that you are doing damage. Do you know the other people who came in? Li Dabai's eyes widened. How could this native be so powerful? He thought that his identity was exposed because of the unreliable arrangement of his own little paradise. He didn't expect that so many people were discovered. However, Li Dabai still answered honestly, all of them are from our hometown. Our immediate boss is not powerful, so we can only get the credentials here, but I am the only one who has no combat power. Ron touched his chin and looked at Li Dabai thinking. Li Dabai moved his eyes away and didn't dare to look at Ron. Ron then left. When Li Dabai turned his sight back, he found that Ron had already left. At the same time, Li Dabai also received a reminder from Paradise. Contact important figures in this world and have a greater connection, obtain 3.7% of the source of the world. After all tasks are completed, the task difficulty and task completion will be settled. Please choose your task 2. Kill the evil god derivative creature Kakyuki outside the Frost Village. Task difficulty, Leave 29. Task introduction, Frost Village is located in the northern border of the Kingdom of Winter in the Storm Continent. It was once one of the strongholds in the northern border of the Kingdom of Winter. After the advent of the evil god, it established a save point thanks to the sacrifice of the Tukanite. Task information, use any means to kill Kakyuki. The opponent has extremely strong combat power and is almost immortal, and it is extremely difficult to kill. Task deadline, 108 hours. Evaluation strength, the highest difficulty is 9 stars. Task reward, 15% of the source of the world, personal authority upgrade Leave 5, and a combat professional contractor trial opportunity. Join the Winter Kingdom Frost Village. Task difficulty, Leave 1 Leave 29. Task introduction, Frost Village is located in the northern border of the Winter Kingdom in the Storm Continent. It was once one of the strongholds in the northern border of the Winter Kingdom. After the advent of the evil god, it was established as a save point thanks to the sacrifice of the Tukanite. Task information, get the favor of the Tukanite or Ron. Task deadline, 24 hours. Evaluation strength, is 1 star, is half a star. Task reward, 0.01% of the source of the world. Task failure, deduct 10% attribute points and 50% paradise coins. Join Winter City. Mission difficulty, Leave 30. Mission introduction, the capital of the Winter Kingdom in the Storm Continent. When the evil god descended, half of the country's power was concentrated to build this city. It is one of the notarized neutral locations of the world paradise. Mission information, find the road to Winter City alone in the Blood Mist Field, and join after baptism. It is recommended that the contractor do not seek death. Mission duration, 360 hours. Evaluation strength. Mission rewards, 30% of the source of the world, personal authority increased by Leave 10, free use of attribute enhancement warehouse +1, free high-level equipment enhancement machine use time +24 hours, weapon enhancement stone +50, unique winter treasure box. Li Dabai looked at the 3 tasks he chose, and his saliva flowed, but when he saw the third option, Li Dabai became indignant. This task system looks down on people and actually asks you not to seek death. Isn't this looking down on people? It thinks that you dare not. Li Dabai resolutely chose the second option. This task system is really good at judging people. It is also good. It makes him not to die. Anyway, he has just obtained 3.7% of the source of the world. The standard for the end of the world is 1% of the source of the world. The second task has a penalty, which proves that it is simple. Li Dabai, who has experienced the progress of multiple world tasks, has figured out the routine. Generally, tasks without penalties are the most dangerous. People are dead and there is no punishment. The reason for choosing the second option is that Li Dabai has found a way to complete it. Under his strong desire to survive, he got the method of contacting Ron. Ron is an important person, so he may be related to the task target. Then, can't he just hold Ron's thigh tightly? Li Dabai suddenly felt that his IQ has improved again. So Li Dabai began to carry out his second main task. In other parts of the Dongtian world, various paradises began to enter. Chapter 33. Ron was keeping an eye on the suspected contractors in the village. What surprised him was that the guy he had knocked out had become attached to him and followed Ron all day long. Ron was also teased by the people in the village. Master Ron has a little follower now. Ron rolled his eyes at this, and Li Dabai, who was following Ron, knew that the young man was Ron, and he was only 3 years old this year. Looking at Ron, who was almost as tall as himself, Li Dabai felt that his worldview had been hit. This guy is 3 years old, tell me how this guy looks like he is 3 years old except that his face is a little tender. However, after knowing that Ron was his mission target, Li Dabai followed him shamelessly, and after learning that Ron's master, Knight Tuka, was the best master in the village, Li Dabai's face became even thicker. True thickening skin technique. Soon Ron got used to the existence of this guy, and this guy also completed his mission naturally. Ron also slowly got some information from this guy. The third day. Ron, the blood moon tide is coming soon, you should pay attention to it, I will go to check the barrier. Knight Tuka said while eating. Li Dabai picked up dishes and added rice for the 2 people beside him. Knight Tuka had Li Dabai in his memory, but he didn't find that he was a visitor from another world, so he was surprised why this lonely guy suddenly got involved with his apprentice, but he thought that this was a villager, so it should be fine. Ron thought about it. It was indeed the blood moon tide. Every year, there is a 10-day blood moon tide. At this time, the monsters and creatures outside will mutate and become stronger, and the barrier will be impacted. The fog outside is almost condensed into substance. No one can survive outside the barrier except the real strong. During this period of time, the fog is strong enough to penetrate into the barrier. If there is no blood moon tide, it is estimated that the barrier of Frost Village can last longer. Li Dabai pricked up his ears beside him, and Ron pushed away his ears that were almost close to Ron's mouth. Li Dabai's mission is related to the blood moon tide, but he didn't dare to ask Ron for specific information. Now that he heard this word, this guy came up directly. Tukanite looked at this strange guy and smiled. Why does his disciple like to get along with such a person? Forget it. After Li Dabai learned the specific news, he couldn't help but feel proud. Fortunately, he bought a certificate to enter the village, otherwise he would definitely die outside. So, some money should be spent. After Tukanite finished eating, he put on his equipment and left. Li Dabai was drooling beside him. These equipments were at least gold level. If they were his, he would be rich and dare to add more fried dough sticks to his breakfast. Tukanite went to do the preparation work. It was the responsibility of the knight to protect the weak. Some of the rules of the knight were actually left by Shi Qiang when he traveled around this continent. Shi Qiang was a figure comparable to Yi Shen. Yi Shen opened up the road in the last days and killed the unicorn snake equivalent to the mythical species with the mortal race. The day of the blood moon tide is getting closer and closer. The blood mist outside the barrier is also slowly getting thicker, and the time the sun appears in the sky every day is getting shorter and shorter. When the sun does not appear at all, it will enter the 10-day blood moon tide. During these 10 days, the temperature will drop and there will be no light. Some monsters will also attack the barrier. At this time, Tukanite is the busiest. Fortunately, a caravan came a few days ago and exchanged a batch of supplies, otherwise Tukanite would have to frown and think of ways to spend these 10 days. Kakyuki. Kakuchi. Recently this guy has been wandering around the village again. Those unidentified guys were curious and wanted to kill him, and then several of them died. According to Ron, they will drop treasure chests when they kill these mission targets or those guys they call elite monsters or overlord units. Isn't this just like a game? These guys dare to rush as long as their health bars are bright. Even Ron can't kill the monster outside, and he can't kill it at present. These guys who are suspected to be contractors are very weak. By the way, the outer gods that Atlanta people want to summon are actually reincarnations and contractors, but the evil gods came, and then the Paradise Camp also entered the cave world. From another angle, they actually succeeded, but the evil gods came a little early. The 5th day. The sun disappeared completely, replaced by a crescent blood moon hanging in the sky, which exuded an indescribable breath. Looking at him for a long time almost turned him into a monster or his mind was polluted. Ran turned into a madman. The fog at this time was almost materialized, and all kinds of strange sounds appeared outside, but after Kakyuki appeared, these sounds disappeared, leaving only Kakyuki barking there every day. This guy seemed to regard himself as his own territory. Ron took a look and found that this guy was bigger and stronger, and his eyes full of wisdom were now a little smarter. Ron guessed that this guy had born wisdom. These days, Li Dabai said that he would protect Ron closely, but in fact he was seeking Ron's protection. In this case, he had to hold on tightly, especially when he saw the contractor of his own paradise being eaten by Kokuki. He was stunned and gave himself a thumbs up for making the right choice. Hulikata Makata Rifen. There was a whisper in the blood mist field, and everyone was upset, and Li Dabai's display bar was Evil God Whisper, weak buff reduces mental attack resistance by 50%, pollution increases by 10 points per hour, and when it reaches the personal mental critical point, it will enter a state of dementia and cannot return to normal. The buff disappears after the blood moon tide. Li Dabai looked at his resistance critical point, a total of 147 points, which means that he will die in 14 hours. Li Dabai hurriedly poured himself a bunch of resistance potions, and then he squatted in the toilet for a long time. Nameless Whisper is the first dish of the blood moon tide. Ron has seen 3 people in the village go crazy because of this in the past 3 years and were expelled from the village. The only way to deal with the Frost village is to ring the big bell in the village. This big bell can enhance the villagers' resistance to whispers, and feed some medicine to the villagers. Li Dabai took an anti-diarrhea pill to stop the diarrhea. The side effect of his medicine was 2 stomach clearing, and almost cleared his stomach. Seeing the villagers queuing up for medicine, Li Dabai lined up behind happily. Dong, dong, dong. Ron was striking the big bell hanging on the bell tower. In Frost Village, when the bell rang, it meant that the blood moon tide was coming. Snowflakes began to float in the sky. When the blood moon tide occurred, it was the time when the storm continent was snowing heavily. The temperature began to drop. The blood moon tide officially began. Chapter 34. As the storm descended, all the residents of the village gathered around the fire pit, and then lit the fog-repelling lamps there. The fire pit has been handed down since the tribal era, and the fire left here has some strange effects. In less than 2 hours, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. Ron followed the Tukanite to patrol the barrier and strengthen the weak places. They were followed by Li Dabai. The 3 of them left footprints on the snow, but the heavy snow soon covered them. Li Dabai will carry out the work from the heart to the extreme. Ron drove the energy in his body to run in his limbs to drive away the cold. Snowflakes fell on Ron's face one by one. At this time, Ron's eyelashes were covered with frost. The 3 held torches and walked forward in the darkness. It took 3 hours for the 3 to check the barrier, and then the valley entrance. In the darkness, time lost its meaning. The valley entrance is the focus of the barrier. As long as the barrier is not broken, Frost Village will be the safest. The 3 packed up and started a fire in the house at the valley entrance. The snow was extremely biting, and Ron could not resist the biting cold even if he operated his energy. Next, we have to prevent these monsters from attacking the barrier. This year is better than in previous years. Knight took a breathed sigh of relief because of this batch of supplies. At this time, he was in a good mood. He even drank a little wine and hummed the little song his master taught him when he was alive. Ron knew that the situation would not get better, but worse. His seal on the big eyeball would only gradually weaken, the power of the big eyeball would become stronger, and the impact of the subsequent blood moon tide would become greater and greater. Like Frost Village, other places are also preparing for the arrival of the blood moon tide. Sob, sob, sob. There were constant sounds coming from outside the valley entrance. These were the insect swarms nearby. Various polluted monsters were waiting at the valley entrance. Like in previous years, they attacked the barrier at the moment when the blood moon tide was at its strongest. Kakuchi outside seemed to be fighting with these monsters. The 3 of them walked out of the house and watched from the edge of the barrier. Thousands of insects that made people's scalps numb were attacking Kakuchi. These insects looked similar to ladybugs, the size of fists, but the 2 big eyeballs on their backs did not match them. These insects were not strong individually, but when they increased in number, they were very scary. The more than 10-meter-tall Kakuchi was covered with insects, and these insects were biting Kakuchi. Kakuchi! Kakuchi screamed angrily, his tentacles swung, and he could kill hundreds of insects with one attack, and swallow hundreds more with one mouthful, but with a huge base number, these insects were not even a drop in the bucket. The tentacles kept piercing, and the swarm of insects soon bit off Kakuchi's tentacles. Kakuchi kept screaming, and the speed at which these insects ate was faster than he grew. After fighting for a while, Kakuchi couldn't hold on anymore, and only 2 tentacles were left, so he swung the 2 tentacles and ran away, and insects kept falling from his body. He ran very fast, and his two big eyes left with hatred. He seemed to remember the swarm of insects. In less than 2 seconds, the three of them could only see a small black dot. Good, Kakuchi was beaten away. Tukinite was very happy. Tukinite was very unhappy with Kakuchi, and he applauded when the swarm of insects defeated Kakuchi. Ron felt that Kakuchi regarded the village as his own, and there were other things peeping at him, which made him angry. Master, have you noticed that these insects seem to have grown bigger? Ron reminded him. Tukinite couldn't laugh anymore, as if these insects really grew bigger, damn it. Tukinite is no match for the swarm of insects now. If he goes out, he will become a skeleton. He can only rely on the barrier to eliminate them. Fortunately, except for the blood moon tide, these insects generally don't like to move, otherwise Tukinite would not dare to go out hunting. It seems that his master can't stand it alone this time, so Ron has to expose his strength. Master, I have broken through to the advanced night. Tukinite nodded. I know. Randomly reacted quickly. What? You are an advanced knight? You are not lying to me. Tukinite looked incredulous. Ron saw that he didn't believe it. Directly swung his sword to cut the swarm of insects outside the barrier. Boom! A large number of the swarm of insects outside were blown to death, and a big pit appeared, but the insects behind filled up and blocked the gap. Tukinite was ecstatic. Master, please protect me. Ha ha ha, my disciple is better than your disciple. I am the best. Something seems to be wrong. After the ecstasy, Tukinite's face became complicated. What was he doing when he was 3 years old? This is a 3-year-old, a 3-year-old advanced knight. I am afraid that he was caught by the kingdom for research. After learning that his disciple has become an advanced knight, Tukinite became confident and bombarded the insect swarms and polluted monsters outside every day. This is a kind of venting. In the following time, the temperature became lower and lower, and the monsters became more and more active. They have begun to attack the barrier. During the period, Kyoki ran back and fought with the insect swarms for a few times, and then fled in panic. It's just that this guy's breath is getting stronger and stronger, and he has evolved a wing, but Kakuki's body has become smaller, a few meters lower. On the 7th day, the light of the blood moon shone, and meteors with red tail flames fell on the earth. Wu Ming's whispers became more and more frequent, and fog began to penetrate into the barrier. The concentration was the same as usual. If it weren't for the fog lights, the whole village would have died in this blood moon tide. There was a hint of scarlet in the snowflakes, and the strong wind was like a knife rubbing on the face. Ron put on the night suit prepared for him by the Tukinite. Ron, wearing armor, was like a majestic general, with a domineering aura. Again, what's the fuck 3 years old? Roar roar roar! Boom boom boom! The polluted monsters outside went berserk and kept hitting the barrier. The barrier began to light up and opened to the maximum under the impact of the monsters. Thousands of monsters rushed over from the valley mouth, and some weak monsters were directly squeezed into meat paste. Insect swarms, crawling big eyeballs, faceless people, four-winged tigers. Although Ron has seen many epic wars in this world, he has never joined as a protagonist, and was shocked by this scene. Shocked but also very excited. Li Dabai hid behind the two. Ron held the big sword with both hands, raised it high, and then swung his wrist down. Boom! A sword energy dozens of meters long was slashed out, directly destroying all the monsters close to the barrier, and a rain of limbs fell at the mouth of the valley. The monsters behind surged up again, and then the Tukinite took action, hitting the monster group with a big fireball. Another clearing. As a master, he is not willing to be outdone. He is less than 20 years old, and he is also a young man who should be competitive. Li Dabai used his own auxiliary skills to speed up the recovery of the two people's mana. Their paradise system counts all energy as mana. The two senior knights are harvesting machines, constantly harvesting the lives of these monsters. The flesh and blood piled up into a pile of hills. The snow-white earth had been dyed red by the blood of these monsters. The flesh and blood seemed to be merging. The earth absorbed the blood of these monsters. The blood was corrosive and exuded a fishy smell. Li Dabai was very happy to see the source of the world rising on his system panel. He hugged the right thigh and chose the right task. Frost Village had 2 high-level knights, which seemed very easy. Other places were different. Some settlements that were thought to be the same as in previous years were quickly breached according to the previous standards. All the people in the village were devoured by monsters, and those who survived were quickly polluted and became lost people in the blood mist. The number of monsters was endless. Ron felt that the energy in his body had dropped by half. You know, the blood moon tide will not pass for 3 days. Master, the mana in the body is used up too quickly. Ron said. Don't use those moves that consume too much energy. I don't know what's going on this year. Tukinite answered the question while waving his sword. Ron suddenly discovered something. Master, has that pile of flesh and blood come together? The beam of the blood moon shone on the corpses of the monsters killed by the 2 men. These corpses slowly merged together, and then 2 large eyeballs grew out of the shadows. What is this? Tukinite asked, but still slashed 2 swords to interrupt the fusion of the flesh and blood. I don't know what will happen if it merges, but it's not a good thing anyway. The 2 continued to fight. In Maple Leaf Town, the tall black wall protected the town, and the Hero King Palace, as the only passage, became the only attack point for monsters. The Hero King sat on his throne, looking at the endless monsters in the distance with a tired face. Whenever these monsters approached the palace, they would be annihilated by a wave of light, and the Hero King's right shoulder armor had turned scarlet. Looking up at the blood moon, the Hero King sighed. Boom! One strike cleared the monsters hundreds of meters away. Feeling a strong breath coming from the front, the Hero King stared at the front. Step, step, step. He is coming. Chapter 35. The owner of the voice revealed his face. A big eyeball with hands and feet, like a matchstick man's head turned into an eyeball, the big eyeball blinked, looking very cute. A spiritual wave passed into Shaikyong's mind. Human, become my god's family, unseal the god from the seal of the world, erode this world in advance, and the god will allow you to merge with it. Shaikyong's face did not change, and even relaxed his back, leaning on the throne, and then looked at the big eyeball coldly without speaking. The eyeball man blinked and looked at Shaikyong, as if he was waiting for Shaikyong's reply. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 3 hours passed, and the eyeball man seemed to be still waiting for Shaikyong's answer. This eyeball man seemed to be a little bit smart and kept blinking his eyes. Shaikyong felt a little sore in his eyes and closed his eyes. At this time, the eyeball man made another wave. You are very polite, but you haven't agreed to join us. In the etiquette of the eyeball people, the eyeball salute is the highest level of etiquette. You can't interrupt others when they are saluting. This is impolite. Although the eyeball people have mental problems, they are very polite. Shaikyong stared at him for 3 hours, so he blinked for 3 hours. When Shaikyong closed his eyes, he thought the etiquette was over, so he asked again. In the future, when you encounter an eyeball man who wants to attack you, just keep staring at him, and he won't attack you. A strong air pressure rose from Shaikyong's body, and then pressed towards the eyeball man violently and quickly. Countless tentacles grew out of the eyeball man's body, shooting towards the stone dome like arrows, and then his big eyeballs glowed red, and a red light wave hit the stone dome. The great sword blocked the light wave, and an invisible barrier shattered all the tentacles that shot in. A sarcastic smile appeared on Shaikyong's face. A chicken and a dog. The eyeball man began to swell, his limbs began to crack, revealing the bloody flesh inside, and a big mouth grew on his chest, and then turned into a meat mountain. And, how can you despise the power of my god? The eyeball man absorbed other polluted monsters, and his body continued to grow larger, slowly turning from a meat mountain into a large eyeball man. Puff! The large beam shot towards the stone dome, and wherever the beam passed, the microorganisms in the air mutated, and began to form bacterial colonies, spreading to the Maple Leaf Town, but when it encountered an invisible barrier, it was blocked and shattered. You can continue to absorb them. I can wait for you. Shi Qiang said domineeringly. From the beginning to now, Shi Qiang has been sitting on the throne, and he didn't even move his hands. In his eyes, these things are not worth his great effort. Are you provoking the servants of the supreme god Yesmora? Then you will have to bear my wrath. The man with the eyeball began to speak harshly, and the surrounding fog began to be mobilized by him, constantly rotating and disturbing, and then slowly condensed and compressed, turning into a huge blood-red sphere, which continued to absorb the fog. The bloody mouth on the chest of the big eyeball opened and swallowed this huge sphere, and then the eyeball became red, and red threads began to appear in the eyeball, each of which was as big as an arm. Shi Qiang saw that this guy seemed to be holding back a big move, and felt that he should be more serious, and then sat up straight, and the big sword in front of him floated from the ground, emitting a dazzling light. The polluted aura of the eyeball man continued to increase, and the ground around him was slowly cracking. All the monsters ran away. Although they had no reason, they had the instinct to escape from life-threatening dangers. The eyeball man's eyeball exploded, and an inexplicable aura descended. A new eyeball grew out. This eyeball was different. The big eyeball contained countless small eyeballs, which were full of wailing souls and scenes of the destroyed world. Projection of the evil god. Shi Qiang stood up. This was the first time he had stood up in 3 years. Shi Qiang realized that the world had changed because of the closed big eyeball in the sky, but he would not solve these things. He had no obligation and had lost his faith. It was quite ridiculous that the person who promoted knights had lost his faith as a knight. Took as Nalyatuduawa. It was unknown what the projection of the evil god was saying, but Shiqiang didn't care what he was saying. Shiqiang walked out of his palace and looked up at the incarnation of the evil god. This was the first confrontation between a mortal and an alien evil god in this world. Shiqiang was also a man who looked directly at the god without being alienated. Boom! The air made a violent sound. This was the first collision between Shiqiang and the evil god, and Shiqiang did not lose. In the sky, thunder descended, and Shiqiang was suspended in the air. The strong thunder of heaven and earth dispelled the blood mist in this area, and Shiqiang released all his powerful strength. At this time, Shiqiang's hair, which had become pale due to aging, stood up straight, and then slowly turned to purple. Boom! The thunder and lightning kept flashing, a thunder dragon surrounded the stone dome, and countless lightning illuminated the world. The stone dome in the lightning was a god bathing in thunder, while the evil god below was a sentient being punished by the god. Eyeballs appeared in the air one after another, staring at the stone dome, but were soon destroyed by thunder. Thousands of tentacles swam and stretched out from the incarnation of the evil god, which was also covered with eyeballs and kept blinking. People with intensive phobia would probably die on the spot. The two collided again, and every collision would cause a big explosion, followed by the shaking of the earth. The residents in Maple Leaf Town looked at the Hero King fighting above, and their hearts were constantly cheering. "Mom, who will win?" Ajin asked his mother. Xiao Na answered firmly, "The Hero King will defeat those who hurt his people. He is the Hero King." Ajin looked at the Hero King with admiration. He heard from his mother that the Hero King saved himself and the people of the town. "Look, the beam of light from the evil god has covered the Hero King. Nothing will happen to him." The people in the town exclaimed. "The Hero King is fine. That's great." The next moment, Shi Qiang came out of the beam, intact. Shi Qiang destroyed all the tentacles of the incarnation of the evil god, and used witchcraft to seal its energy. If it weren't for the fact that the incarnation of the evil god had consumed too much energy using the beam just now, and the recovery speed was a little slow, Shi Qiang would have to fight for a while longer. Looking at the half-red armor on his body, Shi Qiang didn't care. "The blood moon covers the earth, and I will strike it with thunder." Under Shi Qiang's roar, the violent thunder turned into a sea of thunder, which enveloped the incarnation of the evil god and continuously bombarded the incarnation of thunder. The incarnation of the evil god closed its eyes, and its final blow appeared. All the eyeballs disappeared, leaving only a body that turned into ashes in the sea of thunder. He turned all his eyeballs into the power to curse Shi Qiang, and a crack appeared in the middle of Shi Qiang's forehead. After Shi Qiang solved all the problems, he used thunder to clear the nearby area, then sat back on the throne, closed his eyes and rested, and the blood moon in the sky became dim. Shi Qiang sat on the throne, heavy breathing sounded, and he fell asleep.